Negation and continuity. Justified negation as an element of development. Everything passes. All things are finite, everything is moving towards its end. Everything has its spring and its summer, everything declines into autumn and dies in the frigid cold of its winter. Such is the inexorable logic of life, both natural and human. Everything individual is like the flame of a fire, and fire consumes its own source. Time is similar. Like the ancient god Cronus, it eats its own children. This is a sad fact of life. But wisdom reminds us that without negation of the old there could be no birth or maturing of the higher and fuller forces of the new, and, therefore, no process of development, no progress. Even when young and still full of energy, things start to change inwardly in the direction of inevitable aging. This begins even when energy and strength are at their peak. Immortal is the race where the mortal dies. Everything obsolescent strives to renew itself and hold its ground in regenerated forms. Between the new and the old there is similarity or generality, otherwise we should have only a multiplicity of unconnected states, differences. Without transition to something else there is no development, coexistence, struggle, mutual negation, and the transmutation of the one into the other and vice versa. The new arises in the womb of the old, achieves a level incompatible with the old, and the latter is then negated. Sooner or later the old must die so that the young can live. The eternal play of life is as ruthless as death, as inevitable as birth. In the positive understanding of existence, dialectics also includes understanding of its negation, its inevitable destruction. The chain of negation of the old and emergence of the new has no beginning and no end. The developing object simultaneously becomes something different and in a certain sense remains the same. For example, youth negates childhood and itself in its turn is negated by maturity, and the latter is negated by old age. But these are all different stages in the development of one and the same person. Negation understood as the destruction of one thing by another is negative in character. This negation pushes the past into the abyss of nothingness. Dialectical negation is primarily a creative and conserving negation. The old is not simply thrown aside but is subsumed, preserved in the new. The development of phenomena moves in cycles. Every cycle consists of 3 stages: the initial moment of development, the transformation of phenomena into their opposites, that is to say, negation, the transformation of the new opposite into its opposite, that is to say, the negation of negation. The chain of negations in the process of development has neither beginning nor end. 2 different, even opposite types of negation are vividly expressed in Goethe's Faust. Whereas Mephistopheles denied everything and saw in this his essence, Faust negated, denied in the name of creation and preserved what was needed for a new beginning. For example, much of the best in past culture survives in progressive contemporary culture. Negation is at the same time affirmation. In destroying something that exists, it preserves its positive elements in subsumed form. Lenin stressed that the essential thing in dialectics is negation as a moment of connection, as a moment of development, with retention of the positive. This retention, the unity of negation and continuity in development, constitutes an important feature of the dialectics of negation as a universal principle of existence. Wise criticism, while destroying the obsolete, encourages the creation of the new. It overthrows but creates something new in the process. Continuity. The concept of development is characterized by continuity, consistency, direction, irreversibility, and the preservation of achieved results. Development is not the sum total of separate successive states. If this were so, processes would have no duration and everything would remain in the present, there would be no continuation of the past in the present, and no development. The new, which negates and replaces the old as a result of self-development, constantly preserves the connection with the old, absorbs from it everything viable and necessary, and discards everything obsolete, everything that holds up progress. The emergent new cannot affirm itself without negation, nor can it do so without continuity. For example, a biological species survives and asserts itself only through the destruction of individuals, which in the process of procreation exhaust their purpose and, since they have nothing higher, go on to their death. At every present moment the world is the fruit of its past and the seed of the future. The present drags the past in its wake. As Herzen put it in a vivid phrase, the future hovers over the events of the present and plucks from them the threads for its new fabric, from which there will be made a burial robe for the past and the swaddling clothes for the newborn. The past cannot be regarded as disappearing without a trace on the principle that what is past and cannot be revived. The past holds us firmly in its grip. It constantly participates in the creation of the present. The development of life itself, for example, is possible thanks to the subtle mechanisms of heredity. Progeny are never exact replicas of their parents. Change works side by side with heredity in producing new attributes. Some changes are inherited and become a property of the whole species. In the evolutionary process, the negating element is ensured by the influence of the environment and mutation. Apart from any other reason, we make progress in research because there is no need for us to travel the whole road of our predecessors in order to have at our command their accumulated knowledge. By no means all our new ideas come out of our own heads. We can have insight into the future only through knowledge of the past. What has been achieved by every generation in practical and cultural activity is a precious legacy whose growth is the result of accumulation by all preceding generations. Continuity plays a specially important role in science and technology. Without knowing their history, we cannot understand the development of culture and assess contemporary achievements, or get a grasp of future prospects. When people of each successive generation enter life, they enter a world of objects and relations, a world of signs and symbols created by previous generations. This is how tradition as a social form of the transmission of human experience evolves. Tradition in the general philosophical sense of the term is a certain type of relationship between successive stages of a developing object, including culture. The old passes into the new and works productively within it. If this productive tradition is capable of adaptation in the context of the socially new and helps its development, it acquires stability. Tradition that hinders the development of society gradually outlives itself, but sometimes because of certain subjective conditions it lingers on and gets in the way of historical progress. Days, decades, even centuries pass and time, that incorruptible judge, carries away everything secondary and transient into the ocean of oblivion, preserving only the essential. The development of culture is like the flow of a river. While rolling down to the sea, it always retains its link with its source. There are eternal values that survive centuries and even millennia, constantly influencing the development of world culture. The relationship of the present to the past is aptly expressed in the saying that we take fire, not cold ashes, from the intellectual hearths of our ancestors. History as a rule acts on the principle that what is eternal is always contemporary. The dialectics of the truly great works of culture is such that they outlive by many years or centuries the purpose for which they were originally designed, because they possess a great power of generalization, which retains its intransient importance. Far from excluding negation, continuity of development presupposes it. Continuity of development is not the same as continuous development. The whole history of scientific research indicates that from ancient times to the present day knowledge has developed through negation. Every stage in the development of science finds the strength in itself to ruthlessly overcome what has gone before. Science dies if it stops giving birth to the new. Einstein expressed both respect for tradition and negation of the obsolete in tradition when he said that the concepts created by Newton still dominate our physical thinking, although it is now clear to us that the urge for a deeper understanding of interconnections compels us to replace these concepts by others that stand at a greater distance from the sphere of direct experience. The idea of progress. The fact of progress is clearly and impressively recorded on the scrolls of history. Knowledge acquired by one generation is passed on to the next. In inorganic nature, processes of development take place which do not, however, embrace all changes and cannot be reduced to an ascent from the lower to the higher. The processes of development include the formation of elementary particles, atoms, molecules, cosmic systems. Progressive development is the basic direction of motion for the branch of the universe that includes our planet. The development of matter follows not one direction but a countless number of directions. Nature's progress cannot be represented as a straight line. In its development, nature seems to dart from side to side in all directions and never march straight ahead. This accounts for the endless diversity of forms of existence. For example, the development of organic matter has taken hundreds of thousands of directions, which have produced the great wealth of vegetable and animal species that astonish us by their variety of form and color. The evolution of man is only one of the lines of progress of the organic world. Development is not a straight line and not motion in a circle, but a spiral with an infinite series of turns. Forward motion is thus intricately combined with circular motion. If all processes in the world developed only successively, without repeating themselves, such things as life, animal and human behavior, and the life of society could never have arisen. Mental activity, consciousness, material and spiritual culture could never have come into being. The process of development also involves a kind of return to previous stages, when certain features of obsolete and replaced forms are repeated in new forms. The process of cognition on a new basis often repeats cycles that have already taken place. The criterion of progress. A general criterion of progress is the perfecting, differentiation and integration of the elements of a system, elementary particles, atoms, molecules, micromolecules. As matter develops and increasing numbers of highly organized systems are formed, the qualitative diversity of objects increases. Science knows only a few types of stable elementary particles, but has on its books more than 100 chemical elements. At the molecular level, tens of thousands of structural formations are known, and the known macromolecular formations are practically uncountable. In relation to biological forms, the criterion of progress is the level of development of organization, particularly the nervous system, the wealth of interrelationships between the organism and the environment, the level of development of reflection, of mental activity. Thus the criterion of progress consists in extension of possibilities of further development, its acceleration. As various forms of matter attain higher levels, the velocities of development increase. For example, essential qualitative changes in cosmic systems take place over periods measured in millions and billions of years. The formation of the Sun and its planets, for example, required approximately 5,000 million years. Geological changes on Earth take place much quicker than the formation of the Earth itself. It took approximately 1,000 million years for life to appear on Earth. Animate nature develops much quicker. Every succeeding epoch of the Earth's development is shorter than the one before, and yet more diverse forms are born and die in the shorter period. In the 4 or 5,000 million years that life has existed on Earth, there have appeared thousands of animal and vegetable species, including man's ancestor, which later turned into a human being in a mere 2 million years. Engels compared the progressive development of social life to a free hand-drawn spiral, the turns of which are not too precisely executed. History begins its course slowly from an invisible point, languidly making its turns around it, but its circles become ever larger, the flight becomes ever swifter and more lively, until at last history shoots like a flaming comet from star to star, often skimming its old paths, often intersecting them, and with every turn it approaches closer to infinity. 1. In social history, the pace of development increases as formations proceed from lower to higher levels. Whereas the primitive communal system developed slowly, over 30 to 40,000 years it hardly reached the stage of the iron plow, the slave system moved ahead much quicker. It achieved a high technological and spiritual culture in about 1,500 years. Feudalism rose to an even higher level in about 1,000 years. Capitalism required only about 200 years to establish itself as the dominant form of social life. And in only a few decades socialism has achieved transformations that cannot be compared with any previous period in history. There is no limit to human development, and man can never say to himself, "Stop, I've had enough, there's nowhere else to go." Consequently, we arrive at a general principle: the pace of development grows as the forms of organization of matter move from the lower to the higher. It follows that the pace of development of this or that material organization in general, and of social forms of life in particular, indicates how far they have gone towards perfection. This law expresses the contradictoriness of the general direction of development. Progress is related to regress, irreversibility to circular movement, discontinuity to continuity, negation to succession, return to the old in a new form bearing only a formal resemblance to one of the previous stages, cycle and spiral. Thus progress takes place not along a straight line of ascent. It puts outside branches, and certain elements of the whole even take a reverse course. The progressive line of development, being realization of one of many possibilities, at the same time sets a limit on motion in other directions. Every progress is in a sense restriction. It reinforces one-way development and excludes the possibility of development in other directions. The methodological and practical significance of this principle is important for an understanding of the general tendency of development and the connection between past and present that takes shape in the course of it. If the new arises out of the old and absorbs everything positive therein, it means that in both science and practice we must give due credit to the achievements of the past and critically accept its most valuable results. Negation is a method of reasonable critical assimilation, based on the principle, my successors must go ahead of me, contradict me, even destroy my work while at the same time continuing it. Only from such destructive work can progress be created. 2. This principle helps us to understand where development is going, what it consigns to oblivion, and what will grow and develop. The new is irresistible. In the long run, despite certain retreats, zigzags, turns, it overcomes the obsolete. In practical activity, therefore, one should always orient oneself on the new. One must listen attentively to the voice of life, notice and support fresh beginnings, even if they have not yet taken root, for it is to them that the future belongs. This is one of the important conditions for wise policy making in everything. In the present age, the direction of the development of society is the center of acute ideological struggle. During the period of ascendant development of capitalism, many bourgeois philosophers supported the ideas of social progress. However, as antagonistic contradictions intensify, notes of pessimism and lack of faith in the future have become increasingly audible. Every advance made by humanity is presented as a further step along the road to destruction. But the history of the development of nature and humanity proves that progressive development is an immutable law of life. Contradiction and harmony. The unity of opposites and contradiction. One of the basic questions of worldview and the methodology of cognition is this: what is the cause of the motion and development of phenomena, and is it in the world itself or outside it? Some reply that just as the existence of a clock assumes a clockmaker, so the existence and motion of the world presupposes a creator who steers that world. Just as a clock works when it is wound up by its owner, so the world moves at the will of a higher power. But if the existence and motion of the world presuppose a creator, the existence of the creator himself, by the logic of such thinking, must in its turn presuppose the existence of a creator of an even higher order. And this gets us into false infinity. The scientific worldview does not seek causes of the motion of the universe beyond its boundaries. It finds them in the universe itself, in its contradictions. The scientific approach to an object of research involves skill in perceiving a dynamic essence, a combination in one and the same object of mutually incompatible elements, which negate each other and yet at the same time belong to each other. The ultimate cause of the development of any concrete system is interaction. Analysis shows that interaction is possible between objects or elements of objects that are not identical to one another but different. Identity and difference have their degrees. Difference, for example, can be inessential or essential. The extreme case of difference is an opposite one of the mutually presupposed sides of a contradiction. In relation to a developing object, difference is the initial stage of division of the object into opposites. When it comes into interaction, an object seeks, as it were, a complement for itself in that with which it is interacting. Where there is no stable interaction, there is only a more or less accidental external contact. It is even more important to remember this point when we are talking about connections between phenomena that are in the process of development. In the whole world there is no developing object in which one cannot find opposite sides, elements, or tendencies, stability and change, old and new, and so on. The dialectical principle of contradiction reflects a dualistic relationship within the whole, the unity of opposites and their struggle. Opposites may come into conflict only to the extent that they form a whole in which one element is as necessary as another. This necessity for opposing elements is what constitutes the life of the whole. Moreover, the unity of opposites, expressing the stability of an object, is relative and transient, while the struggle of opposites is absolute, expressing the infinity of the process of development. This is because contradiction is not only a relationship between opposite tendencies in an object or between opposite objects, but also the relationship of the object to itself, that is to say, its constant self-negation. The fabric of all life is woven out of two kinds of thread, positive and negative, new and old, progressive and reactionary. They are constantly in conflict, fighting each other. The ancients used to say that everything comes about through strife. If a phenomenon contains opposites, it must be in contradiction with itself. The same applies to the expression of this phenomenon in thought. There is an obvious contradiction in the fact that a phenomenon remains the same and at the same time constantly changes, that is, contains opposite tendencies. The opposite sides, elements, and tendencies of a whole whose interaction forms a contradiction are not given in some eternally ready-made form. At the initial stage, while existing only as a possibility, contradiction appears as a unity containing an inessential difference. The next stage is an essential difference within this unity. Though possessing a common basis, certain essential properties or tendencies in the object do not correspond to each other. The essential difference produces opposites, which in negating each other grow into a contradiction. The extreme case of contradiction is an acute conflict. Opposites do not stand around in dismal inactivity, they are not something static, like two wrestlers in a photograph. They interact and are more like a live wrestling match. Every development produces contradictions, resolves them and at the same time gives birth to new ones. Life is an eternal overcoming of obstacles. Everything is interwoven in a network of contradictions. Contradictions in people's minds and actions have been expressed with brilliant accuracy and vividness in the work of many great artists. The most notable example is, perhaps, Shakespeare, who portrayed man's inner world with such depth of the insight into all the contradictory passions that afflict the soul, the clash of motives, the conflict of emotions, the rivalries between individuals, the critical states of will and mind, the contesting urges of good and evil, the noble and the ignoble, the tragic and the comic. With great skill he traces the development of character right up to the point of its conversion into its own opposite, and the contradictions between his characters often amount to individual expression of the contradictions of social forces and interests. In Dostoevsky, to take another example, the assertion that all contradictions in life live together never loses its force. No matter how nightmarish they may be, no one can escape them, they pursue all men everywhere. Equilibrium and harmony. Thoughts of contradiction and opposites lead us on to ask whether one may say categorically that contradictions always, simultaneously, presuppose and exclude each other. Life has witnessed cases when opposites, not only exclude but also complement each other, forming a harmonious whole. Take, for example, the problem of psychological incompatibility in a work group, in everyday life, in the family. Compatibility necessarily presupposes certain contradictions, which complement each other and, taken together, form a harmonious whole, a symphony, in which a contrary does not exclude but presupposes its opposite. Consequently, opposites may be combined in different ways and the result may be cacophony or symphony. Pythagoreans spoke of harmony as something without which nothing could exist. The Greek physician and thinker Alcmaeon believed that the health of the organism depended on harmonious combination of contrasting qualities and forces, on their equilibrium, while any superiority or domination of one of them could give rise to illness. This principle of harmonious combination was applied to the universe as a whole. If there were no harmony, contradictory and heterogeneous principles could not enter the synthetic whole of the universe. Musical harmony, the agreement of different tones or measures, appears to Pythagoras and his fellow thinkers as merely an audible form of universal harmony and is determined by quantitative relations. It is harmony that reveals the secret of the intrinsic agreement of opposites. This unity in the heterogeneous, this agreement in difference, which is to be found in musical harmony, is revealed throughout the universe. By harmony we mean a balanced and viable stable combination of elements and their connections, their internal and external interactions, all their motions. Harmony should be thought of as a process. The life of the universe consists in the constant interruption and restoration of harmony, of equilibrium. Everything flows and balances out, everything balances out and flows. We could indicate a number of forms of equilibrium connected with internal motion, the preservation of the state of motion, for example, the preservation of the state of luminous radiation, the process of life, the process of material and spiritual, intellectual, production, and so on. An equilibrium is achieved and results in a stable, harmonious state of the interaction of opposites, which make up the given process taken as a whole, for example, the balanced state of the internal processes of the living organism, the maintenance of interactions between one phenomenon and another, for example, the interaction of an organism and its environment, the stability of a certain form or law, for example, the stability of laws governing physical, organic, social, and psychological processes, the equilibrium, the preservation of the basis that generates a given form of motion, for example, the stability of fields of elementary particles as the condition for the origin of atoms, atomic stability, the formation of inorganic and organic compounds, etc. In certain relatively closed systems, the equilibrium of the opposed forces may be prolonged. For purposes of research and use in technology, researchers have agreed to consider certain states of matter as existing in ideally pure form and given them corresponding formulae. Meteorology, for instance, attaches great importance to the study of the relative equilibrium of the atmosphere. Thermodynamics studies the relative thermodynamic equilibrium, and nuclear physics, the radioactive equilibrium. Chemistry studies chemical equilibrium. There is a huge range of so-called statistical equilibria. This is also characteristic of such a highly complex living system as the human being, which is a dynamically balanced system in both its bodily and psychological organization. When we say of somebody that he is an unbalanced person, we refer to the pathological excitability of his nervous organization, a tendency to burst into fits of anger, often for no reason at all. Contradictions and their resolution. The motion of a contradiction consists in its simultaneously being realized and resolved. Contradictions are constantly subsumed and created, revived in a new form. The resolving of a contradictory system is also a means of moving towards a new system that is historically destined to replace it. Contradictions are resolved, overcome in struggle. They and their resolution stimulate motion. The interaction of opposites, as a contradiction and its resolution, is what awakens every seed to growth and every bud to unfold as a leaf, a flower, or a juicy fruit. Contradiction and its resolution lend motion to things great and small and are revealed in the regular reasonable order of the universe. They account for the unity of life and death, the beating of the pulse, the motion of forces released in crystals, in plants, animals, human beings, society, and in the whole universe. Unless resolved, contradictions do not spur on development, they are a necessary but not sufficient condition for development. There are many ways of resolving contradictions and they depend on various conditions, including the character of the contesting parties in the case of contradictions in the life of human beings and society. In some cases one side of the contradiction perishes and the other triumphs, in others both sides perish, exhausting themselves in the struggle. There may also be a more or less prolonged compromise between the contestants. The resolution of a contradiction may be complete or partial, instantaneous, or by stages. Let us take, for example, the present age. It is full of contradictions of every type and variety. On the socio-political plane, the situation is dangerously tense because of the unrestrained arms race initiated by imperialism, which forces the socialist countries to take measures to strengthen their defenses. Relations between some countries are badly strained. A fierce ideological struggle is going on between the countries of socialism and capitalism. What do the peoples of the world desire? What is their main concern? Everyone knows what it is, and it was stated in full at the 26th Congress of the CPSU to achieve détente. The Soviet leadership has affirmed by positive action that it is seeking not to build up contradictions between the world of socialism and capitalism but to resolve existing contradictions by peaceful political means. It would be a mistake to imagine that every contradiction leads to development. For instance, conflict between the members of a family can hardly be regarded as a source of development. Various processes evidently have an optimal contradictoriness, which encourages development to the greatest degree. The character of contradiction depends on the specific nature of the opposed sides and also on the conditions in which their interaction takes place. Internal contradictions are interaction of opposite sides within a given system, for example, within a certain animal species, intraspecific struggle, within a given organism or society. External contradictions are the interaction of opposites related to different systems, for example, between society and nature, the organism and the environment, and so on. In the final analysis, the decisive contradictions in development are the internal ones. Antagonistic contradictions are interactions between implacably hostile classes, social groups, and forces. As a rule, they build up to the point of conflict and are resolved in social and political revolutions. Non-antagonistic contradictions are interactions between classes whose basic interests and aims coincide. The socialist revolution resolved and thus eliminated antagonistic contradictions, but it did not eliminate contradictions in general. Socialism has its contradictions, for example, those between developing production and increasing demands, between the advanced and the backward, between creative thinking and dogmatism. The main contradiction is the one which in a whole set of contradictions plays the decisive role in development. Contradictions may be found in nature, society, and human thinking literally at every step. The whole history of human culture, of scientific knowledge involves a struggle between new knowledge and hypotheses and obsolete propositions, the clash of different and sometimes completely opposed opinions. The struggle of ideas is one of the vital guarantees against the mummification of thought. Great discoveries always evoke animated discussion and argument, and this is where the truth is born. Life is an unceasing struggle, a process of development, in which the winner usually achieves progress in the development of knowledge if for no other reason than the necessity to fight, made ever more urgent by the efforts of the opposing side. This stimulates the thought and intellectual abilities of both sides, thus encouraging general intellectual progress. The stating of contradictions in science is enormously important for the development of knowledge. One should not fear contradictions, for every contradiction contains the embryo of discovery. Creative thinking not only states antinomies but is seeking to resolve them. Dialectical contradiction in thought is not self-contradiction, not a muddling of concepts, but the interaction of opposed positions, points of view, opinions, concepts. Unlike muddled thinking, dialectical contradictions represent consciously perceived contradictions. Unconscious contradictions in thought are a sign of stupidity or of incorrect reasoning, which are corrected either by the thinker himself or by others. Nor can a theory which is internally contradictory be of any scientific importance. It has to be perfected and become internally uncontradictory. Otherwise dialectics would become a justification for total lack of principle and teach an ability to say one thing today and the opposite tomorrow. When caught in a confusion of opposed conclusions, reason feels extremely uncomfortable. Far from hindering us, the recommendations of formal logic, including the rules that protect us against elementary contradictions, against irresponsible jumping from one assertion to another without any objective grounds, help us to discover and express, consciously point out the actual contradictions and variability of things. By dialectics we mean not a person's contradicting himself, although even this may happen unconsciously in the course of research, when mental associations run riot around some idea. What we mean is the contradiction in an object and the reflection of this contradiction in thought, where it is consciously registered and resolved. As science progresses, the number of possible contradictions, paradoxes, and antinomies does not decrease but actually multiplies. Great flights of creative thought and discoveries have been and will be made possible precisely through resolving these contradictions. Contradictions taken to the point of antinomy usually turn out to be landmarks in scientific progress, the points where thought breaks through into what was previously unknown. At the first stage in the process of cognition, when the object is perceived in its initial wholeness and sensuous concreteness, the contradictory unity of opposites cannot be revealed. The knower must therefore begin from mental analysis of the initial unity, breaking it down into its components. Cognition of the aspects of a contradiction in their separateness and even opposition presupposes the synthesis of previously divided opposites. As a result, the one-sidedness of the initial analytical approach to the object, when all its aspects were studied as isolated phenomena, is overcome. Antinomies, which have an objective basis, are a specific form of the existence of dialectical contradictions in knowledge. The content that they reflect is ultimately an element of the structure of the developing objective contradiction. Cognitive antinomies serve as a form of theoretical reproduction of contradictions in scientific theories, whose development takes place through the uncovering and resolving of the contradictions discovered in previous theories or levels of research. The most effective way of resolving antinomies that arise in theoretical thought is to go beyond their limits, to discover the underlying basis, to find how one opposite turns into the other and reveal the intermediate links. The philosophical and methodological importance of being able to identify and resolve contradictions is constantly growing in connection with the increasing diversity of people's social relationships, the progress of science, and the increasing complexity of the system of concepts in thought. The educative value of an understanding of the principle of contradiction is that it becomes the core of a person's attitude to the world as a world full of contradictions demanding to be known and resolved. Intellectual thought in science, art, or politics must start by assuming that the world is contradictory. Otherwise they can only stagnate. The general concept of consciousness and mental activity. Definition of consciousness. Human beings possess the most wonderful of all gifts: reason, with its keen insight into the remote past and the future, its penetration into the sphere of the unknown, its world of dreams and fantasy, creative solutions to practical and theoretical problems, and the realization of the most daring plans. As the highest level of human mental activity, consciousness is one of the basic concepts of philosophy, psychology, and sociology. The unique nature of this activity lies in the fact that the reflection of reality, and its constructive creative transformation in the form of sensuous and mental images, concepts, and ideas, anticipate practical action by individuals and social groups and give them a goal, an orientation. Humanity's finest minds have from ancient times sought the answer to one of the greatest mysteries of existence. What is the nature of man's spiritual world? All the forces of reason, science, philosophy, art, literature have combined in the effort to cast light on this mysterious realm known as consciousness. At the early stages in the development of philosophy, psychological phenomena were interpreted without any strict distinction between the conscious and the unconscious, the ideal and the material. The basis of conscious action was termed logos, which meant word, idea, essence of things, the logic of existence, and the value of human reason was determined by the degree to which it corresponded to this logos, the objective universal order. Psychological processes were thus identified with the material, air, the motion of atoms, and so on. The borderline between man's inherent processes of consciousness and material phenomena was first noted by the Sophists, and later by Socrates, who stressed the uniqueness of acts of consciousness in comparison with the material existence of things. The objective content of consciousness was elevated by Plato into a specific world of ideas, a realm of pure thought and beauty contrasted to everything material. Just as for the whole universe the incorporeal reason was the prime mover, the source of harmony and strength, capable of comprehending itself, so in every individual the mind contemplated itself and at the same time functioned as the active principle regulating behavior. The achievements of science and particularly medicine played an important role in shaping philosophical views of consciousness as a specific, higher form of mental activity. They made it possible to delimit consciousness as the human being's ability to have knowledge of his own mental, emotional, and volitional acts as distinct from other mental phenomena. In ancient philosophy, consciousness was closely associated with reason, which was considered to be cosmic, a generalization of the real world, a synonym for universal law. In the Middle Ages consciousness was interpreted as a transcendental principle, God, which existed before nature and created nature out of nothing. Reason was understood as an attribute of God, and human beings were granted only a tiny spark of the all-pervasive flame of the divine reason. At the same time Christianity conceived the idea of the spontaneous activity of the soul, which included consciousness. According to Saint Augustine, all knowledge resided in the soul which lived and moved in God. The truth of this knowledge was rooted in inward experience, the soul turned inwardly upon itself, achieving profound and utterly reliable comprehension of its own activity. As time went on the concept of inward experience became the basis for the so-called introspective conception of consciousness. For Thomas Aquinas inward experience was a means of obtaining deeper knowledge of oneself and communication with the Supreme Being through conscious reason. The unconscious soul was reserved for plants and animals, while the mental activity of human being, from sensation onwards, was considered to have the attributes of consciousness. The concept of intentio was introduced as a special operation of consciousness, expressed in its reference to or orientation on an external object. The materialist traditions that existed during the Middle Ages were developed by the thinkers of the Arab world, particularly Ibn Sina, Avicenna, and in Europe, for example, by Duns Scotus, who proposed the theory that matter could think. The greatest influence on the problem of consciousness in the philosophy of modern times was exerted by Descartes, who in giving precedence to the factor of self-consciousness regarded consciousness as the individual's contemplation of his own internal world, as a substance revealed only to the subject contemplating it and contrasted with the outside world. According to Descartes, the soul only thought and the body only moved. This view had a tremendous influence on all subsequent theories of consciousness, which came to be identified with the subject's ability to have knowledge of his own mental states. Cartesianism was counterbalanced by the theory of unconscious mental activity, Leibniz. The French materialists of the 18th century, particularly Lémetry and Cabanis, based themselves on progress in physiology and medicine and founded the proposition that conscience was a particular function of the brain, distinguished from its other functions by the fact that it enabled man to acquire knowledge of nature and himself. A new era in interpretation of the origin and structure of consciousness was opened up by German classical idealism, which revealed different levels of the organization of consciousness, its activity, historicity, the dialectics of the sensuous and the logical, the individual and the social. In their critique of introspective psychology they showed the dependence of the individual's emotions, perceptions, and the content of his consciousness on forms and structures of cognition that did not depend on him, Kant's theory of transcendental apperception. Hegel surmised the socio-historical nature of consciousness and asserted the principle of historicity in the understanding of consciousness. He proceeded on the assumption that the consciousness of the individual, the subjective spirit, being necessarily connected with the object, was determined by the historical forms of social life. These, however, he interpreted idealistically, as embodiment of the objective spirit. Positive knowledge of consciousness was substantially enriched by advances in neurophysiology, specifically, the theories of I. M. Sechenov and his followers on the reflectory activity of the brain, and by experimental psychology. Dialectical materialism showed that consciousness arises, functions and develops in the process of people's interaction with reality, on the basis of their sensuously objective activity, their socio-historical practice. Since it reflects the objective world in its content, consciousness is determined by natural and social reality. Objects, their properties and relations, exist in consciousness ideally, in the form of images. For centuries the idealist and materialist schools have been at war over the essence of consciousness, as the most complex phenomenon in what we know about existence. Idealists interpret consciousness as something rooted in the mysterious depths of the human soul, understood substantially. They take consciousness out of the natural relations of the real world and regard it as the independent and all-creating essence of existence, as something primordial. Not only is it inexplicable by any phenomena of reality, it is in itself the explanation of all that happens in nature, in the history of society, and the behavior of every individual. While idealism creates a gulf between reason and the world, materialism tries to discover the unity between the two by inferring the spiritual from the material. In materialism, the interpretation of consciousness is based on its recognition as a function of the human brain, the essence of which lies in the reflection and constructive creative transformation of the world. Historical materialist theory maintains that it is impossible to analyze consciousness in isolation from other phenomena of social life. From the very beginning, consciousness has been a social product and it will remain so as long as human beings exist. The human brain embraces the potentials evolved by human history, the inherited abilities that are realized through training and education and the whole assembly of social influences, and through exposure to world culture. The brain becomes the organ of consciousness only when a person is drawn into social life and assimilates historically evolved forms of culture. The essential purpose of consciousness is to give people a true orientation in the world, the ability to know and transform it by means of reason. When we say that a person is conscious of something, we mean that he understands the meaning of what he has perceived or remembered and takes into consideration the possible consequences of his actions and can be held responsible for them to society and himself. Human consciousness is a form of mental activity, the highest form. By mental activity we mean all mental processes, conscious and unconscious, all mental states and qualities of the individual. These are mainly processes of cognition, internal states of the organism, and such attributes of personality as character, temperament, and so on. Mental activity is an attribute of the whole animal world. Consciousness, on the other hand, as the highest form of mental activity, is inherent only in human beings, and even then not at all times or at all levels. It does not exist in the newborn child, in certain categories of the mentally ill, in people who are asleep or in a coma. And even in the developed, healthy and waking individual not all mental activity forms a part of his consciousness, a great portion of it proceeds outside the bounds of consciousness and belongs to the unconscious phenomena of the mind. The content of the activity of consciousness is recorded in artifacts, including language and other sign systems, thus acquiring the form of ideal existence, existence as knowledge, as historical memory. Consciousness also includes an axiological, that is to say, evaluative aspect, which expresses the selectivity of consciousness, its orientation on values evolved by society and accepted by the individual: philosophical, scientific, political, moral, aesthetic, religious, etc. It includes the individual's relation both to these values and to himself, thus becoming a form of self-consciousness, which is also social in origin. A person's knowledge of himself becomes possible thanks to his ability to relate his principles and orientation to the standpoints of other people, his ability to consider these standpoints in the process of communication. The very term consciousness, that is to say, knowledge acquired together with others, points to the dialogical nature of consciousness. The existence of several planes of consciousness has made it a target of research by many sciences and all art. For philosophy, the main question is the relationship of consciousness to being. As a property of highly organized matter, the brain, consciousness is consciously perceived existence, that is to say, a subjective image of the objective world or subjective reality, and on the epistemological plane, as the ideal in contrast to the material and as a unity of the two. From the sociological standpoint, consciousness may be regarded primarily as social consciousness, the reflection of the existence, interests, and ideas of various social groups, classes, nations, society, and history as a whole in people's intellectual life. As the reflection of being, it takes various relatively independent forms. In psychology, consciousness is interpreted as the highest level of mental organization of the individual, when he separates himself from his environment and reflects this reality in the form of mental images, which serve as regulators of goal-oriented activity. Consciousness is a highly complicated system consisting of diverse and constantly interacting elements and existing at different levels. This system has as its nucleus the processes of cognition, from elementary sensations and perceptions to the highest manifestations of reason, emotional refinement, and the power of the human will. Sensations and perceptions are the immediate, sensuous forms of consciousness. These are the foundation blocks, as it were, for the edifice of more complex intellectual formations and representations, imagination, intuition, logical and artistic thinking. Consciousness could not have arisen and could not function without the mechanisms of memory, that is to say, the ability to record, preserve, and reproduce sensuous and conceptual images. Consciousness not only reproduces reality in ideal forms, it also regulates the individual's inner mental and practical activities, expressed in attention and efforts of will. Attention and will are also facts of consciousness essential to the setting of goals. Before undertaking anything in reality, a person does it ideally, in his imagination. Human emotions and feelings are a fundamental layer of the world of consciousness. In reflecting the world, a person experiences its influence and his own relation to it, to things, to other people and himself. Nothing happens in our consciousness without the participation of feelings, which in people with a rich inner world acquire amazing degrees of subtlety, color, and fullness. Conscious and unconscious phenomena of the mind. The colorful fabric of mental processes is woven out of various threads, ranging from the supreme clarity of consciousness at moments of creative inspiration, through the dimness of the half-sleeping mind, to the complete darkness of the unconscious, which accounts for a large part of man's mental life. For example, we hardly realize all the consequences of our actions. Not all external impressions are focused by our consciousness. Many of our actions are automatic or habitual. However, despite the exceptional significance and place of unconscious forms of mental activity, the human being is primarily a conscious being. Awareness, understood as the evaluative aspect of consciousness, is the highest level of regulation of human activity on the basis of accepted values, moral and other social standards. It presupposes that these standards have become an integral component of the individual's life. Having become part of the system of his beliefs, they are realized with a clear and distinct understanding of ultimate aims and the possible consequences of action. Awareness also presupposes a person's ability to analyze the motives of his own behavior and choose the most rational means of achieving his aims in accordance with the moral standards accepted in society. As a complex systemic formation, consciousness has various levels of relative distinctness or clarity. As a rule, these levels are diagnosed in the healthy person by his own accounts and by the degree of his orientation in the environment, in space, time, the logic of events, the people around him, and also in relation to himself, his thoughts, feelings and volitional orientation. When consciousness is at a low level, we observe unmotivated swings of concentration from certain objects of thought and actions that are sufficiently known, to unexpected mental targets, unmotivated reorientation of action, and, in various mental disorders, to loss of the thread of thought. One may also observe various degrees of clarity of consciousness, from the so-called dawning, half-awake, torpid or simply ordinary perception of things to states of mind achieving brilliant vision, amazingly keen intuitive insight into the essence of things. At the highest peaks of consciousness we have the superconscious level of spiritual activity achieved in processes of exceptionally inspired and productive creativity, when a new, original, and sometimes huge-scale idea is focused in the consciousness with astonishing clarity. Consciousness has a complex relationship with various forms of unconscious mental phenomena. They have their own structure, whose elements are connected with each other and also with consciousness and actions, which influence them and in their turn experience their influence on themselves. We are sensibly aware of everything that influences us, but by no means all sensations are a fact of our consciousness. The majority of them are peripheral or even beyond its borders. Many of our actions, when originally formed, were consciously controlled, but later became mechanical. Conscious activity is possible only when the maximum number of elements of activity are performed automatically. As the child develops, many of his functions gradually become automatic. Consciousness is relieved of the duty of worrying about them. Thanks to this adaptation, the unconscious takes care of the body's life activity, and irritants that would interfere with rational behavior do not as a rule intrude on the healthy person's consciousness. On the other hand, faced with violent intrusions by the unconscious, the consciousness sometimes fights a desperate and losing battle with these streams of unbidden guests. This happens in cases of various mental disorders, obsessive or maniacal ideas, states of alarm, of unconquerable, unmotivated fear, etc. Habit, as something mechanical, extends to all forms of activity, including thought, on the principle of "I didn't mean to think of it, it just occurred to me." The paradox lies in the fact that consciousness is present, in a way, in unconscious forms of mental activity, though it does not keep close watch on everything that happens in these dark recesses of the mind but only grasps the general picture. It may, however, at any moment take control of habitual actions and accelerate, decelerate, or even stop them altogether. Excited by the powerful instinct of mating, the nightingale sings tirelessly through the night, but this wonderful bird does not realize that its splendid trills express something beyond its song, that objectively it expresses the urge to preserve and perpetuate the race. All of us, individually and in our common efforts, sometimes resemble this little gray creature. Do we always realize what response the words and message of our songs will bring back? Not always. Human activity is conscious only in relation to results that initially exist in plan and intention as the goal. But realization, the goal, cannot be understood as including all the consequences of actions. The results of people's actions may differ from what was originally intended. They come under the influence of external forces, which sometimes turn out to be quite different from what people thought they were. For example, the ideologists of the French bourgeois revolution, Rousseau, for example, and others, dreamed of the reign of reason, fraternity, and justice. The masses and the political parties fought in the name of these principles. The task was enormous, the aims noble. But instead of enjoying the reign of reason, France received the dictatorship of Napoleon. There is much that is both rational and irrational in the life of the individual and in the vortex of history. The unconscious manifests itself in extremely diverse forms, including information accumulated as experience and recorded in the memory of the individual and humanity's social memory, and also in the form of the infinitely varied illusory sphere of dreams, instincts, etc. In the history of science, particularly psychology, medicine, and sociology, and also philosophy, a great deal of attention has been given to the problem of the unconscious in the life of the individual and society. Freud was particularly concerned with this problem. As a practicing psychiatrist, he observed extraordinary manifestations of the unconscious, particularly in the sexual sphere. According to Freud, there is a primordial enmity between the conscious and unconscious principles in man. The unconscious is portrayed as a sly woman whose only aim is to beguile or outwit gullible reason, which is often led astray by its resourceful and irresistible enemy. Freud's conclusions are based mainly on his personal observations of the behavior and condition of the mentally ill. In healthy people, however, the dominating principle is the regulative power of reason. This is what ultimately forms the basis for the general movement of human history, notwithstanding the neuroticism and social folly of specific events and such social formations as fascism, which may be seen as horrible but temporary distortions of social development. Origin and development of mental activity and consciousness. The consciousness of modern man is a product of world history, the sum total of the practical and cognitive activity of countless generations throughout the centuries. To understand its essence, we must consider how it came into being. But consciousness has not only a social history. It also has a natural prehistory, the development of its biological prerequisites in the form of the evolution of mental activity in animals. 20 million years were needed to create the conditions for the emergence of rational human beings. Without this evolution, the appearance of human consciousness would have been nothing but a miracle. And it would have been no less a miracle for mental activity to have appeared in animal organisms without the properties of reflection inherent in all matter. The process of reflection in all the diversity of its forms, from the simplest mechanical marks or impressions to the reasoning powers of genius, takes place in the process of interaction of the various systems of the real world. This interaction results in mutual reflection, which in the simplest cases takes the form of mechanical deformation, and in general cases, that of mutual reorganization of internal states and relations, changes in states of motion, in forms of external reaction, and the mutual transference of energy and information. Reflection is a process whose result is the informational reproduction of the properties of the reflected object. Since everything in the world is in a state of immediate and infinitely mediated interaction, everything carries information about everything else. In this connection, one recalls the aphorism of the ancient philosophers, summa summarum. The statement presupposes a universal field. But what does this mean? It means that there is a universal form of connection, of interaction, and thus a unity of the universe. Everything in the universe remembers everything else. This is what follows from the principle of reflection as a universal property of matter. Figuratively speaking, one may say that every point in the universal field is a living mirror of the universe. One of the key aspects of the interaction of living organisms with the environment is their ability to obtain vital information about it. This ability and the ability to use such information to some purpose is so important for their behavioral acts that it may be classed among the fundamental properties of everything that is alive. Moreover, organisms that have had a more complex evolution possess more diversified information. The living organism acquires a special adaptive activity, which represents a qualitatively higher level of interaction of the organism as a whole with the environment, that is to say, behavior regulated by mind. This activity allows the organism to detect and relate biologically significant pointers, to anticipate and mediate its behavior not only to obtain one thing but also to avoid another. It is possible that the rudiments of mental activity appeared in animals that had no nervous system. There can be no doubt, however, that mental activity later became a function of the brain. An animal regulates its behavior in accordance with the information received from organs, produced by evolution, for obtaining information about environing things and processes. Mental activity in the form of sensation and perception is a kind of double information, which relates to the properties and relations of external things and also their significance for the life of the particular organism. The process of development of mental activity involves qualitatively new formations. The essential thing about this process is the genesis of new forms of behavior arising in the course of an animal's life. These are related to the concept of instinct and the acquired abilities of imitation and learning. Instinct is a purposeful and goal-oriented adaptive activity based on direct reflection of reality. It is conditioned by innate mechanisms and stimulated by biological needs. The important thing about behavior determined by instincts is that without actually comprehending them, the animal performs objectively intelligent actions in relation to stereotype situations that are biologically essential to the survival of the species. From the evolutional standpoint, instinct, as an innate feature of mode of action, is the informational experience of previous generations of the given species and of man in satisfying biological needs, experience which is beneficial to the individual of the species and recorded in certain morphological physiological structures of the organism and also in the structure of its mental activity. At the common sense level, in fairy tales and myths, animals have from time immemorial been presented as our little brothers in reason. They have been credited with cunning, initiative, consciousness, conscience, a sense of beauty, all the human characteristics. Everyone has heard of exceptionally intelligent dogs saving human beings and serving them devotedly, of horses carrying their riders out of danger, finding their way in snowstorms, and so on. At the scientific level, scientists have for many years now been investigating the behavior and mental activity of animals, particularly such higher species as dolphins and apes, which possess amazing ability to imitate and observe. At a recent international conference which discussed the problem of consciousness in animals, most of the delegates said no in reply to the question, "Do animals think?" But the resolution passed by the conference after much argument contained a rather careful formulation: science has not enough facts to affirm with certainty or to deny the ability of animals to think. Thinking means solving problems of various degrees of complexity. Both experiments and observation have shown that the higher animals are capable of solving relatively simple problems, whose terms do not go beyond the given situation. They can find devious ways to a goal, construct a biologically significant structure, track down a quarry, improve a stick for obtaining food, crack nuts with a stone, and so on. Monkeys are very interested in anything new. In short, the higher animals have an elementary intellect. But to the concept of consciousness we attribute a very wide meaning, which is possessed only by human beings, and if animals have it, they can be said to have only its biological rudiments or prerequisites. From the very beginning, consciousness has been a social product and will remain such for as long as human beings in general exist. Whereas animals' mental activity depends on biological laws and regulates their behavior, human consciousness aspires to creative knowledge and practical transformation of the world. The development of humankind and human consciousness is associated with the transition from the gathering of ready-made objects to the process of labor, that is, to production of the means of existence with the help of man-made tools. Labor with its necessary transition from life in the conditions of a biological community to the social form of life and, consequently, to communication by means of language, transformed the basically instinctive behavior of animals and led to the formation of mechanisms for conscious human activity. Arising and developing in labor, consciousness is also and indeed mainly embodied in labor and creates the world of humanized nature, the world of culture. So the answer to the riddle of the origin of consciousness can be expressed in two words: labor and communication. By sharpening the blade of his stone axe and communicating by means of speech, man at the same time sharpened his own intellect. It was labor, the relations formed on its basis, and also language in the form of gesture, sound and writing, in the form of painting, sculpture, and music, that developed the consciousness of our distant ancestor beyond the limits of the individual mind and made possible the formation of supra-individual consciousness, the dawn of various forms of social consciousness as the rudiments of scientific knowledge, art, simple rules of morality, various kinds of magical, mythological, and religious notions and rituals. All this would later develop in the course of history and grow into a rich variety of forms of social consciousness: philosophy, science, art, morality, political ideology, and law. The world monotheistic religions would arise. All these forms would be either a true or imaginary reflection of more developed forms of people's social existence, their material and intellectual production, the ideals and aspirations of various social groups, classes, nations, and humanity as a whole. The power of culture grows like a snowball. It has a complex structure with various levels, from the ordinary mass consciousness to the highest forms of theoretical thought. Though relatively independent, social consciousness has a feedback effect on the life of society. Between personal and social consciousness there is a constant interaction. Just as society is not the sum total of the people whom it includes, social consciousness is not just the sum total of individuals' consciousness. Just as the general will by no means expresses the will of every individual, so the social consciousness is not the consciousness of every member of society. Social consciousness is a qualitatively specific intellectual system, with a relatively independent existence. Historically evolved standards of consciousness become the personal convictions of the individual, the source of moral rules, aesthetic feelings, and ideas. In their turn, personal ideas and beliefs, thanks to the creative activity of those who have them, acquire social value, become socially significant and merge in the general ocean of the social consciousness. Important ideas are thus recorded in words and deeds. That is why they do not die with their creators. On the contrary, it is often after this death that their real life, their unusual destinies and adventures begin. It is above all the great historical personalities who plant the tree of a new trend whose crown reaches out to the future, and whose rich foliage serves many generations and whole peoples, even the whole of humanity. The fate of the individual consciousness is inseparable from that of the individual himself. It comes into being as the highest form of mental activity. It expresses the unique features of the individual's path in life, the specific features of his education, various political, religious, moral, scientific, philosophical and other social influences, all the things that diversify and enrich the individual's spiritual world. Every child, when it comes into the world, begins to think, to experience aesthetic pleasures, moral impulses and a desire for knowledge only by becoming involved in culture, by becoming aware of standards that have their roots in the previous history of humankind. The individual becomes a personality to the extent that he commands this wealth and multiplies it. Through comprehending the products of their own material and intellectual activity, by becoming aware of their relations with one another, people have come to comprehend themselves, that is to say, they have attained self-consciousness. From the very start, consciousness developed in two closely related directions, the cognitive and the constructive creative. Together they express the main reason for and social necessity of its origin and development. The constructive and creative side of consciousness could not have arisen or existed without cognition, and cognition alone could never have provided the necessary individual, subjective spur to human development. Consciousness was never a mere luxury, a mere act of contemplation. While rejecting the idealist explanation of consciousness as the individual's immanent activity arising from the depths of his spirit, science at the same time explodes the concept of metaphysical materialism, which treats consciousness as contemplation divorced from practice. When we speak of the activeness of consciousness, we mean its selectivity, its ability to set itself a goal, its generation of new ideas, acts of creative imagination, its guidance of practical activity. The point of departure for any relationship to the real world is goal-setting activity. The main reason for an historical necessity of the emergence and development of consciousness, which enables man to get an accurate picture of the surrounding world, to foresee the future and on this basis transform the world by his practical activity, is its goal-setting creative activity aimed at changing the world in the interests of man and society. A person's consciousness is not merely a contemplative reflection of objective reality, it creates it. When reality does not satisfy a person, he sets out to change it by means of his labor and various forms of social activity. Self-consciousness. A human being is aware of the world and his attitude towards it, and is thus aware of himself. At this level, the objective and subjective begin to reveal their integral unity. This duality in unity is in fact the glimmering dawn of self-consciousness. Self-consciousness was the answer to the imperative demand of social conditions of existence, which from the outset required that a person should be able to assess his actions, words, thoughts, and feelings from the standpoint of certain social norms, and to comprehend not only the surrounding world but also himself. Like consciousness as a whole, self-consciousness was molded by labor and intercourse. In all forms of his activity, a person constantly encounters not only the external world but also himself, becomes the target of his own thoughts and evaluations. A human being is a reflecting being. He is constantly thinking about his actions, thoughts, ideals, feelings, his moral image, aesthetic tastes, and socio-political positions, his relationship to everything that goes on in the world. Human beings have the ability to look at themselves from the side. In the philosophical sense, a self-conscious person is one who is fully aware of his place in life, the inevitability of passing through certain growth stages, the finity of his existence as a passing moment in the flow of events. The personality cannot be deprived of its reflexive dimension. This is one of the essential privileges that distinguish man from the animals. The animals must be given credit for knowing something, for possessing some elementary information about the things going on around them. But unlike man, they are not aware of their own knowledge. Man knows about the actual act of knowledge and the fact that he is the person who knows it, that is to say, a person is aware of himself both as the subject of knowledge, the knower, and also of what he knows. A person understands not only that he knows something but also that he is far from knowing everything, that beyond his own knowledge there stretches a boundless ocean of the unknown. He knows what he does not know, and hence the innumerable questions and the groping search for answers. Can a person possess consciousness without at the same time possessing self-consciousness? Apparently not. Both historically and ontologically the two take shape simultaneously. They are something integral, although inwardly they have a qualitative differentiation. The physiological and psychological mechanisms of self-consciousness would appear to be rather more complex, more subtle, and vulnerable. Self-consciousness is not simply consciousness turned inwards. It cannot take place directly. It is always mediated by awareness of other things outside the self. The individual gets to know himself only to the extent that he knows the world. Thus self-consciousness clearly has a double image. It consists of both the external object and the subject himself. It is a kind of inner light that illumines both the self and the other thing. Every thinking person understands how difficult it is to separate the object of thought and the act of observing this thought. There are usually three aspects to a person's reflections: one's own personality as the object, one's ego as the subject, and objective reality, which includes other people. Self-consciousness is born when the subject of consciousness, the knower, turns into an object for himself. At the point of emergence of self-consciousness, the individual is identified with himself. This is when man begins to be aware of his own existence in the world, of his needs and desires, and the state of his own organism, physical comfort or discomfort, etc. He thus becomes able to distinguish the state of wakefulness from that of sleep. As soon as he awakes, a person begins to experience a certain feeling of self, an awareness of his own existence in the world. When he opens his eyes, he sees the world, hears its sounds, is aware of external objects and his own body. He feels both his distinctness from the environment and his organic connection with it. Self-consciousness is not simply a matter of contemplating oneself admiringly or otherwise. A person cannot find his bearings in the flood of events without some knowledge of himself. He must know what he is capable of and how far his aspirations can reach. The level of self-consciousness may be extremely varied, from a vague awareness of one's abilities to a profound understanding of one's historic role, sacred sense of duty to one's people and their destiny. At the higher stages of self-consciousness, the individual fully appreciates his link with world history, the history of his people, the thread, embodied in everything he has done, that links both the past and the future. Only rich natures possessing refined self-consciousness are stirred as much by the future as by the present. We know that the particularly gifted personality perceives his own self with a special kind of rational intensity, often from the days of his youth. The knowledge of one's selfhood is felt as a kind of inward revelation. Such intensity and ceaseless activity are particularly characteristic of the self-consciousness of the genius, and this is linked with his vivid perception of his special social significance and consequent great responsibility towards humanity. Every person has moments when his self-consciousness becomes unusually acute and moments when it subsides completely, when he is self-forgettingly immersed in some external object. Consciousness is focused in one area, as it were. And the opposite may also happen. A superficial glance at what is around one and a deep immersion in oneself, sometimes with agonizing and destructive effects. For instance, when a person is sick, he may be up to his neck in his own sickness and feel that he has nothing else to live for. The whole world is seen through the prism of his sick condition. In such cases he must have some distraction. Usually people's self-consciousness balances between the two extremes. It is difficult at one and the same time to separate and fuse thoughts and act of observation of these thoughts in the act of thinking. When a person does not treat himself as the object of his perceptions and thoughts both from his own point of view and also from that of other people, he cannot exercise self-control. One may observe substantial individual differences in the ability to exercise self-control. Some people remain self-possessed in the most difficult and sometimes tragic situations, while others lose their grip on themselves at the slightest provocation. Some people even act much more effectively in conditions of danger than in ordinary circumstances. Every act of becoming aware of the world involves the controlling and guiding force of self-consciousness, from which a person is not free even when he is deeply immersed in studying a real object. The state of complete self-forgetfulness, loss of self-control and ability to direct one's mental processes seldom occurs and usually only in cases of extreme stress or insanity. The norm is constant self-control, at least on the general plane. Degrees of self-consciousness may vary, from the most general momentary control over the stream of thought directed upon external objects, to profound meditations upon oneself, when the ego is not only the subject but also the main object of consciousness, when the emphasis is on the inner world of mind and body. Concentration of attention on oneself has its reasonable measure, which is dictated by the vital necessity of preserving a stable harmony of the whole. Over-concentration of attention on the self may cause difficulties of orientation and reduce the effectiveness of practical and theoretical activity. It may degenerate into self-satisfied, selfishly oriented attention on one's own cherished peculiarities. The call to know oneself implies not individual features of character, for example, certain chance inclinations or weaknesses. It urges us to know the genuine in ourselves, our very essence. An important element of self-consciousness is awareness of the demands of society upon oneself, awareness of one's social duty and purpose in life, one's responsibility for the task with which one has been entrusted, responsibility to the community, the class, the nation, the country and, finally, to mankind as a whole. It is self-consciousness that enables a person to view critically his own actions, practical and theoretical, real or imaginary. It allows him to separate his internal world from what is going on around him, to analyze it, contrast or compare it with the external and thus study himself, arrive at judgments of himself, or perhaps even condemnations. Self-consciousness is an essential condition of education and self-education. One has to distinguish between trivial egocentrism, passive contemplation of one's own person, and the profound self-consciousness with its subtle fabric of moral principles, which reveals one's place in life and the purpose of one's activity and of one's existence in the world generally. Egocentric reflection, introspection, which links everything with the self, as the egoist's most cherished hub of attention, hinders or even interrupts the living and beneficial process of activity. Such a person does nothing that is of use or benefit to others or himself, for one can help oneself only through helping others. The hypertrophy of the egoistic self-consciousness may even cause pathological health failures and is itself one of their symptoms. On the other hand, a profound self-consciousness implying reasonable attitudes of self-criticism clarifies the purpose of action and fills a person's mind with a sense of being needed by others, by society, and produces a sense of true happiness. Self-criticism is a sign of a highly developed self-consciousness. Looking back on his life, Leo Tolstoy notes that at a very early age he began to analyze everything in his own ego and to root out mercilessly everything he considered to be illusory or unworthy of his true purpose in life. It often seemed to him that this habit might one day destroy the whole. But, he wrote, I am getting old and I still have quite a lot left that is whole and sound, more than some other people of my own age, who believed in everything when I was destroying everything. 1. Such reasoned self-criticism, rather than a stolid smugness, preserves and strengthens the harmonious integrity of the human personality, as it likewise strengthens that of any social group, including the nation. Self-consciousness takes place not only on the individual plane, as a mental form of activity, but also at the level of social consciousness, when knowledge, scientific, artistic or technical creativity, or political activity become a specialized object of theoretical research, When certain social groups rise to the level of self-comprehension, of understanding their place in life, in history, their interests and ideals, their purpose, their real possibilities and responsibility to society and humanity. When a nation rises to such a level of self-consciousness, it is capable of miracles of heroism. For example, the Russian people had to overcome the social and psychological consequences of the 300-year Tatar-Mongol invasion of their country in order to become aware of their strength and win the historic Battle of Kulikovo. History furnishes us with many such examples. The same thing happened to the Russian people during the Napoleonic and the Nazi invasions. Such upsurges of social self-consciousness have been experienced by all peoples of the world, when they have had to fight against external or internal oppressors or at times of national liberation and social revolutions. Social self-consciousness is not homogeneous either in its social scale or in its intensity. Its turbulent waves achieve their peak at turning points in history. It may embrace small groups of people and be the self-consciousness of a certain political party, armed with a certain worldview, class, or national self-consciousness, or even the self-consciousness of all humankind, particularly today, when the very existence of life on Earth is placed at risk by the nuclear sword of Damocles. The theoretical core of social self-consciousness is philosophy, which mirrors, reflects, gives meaning to and evaluates all other forms of social consciousness and social psychology. The material and the spiritual. The brain and consciousness. The human brain is an astonishingly complex formation, a nervous apparatus of tremendous subtlety. As a subsystem of the system of the whole organism, it regulates the organism's internal processes and relationships with the external world. By means of the brain we see, hear, and think, distinguish the ugly from the beautiful, the bad from the good, the pleasant from the unpleasant. In other words, the brain is the vehicle of what we call our spiritual life. A normal mentality is impossible without normal functioning of the brain. Its reflective and constructive ability depends on the subtlety and complexity of its organization. Human consciousness develops as the brain develops. An undeveloped brain results in various forms of mental deficiency, weakness of will, etc. In old age, the nerve cells of the brain begin to atrophy, leading to senile decay, loss of memory and total confusion about the sequence of events. The pathological disturbances of the subcortex cause hysterical fits of anger, fear, and so on, accompanied by cries and shrieks. Structural damage to the frontal lobes of the brain renders the victim incapable of having or retaining complex intentional ideas, or perhaps any stable intentions. Such a person is easily distracted. He quickly loses the power of rational self-control of his emotions, thoughts, and actions. Initiative and self-discipline are also weakened, and there are breakdowns in logical thinking and in the general coordination of behavior. Lack of emotional restraint takes the form of explosions of laughter, outbursts of irritation and anger. And what strange patterns of images and thought are woven by the sick imagination of the schizophrenic. Absurd fears and overpowering manias and desires torture his clouded reason. He may perform strange and even monstrously absurd actions, dangerous both to himself and to society. Social, psychological, biochemical, biofield, and other factors also play a part in mental disorders. But they can disorder the mind only by causing malfunctioning of the brain. There are no purely mental or purely physical disorders of the sections of the brain that are responsible for the condition of a person's mentality, but there are neuropsychological changes. In short, mental disorders are based on changes in the state of the brain, either functional or organic. Successes in brain anatomy and also physiology, particularly electrophysiology, neurology, neurosurgery, neuropsychology, have shown that the brain is an extremely complex and sophisticated system. The various forms and levels of mental activity are associated with certain units of its elements. At the same time, all units and elements of the system are manifestations of the operation of the system as a whole, the processes of both imaginal and logical thought being effected in the cortex, the brain's highest level. The cortex is the gray matter, a delicate layer of convolutions on the cerebral hemispheres. different forms of mental activity are distributed between the two lobes. It has been proved, for instance, that in most people the left lobe is responsible for logical thought while the right takes care of images, but in left-handed people, the opposite is the case. The cortex consists of approximately 16,000 million nerve cells or neurons. If strung out in line, they would form a chain 5,000 kilometers long. Every nerve cell by means of appendages of various length is connected and interacts, through the interneuron membranes, with all the others, thus forming a lacework structure with outlets through the corresponding nerve fibers to the nerve endings of the organs of sense, the feelers of the brain. When these feelers are excited, they react, and this reaction is transmitted in the form of nervous energy to the cerebral cortex, where certain neurodynamic, biochemical, electrical, electromagnetic, biofield processes arise, irradiate, concentrate, interact and are inducted. And it is on the basis of these processes and in unity with them that our mental conditions, our sensuous and conceptual images and ideas are born. The cortex operates as a complex system which is incorporated as a subsystem in the life and general system of the organism with all its anatomical and physiological processes humoral, nervous, and bioenergetic. These processes inform the cortex of their condition and it responds to their signals. In human activity there are several information systems, which transmit, receive, store and circulate bioinformation, the information required to regulate and guide the activity of the organism. The first of these systems may be termed genetic, programming the forms of activity peculiar to the species and, to some extent, the individual forms. The next is the meridional, bioinformation system, which takes part in the distribution of bioenergy, its harmonization, the self-regulation of the organism, ensuring the dovetailing of all its elements, both intellectual, spiritual, and material. An important role in the life of the organism is played by the external sensory information signal system, which operates in the form of sensuous perception of things, their properties and relations, and this provides a necessary condition of the regulation of the behavioral acts of animals and human beings. The next level is the psychobioinformation interaction between people through the subconsciousness, which transmits bioinformation, bypassing the usual sense organs. All his life a person receives information through historically formed linguistic channels, which may be termed the sign-symbol information system. This system provides the means for the dialogue that proceeds between the individual and world culture as a whole. And finally, very tentatively one may outline the contours of the prognosticatory bioinformation system, which provides knowledge of the distant future by means of various intuitive pictures. Thus, the material substratum of mental activity is the neurophysiological bioenergetic activity of the brain. This is proved by the fact that beneficial intervention in physiological bioenergetic processes can restore certain functions of the brain. Normal mental activity presupposes that the brain is waking and active, a condition which is brought about and maintained through afference, that is to say, the brain's reception of countless nervous impulses from the sense organs. If afference is lacking, when the brain is artificially isolated, for instance, the brain does not produce any mental phenomena. An important role in maintaining the brain's waking state and thus regulating the power and clarity of consciousness is played by the so-called reticular formation, which is connected with the mechanisms of attention, the bioenergetic readiness of the cortex for active responses. Study of the reflectory nervous mechanism of mental phenomena has shown that mental activity is a system of activity shaped by the influence of the facts of the external world. I.M. Sichanov demonstrated that all acts of conscious and unconscious mental life are, from the mechanical point of view, reflexes. They begin with perception of the irritant, continue with the nervous processes of the cortex, and are completed by various forms of response from the organism, mostly muscular movements. Whether a child laughs at the sight of a toy, or Garibaldi sneers when he is persecuted for his unbounded patriotism, whether a girl trembles at the first thought of love, or Newton proclaims universal laws and writes them down on paper everywhere, the ultimate factor is muscular motion. 1. The aim of Pavlov's research was to identify the mechanism and vital function of that which is increasingly attracting man's interest, his consciousness, the pangs of consciousness. 2. Pavlov showed that conditioned reflexes, that is, temporary neurodynamic connections, are formed on the basis of unconditioned reflexes, nutritive, sexual, defensive, etc., in the process of animal or human experience. An important principle in the reflectory activity of the brain is the principle of reinforcement. A reflectory activity comes to stay when it is reinforced by the achievement of results, in the form of satisfaction of organic needs. Reflexes are reinforced by means of feedback. When a muscular, glandular, or other organic system is set in motion by a reflex, the impulses thus stimulated return to the cerebral cortex, to the central link of the reflex, and report not only on the functioning of the given organ but also its results. This makes it possible to adjust the process and achieve an adequate performance of intention. The purpose of feedback is to keep the brain constantly informed of what is going on in the system it controls. Information about reinforcement lends the conditioned reflex a relative purposefulness by triggering in the brain a mechanism for assessing both the course of the action and its result. The brain's activity is a process of signaling. On the basis of the formation of temporary connection, signals from the external and internal environment become precursors of an approaching need for food, sex, defense, and so on, or its satisfaction. The principle of signalization is of decisive importance in animal and human life. The effect of the signal prepares the organism for a forthcoming act of satisfaction of some need or for the struggle to survive. This anticipatory reflection of approaching reality takes place in animals in elementary forms of mental activity: sensations, perceptions, representations, and thinking in terms of situations or images. Pavlov called these sense impressions the first signal system. In the human being, anticipatory action takes place, so Pavlov tells us, through the interaction of two signal systems, the second of which, the speech system, is predominant. According to Pavlov's theory, the first signal system in man is elevated to a qualitatively different, socially conditioned level. As a control system of great complexity, the brain is designed not only to receive, store and process information but also to prognosticate, to plan action, to exercise active control of behavior intended to cope with practical or theoretical tasks. Cerebral, bioenergetic processes are determined not only by accumulated experience but also by hereditary programming, including instinctive impulses, not only by the current factors of the internal and external environment, but also by future, forthcoming events, which do not yet exist but which have a determining influence on the brain's activity. The future thus determines present action. The brain performs not only a reactive but also a probabilistic, prognosticating function, which makes it capable of controlling behavior. Such is a brief summary of the material processes that generate mental activity, consciousness, but these material processes should not be identified with the content of consciousness. The world of consciousness is a spiritual, intellectual phenomenon. Consciousness as an ideal phenomenon. In ancient times, the concept of the mental was not yet singled out as something qualitatively different from the material. Some thinkers regarded the soul as a state of fire, others, as the motion of atoms. The concept of the ideal, admittedly in a mystical form, was first enunciated by Plato, who spoke of the soul and an objective realm of pure thought and beauty. The concept of the ideal in absolutist form, as spirit, as God, and the soul, then emerged in Christianity, and on the philosophical plane, in Descartes, who treated the spiritual principle as an independent essence. Mental phenomena are primarily reflective, their idealness is derivative. The surgeon sees the brain not as a spiritual flame but as gray matter. He is confronted with morphological structures and physiological processes. The mental tends to disappear from his field of vision, just as a word seems to disappear when we ignore its meaning. This is not to say, however, that consciousness is bodiless, incorporeal, ideal. It is something that exists not in objective reality but only in perception, in representation, in imagination and thought. The ideal is fundamentally different from the material. In fact, it may even be regarded as its opposite. If we only think or imagine something, it does not mean that it is already a reality. The material has an absolutely independent existence and development. The existence and development of the ideal, however, are only relatively independent. This indicates that thought exists not by itself but in close connection with and dependence on its object and subject. The soul suffers, but it is the brain that is treated. This does not, of course, rule out the significance of psychiatric therapeutic treatment. Since not every reflection is mental, the ideal does not characterize every reflection or all mental activity in general. The surface of a mirror reflects light rays. But all such physical or chemical forms of reflection contain absolutely nothing ideal. They are not subjective forms and they are thought of without any concept of the ideal. Ideal phenomena are the objective content of the neurophysiological, material processes of the brain, reproduced as images or ideas, representing the existence of an object as it is perceived by the subject and allowing him to make free use of them for purposes of thought. The dualistic worldview regards consciousness as something extra-physical, enveloping the brain or filling its pores, as a mist envelopes the earth, or honey fills the comb, or even as an active being that uses the brain as an instrument for the realization of its aims. Some philosophers say that since no natural scientist has ever discovered in the brain anything but nerve connections, it is time we realized that mind is not to be found in any cell taken separately or in the brain taken as a whole. From this, they say, we should conclude that consciousness is not a property of matter. Otherwise, how are we to explain the fact that a person can know and assess himself, and experience, be aware of his various needs? There must be certain nervous faculties, instruments, which receive messages from another spiritual world. So man's spiritual world is alleged to have no material roots in the activity of the brain and is related to a quite different sphere of existence. This argument closes the door to any objective, scientific cognition of mental phenomena. And, indeed, faced with the fact that certain nerve processes are accompanied by subjective processes, some scientists maintain that the nature of this parallelism is out of range of the natural sciences and, quite possibly, beyond the bounds of any human comprehension. Such dualism as a way of explaining the mental and physical was opposed by Sechenov, who believed that one should not break up into parts something that is organically connected and forms a unity, that is to say, one should not divorce consciousness, the conscious element from its beginning, from the external impulse, or from its end, the action. One should not take the middle out of the whole, set it apart and oppose it to the rest, as the mental to the material. Dialectical materialistic thought aims at overcoming the two extremes of dualism and identification of the mental and the physiological. Some scientists, carried away by analysis of the physiological processes forming the basis of mental phenomena, are inclined to regard these processes as the ultimate basis and essence of the mental itself. They imagine that the study of consciousness can be limited to analysis of the physiological aspect of the problem. In the history of science, numerous attempts have been made to get rid of the category of the ideal. If thought is inseparable from thinking matter, and is its product, ran the argument of vulgar materialism, then is not thought merely a form of matter? Another school of vulgar materialism regarded the mental as a particularly refined energy that hovers about somewhere in the universe. Some of them have even assumed that all energy is of a mental nature, that the world of the mind with its subjective form of the ego is merely a form of universal energy. This is how some people try to explain parapsychological phenomena, not taking into account the fact that although mental activity does possess the element of energy, it cannot be reduced to that one element. One also encounters the argument that the category of the ideal is a leftover from the religious idealistic way of thinking. Attempts have been made to prove that the existence of consciousness is nothing but an illusion, which arises from the fact of distinguishing and cognizing things. What we call consciousness of color, for example, is in fact nothing more than color itself. Consciousness thus becomes something entirely fictitious, and thoughts, which exist in the concrete, are made of the same substance as things. The methodological weakness of the vulgar materialist position lies in its treatment of the brain as a storage tank of ideas, and thus separates the functioning of the brain both from objective reflection and from the socio-historical conditions that determine its functioning. Consciousness is a reality, but it is a subjective reality. Can one tell from the structure of the brain and the character of its physiological processes what a person is thinking about, what intentions arise in his mind, whom he loves and whom he hates? If we study only the structure and physiology of the brain, we cannot get anywhere near to explaining why people of tribal society thought differently from those in the Middle Ages, and why people of today do not think the same as their ancestors did 2 centuries ago. The difference between the material and the ideal is also expressed in the fact that the laws of thought and, in general, of all spiritual processes do not coincide with the laws of the physical, chemical, and physiological processes that take place in the brain and constitute the material basis of consciousness. These laws are studied by different sciences. For instance, the logician who studies the techniques and laws of thought may have nothing whatever to do with any of the material mechanisms of thinking. Consciousness is always connected with neurophysiological processes and does not exist outside these processes. But they are not what constitutes its essence. Science will undoubtedly one day reduce mental phenomena to the biochemical and energo-informational processes in the brain. But this will not explain the essence of consciousness, although the connection between the spiritual and the material will be understood in greater depth and subtlety. It would appear that the building of sensory and conceptual models in the human brain, when it reflects what exists or constructs what should exist, that is, sets an aim, is connected with bioenergo-informational phenomena. In its material fabric, mental activity is bioenergo-informational, and at the same time it is a spiritual image of existing or potential reality. This is why it can perform not only its reflective constructive but also its regulative role in the system of the organism and in the relations between the organism and the surrounding world. In relation to the physiological processes of the brain, the ideal is their informational and evaluating content. Consciousness is not a special super-refined motion of matter, but a subjective image or picture of the world. The image of an object is the ideal form of the existence of that object in a person's mind. The object, let us say, a tree, as we experience it, is something ideal. Our experience cannot be reduced to the tree itself, which exists outside the person who observes it, nor can it be reduced to the physiological processes taking place in the brain and forming the basis of this image. Since the image is subjective, belongs to the subject, observer, knower, it inevitably bears the imprint of an individual or social group, reflects the individuality of their life experience, interests, principles, and social positions. It depends on the development of the brain, on the condition of the organism as a whole, on the wealth or poverty of the individual's or society's experience, on the level of human culture. It would probably be inaccurate to define the ideal as simply a subjective image. The ideal is one of the properties of an image and not the image in the full sense. It also possesses different dimensions of existence, for example, its energo-informational structure, the degree of fullness to which it reproduces the object, its regulative vital function. The subjectivity of an image implies incomplete reflection. An image reflects the properties of a thing to a greater or less degree of approximation. Finally, from the psychological point of view, subjectivity also has the negative aspect of being tendentious, biased, exaggerated, purely personal and delusive. Delirious ideas and hallucinations are examples of pathological subjectivity. The image cannot be reduced to the material, and as something ideal is even opposed to it. But this opposition is not absolute. It may be conceived only in the limits of the philosophical, epistemological question of what is to be considered primary and what derivative. Beyond these limits, according to Lenin, it would be a mistake to regard as absolute the opposition between matter and spirit, the physical and the mental. Consciousness is not the substance of matter, it is a function of matter organized in a certain way, and as a function it cannot be opposed to that of which it is a function. The world of the phenomena of the consciousness is something ideal, but the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into forms of thought. 3. Here, of course, translation does not mean the moving of the material components of the things themselves into the matter of the brain. It describes merely the fact of the ideal reproduction of the object by the subject, which presupposes creative processing, transformation of external impressions and the building of a certain concept or aim. When given objective existence in a system of speech symbols, thoughts acquire a relative independence in relation to the individual and circulate in the form of spiritual culture. The brain decays, but the thoughts it has evolved may live on for centuries. But all these thoughts, ideas, emotions, acts of will have only a relatively ideal character. They are ideal only in relation to the subjects, the people who decode their meaning. The ideal may be defined as a presentation of the object to the subject in which the image of the object appears to the subject directly, in what one might call its pure form, separated from its material substratum. In other words, we are directly presented not with the physiological states of our brain but with what they produce as subjective images of the object. A person is influenced by certain things which evolve a storm of electrochemical, energo-informational processes of which he has no suspicion, but as a result of which he sees things that exist outside him. This givenness of an external object to the subject through cerebral processes is, in fact, an image possessing the property of ideality, of subjectivity. The neurophysiological processes are, as it were, hidden from the subject. They are not directly given to him. The ego perceives and knows itself as thought or feelings and does not perceive or know itself as brain. The separation of the ideal from the material substratum is of cardinal importance in life. The subject's activity is guided not by the neurophysiological processes themselves, but by the images and ideas that they convey. Actions are planned, programmed by ideal forces in unity with material forces. And this sometimes generates the illusion that thought is a force in itself capable of influencing the body and setting its organs in motion. Mental activity possesses the property of ideality not only at its highest level but also at the lower stages of its biological development, in animals. When an animal sees an object, imagines it or dreams of it, it is given the information content of its neurophysiological cortex processes. And this is in fact an image with the property of ideality. We are aware of the images in our heads as things existing outside us. This power of intentionality, objectification, reference arose as a result of evolution of the animal world and the socio-historical practice of mankind. The fact is confirmed by observation of those who are born blind, just after they have been given sight by a successful operation. At first they think of what they see as being not where it actually is but as directly in their eyes. And only later, after practice, do they learn to objectify their images correctly. The objectification of images may be astonishingly vivid, for example, in dreams and hallucinations. It is precisely the relatedness of cerebral processes to the objective world that makes these processes ideal. If a thought arises in a person's head, it must be a thought about something. There can be no thoughts about nothing. To sum up, the ideal is a special mode of existence of an object, its presentation in the world of the mind. Dialectical materialism allows us to overcome the narrow limitations of the two approaches to the problem of the ideal that have taken shape in the history of philosophical thought, one elevating the ideal to primordial essence and the other ignoring the uniqueness of the ideal and reducing it to various material phenomena. In the material world regarded as an integral whole, the ideal appears not as some special first principle but as a system of real relations between objective phenomena that are independent of consciousness and will, and living beings capable of reproducing these phenomena and transforming them both practically and theoretically. Although derived from the material, the ideal acquires a relative independence and becomes a stimulus of life activity. It arises at a high level of the organization of living matter, acting first in the form of a sensory image. This image serves as a necessary factor regulating behavior in accordance with the conditions of the organism's existence. These conditions are idealized in an image, which is by no means a mere duplicate of physical or physiological processes, although without them it cannot exist. It is thanks to the image that the act of behavior is formed. it belongs to the subject and is inseparable both from the life of the subject and from the object, as reflected in its other being. With the rise of human society, this reflection assumes a fundamentally new character thanks to the transforming activity of human beings. By changing nature they change themselves, becoming the subjects, creators of culture. Various forms of the ideal develop in the system of culture, and thanks to the products it creates, the instruments of labor and communication, art, religion, science, morality, law, and so on. The sensuous fabric of consciousness is transformed, mental images, plans and operations are created, a wealth of values and ideals take shape. Though assimilated and created by individuals, these forms of the ideal do not depend on individual consciousness, but they cannot exist outside the activity of a human brain that is capable of perceiving and creating them. Arising and developing in social practice, the ideal is not only generated by the material but is also capable of actively transforming it. This is true both of social and historical events and of personal relationships. The unique thing about the ideal is that it always has a material vehicle, which is not only its substratum of nerves and brain, but also the phenomena of culture, as the embodiment of the ideal, that have been evolved in the process of historical development. Specifically, these are language and other semantic and symbolical systems. Reality comes to us not directly but in ideal, transmuted, incomplete, even illusory forms. For example, the real relations between people in society may be comprehended according to class interests, in inadequate ideological forms. At the level of philosophical consciousness, one of these forms is idealism, which perceives the ideal as a fundamental principle of thought, thus absolutizing the ideal, disuniting it from objective reality, the historical process, people's real activity, and the brain as an organ of this activity. In the first classical system of idealism created by Plato, the ideal took the form of immortal, incorporeal essences, which were the prototypes of all things and had priority over everything material. This view determined the subsequent forms of objective idealism right up to its contemporary versions. In other idealist conceptions, the ideal is identified either with that which is directly given to the consciousness as a special substance, Descartes, or with the activity of an absolute spirit, Hegel, or with the data of sense experience beyond which there is supposedly no reality, subjective idealism. Inadequate notions of the ideal derived from attempts to understand its dependence on material processes are expressed in various reductionist conceptions, which reduce the ideal to nervous, energetic, and informational processes in the brain, to biofields and dynamic codes. Consciousness and language. Communication and understanding between people, epochs, and cultures. From the very beginning, human beings have been involved in social contexts of different degrees of complexity, and they remain so, because this is the setting for both their labor and leisure, even when they think of themselves as isolated. Endless invisible threads link them with the life of the socium. The whole essence of the human being, including his consciousness, is communicative by its very nature. And this ability defines the essence of consciousness and also its vehicles, the individual and society. People are constantly afloat in an atmosphere of communication. They are eager to say something to each other, to learn or teach, to show or prove, to agree or reject, to ask or order, console, implore, show affection, and so on. Communication arose and developed with the rise of man and the formation of society in the process of labor. From the very first, communication was a part of labor activity and satisfied its needs. As time went on, it was transformed into a relatively independent need to share, to pour out one's soul, either in grief or joy, or for no particular reason, a need that recurred day after day and was of vital moral and psychological importance to the individual. Communication is such a vital factor of existence that without it our animal ancestors would never have become people. Without the ability to communicate, a child cannot learn about, absorb culture and become a socially developed person. The depression caused by loneliness also indicates the exceptional importance of communication for human beings. Not for nothing is solitary confinement of criminals considered to be one of the severest punishments by most peoples of the world. In a situation where he can communicate, a person acquires and sharpens his intellect, but in the opposite case he may even lose his reason. A person needs communication, whatever state of mind he may be in, joyous or sorrowful. But grief or suffering, which need the consolation, sympathy, or merely some distraction, are particularly hard to bear alone. A person may feel lonely and isolated even among his own family and have to make up for the lack of company with pets. Communication is not only an essential condition of human existence, it is also a means of forming and developing social experience and restraint, which may be felt by the individual even outside the field of immediate communication. Even when isolated, he considers his thoughts and actions from the standpoint of what reaction they may evoke in others. Historical progress has substantially changed the means of influencing people's minds and hearts. The speech in the forum or the Senate, the conversations of the philosophers with their pupils, the sermon preached in church, the choir singing, the disputes between the schoolmen, the speech of the lawyer and the public prosecutor, the professor's lecture, love letters, written proclamations, pamphlets, stirring speeches by revolutionaries have been replaced or supplemented by huge editions of printed works, by radio and television, the mass media. Now the streams of information circulate by means of qualitatively different channels all over the planet, gradually integrating the human race by means of information. A great wealth of forms of communication are available to people through the rich language of the arts, through songs, poetry, music, painting, stories, and novels. And how infinitely rich are the forms of unspoken, intimate communication. A psychological response or lack of it is obvious in facial expressions, in posture, walk, gesture, voice modulations, the movements of the hands, those extremely mobile instruments for expressing states of mind. In the whole system of body language that people, particularly those with artistic natures, use with such success, the crucial role belongs to the eyes, through which we both generate and feel the radiance of the human spirit in all the diversity of its varying intensity and perhaps even depth. What can one read in a face that has no eyes? Communication ensures continuity in the development of culture. Every new generation begins its work of learning from the point where the previous generation left off. Thanks to communication, the individual's thoughts and aspirations are not obliterated by time. They become embodied in words, in images, they survive in legend and are passed on from century to century. Every person leans on the ancient genealogical tree. The motion of thoughts in people's minds is like waves breaking on the shore, they have the pressure of the whole ocean of world history behind them. Books are the present's passport to all previous culture. In the treasure house of their native speech, generation after generation stores up the fruits of the deepest movements of thought and the history of events. The whole imprint of man's intellectual life is preserved in words, in written characters, by the invention of which the human mind resolved one of the greatest and most difficult of its problems. It embodied, it registered speech and thus acquired the ability to make its thoughts immortal. What is written by the pen cannot be erased by the axe, says the folk proverb. Writing is a marvelous and inexhaustible fountain of knowledge and wisdom, a fountain that never runs dry though it is constantly in use. Communication goes on between specific living individuals and between epochs and also between different cultures. Any consideration of the problem of communication inevitably raises the question of mutual understanding. When one talks about understanding, one usually thinks of comprehension of real things, cognition of the world around one. But what we are concerned with here is communicative understanding, how people understand one another by communicating, how the present generation understands its predecessor, how the people of one culture understand other cultures. These are problems that have received little attention and yet are extremely important. Everyone is surprised by the tricks of the conjurer, by the phenomena of telepathy, and so on. But only a few are surprised by the miracle of communication, of understanding achieved by the language of words, gesture, mimicry and various symbols, particularly understanding between present and past, and between cultures. At the common sense level, mutual understanding through communication, the understanding of one epoch or culture by another seems to be a mere triviality to be taken for granted. We all understand what we say and what other people, epochs, and cultures say to us. And when understanding is not achieved, we often blame language and speak of not being able to find a common language. Attention was drawn long ago to the big difference between understanding the objects and processes of the external world and understanding human actions and words. To understand human beings and what they do, we have to take into consideration their motives, the discrepancy between what they say and what they mean. We have to make allowance for the difficulties of detecting true motivation. One of the stumbling blocks to mutual understanding is the great diversity of individuals. Each of us contains a whole world. And this world is our particular world. In any specific context of communication, a person usually uncovers only one aspect of himself. Understanding is further complicated by the generalist way we perceive each other, by our tendency to fit this perception into certain accepted and evolved general standards that ignore the unique in every individual. The individuality of people's experience and frame of reference also makes mutual understanding more difficult. The sophist Gorgias once remarked that in the process of being perceived and expressed in words, an object of thought disintegrates into a huge number of elements of thought and thus loses its integrity. Complete mutual understanding is therefore, in principle, impossible. One often hears and reads complaints about difficulties of communication between children and parents, between epochs and between cultures, between the healthy and the sick, particularly those who are mentally ill. A foolish person cannot fully express the thoughts of the intelligent. From the content of what he is told, he absorbs only as much as he is able to understand. One could say that the degree of mutual understanding between people depends to a great extent on their cultural level, their power of insight. The history of culture offers numerous examples of how the power of genius increases through absorbing the meaning and tendency of the epoch, through tackling and solving the problems raised by the logic of life. Works of genius always embrace possibilities that have not yet been revealed. And the degree to which they are understood depends on the cultural level of the reader, the audience. As it climbs the spirals of history, humanity constantly improves the mechanism of mutual understanding, the content of the dialogue between epochs and cultures. Every new epoch, in acquiring more perfect ideas, also acquires new eyes and sees in the great works of the past more and more that is new, goes deeper into their intrinsic meaning. Many of Shakespeare's contemporaries probably regarded him as, at best, an interesting actor and little more. They did not see in him one of the supreme geniuses that humanity has produced, whose profundity has been consistently, century after century, revealed by every new generation. Intellect alone cannot give us understanding of a person, an epoch, or a culture. There must also be shared experience, the ability to empathize with other people, epochs, and cultures. Where is the guarantee that modern man fully understands the culture of the ancients, their writings, paintings, sculpture? The mere translation of the ancient Indian writings into Russian, for example, cannot provide it. To fully understand them, one must enter into the socio-psychological context of each work, into the life, the everyday round, the culture of the people that created it and the historical epoch in which it was written. The character of human relations depends to a great extent on this understanding of each other in the process of communication. If this is adequate, the result is an unambiguous relationship, regardless of whether that relationship is one of liking or dislike. Otherwise the relationship is blurred. Argument or proof is an essential element in understanding. Blank assertion cannot understand itself or make itself understood. Another important element in mutual understanding is the ability to listen. Not for nothing do people say that the art of listening is as important as the art of speaking. Understanding takes place on an incredible number of different planes due to the fact that the whole fabric of language and any speech context are interwoven with threads of metaphor and imagery. For the same reason there is often an illusion of understanding, as opposed to a real understanding of what is being said. However, despite all the difficulties, mutual communication is built on a sound foundation of mutual understanding, without which there could be no rational contact between people, and social life would be inconceivable. The unity of language and consciousness. If we want to know more about communication between people, epochs, and cultures, we must investigate the nature of the means of communication. Language. Language is the highest form of thought expression, the basic means of controlling behavior, of knowing reality and knowing oneself and the existence of culture. Without the gift of speech, man could never acquire cultural values. Consciousness presupposes speech as its material reality in the form of gesture, sound, symbol, and so on. Speech may convey thoughts, feelings, and volition in the process of mutual communication, because words are material and can therefore be sensuously perceived. Speech is language functioning in a specific situation of communication. It is the activity of communication and its recorded results. Russian speech, for example, embraces an infinite number of statements by specific individuals and all that has been written in that language. Language, on the other hand, is a specific vocabulary and grammar, expressed in rules and sentence patterns, which have been evolved historically and are national in character. But specific sentences, both spoken and written, belong not to language but to speech. They form the symbolic reality that constitutes the existence of language. Speech is the material expression of thought. In speech, the content of our intellectual world is objectified for others. Speech fulfills several interconnected functions. It is both communicative and thought-creating. It is a means of influencing and of regulating. The communicative function is primary and predominant. Since thoughts in themselves are non-material, they cannot be perceived by the sense organs. They cannot be seen or heard, touched, or tasted. The expression "people exchange ideas" is absurd if understood literally. No exchange of ideas actually takes place. The process of communication is effected in the form of mutual material influencing by means of words, which appears to be an exchange of thoughts. We do not convey thoughts by means of words, we evoke analogous thoughts in the mind of the person we are speaking to. By means of speech, a person can internally, in his mind, manipulate things, their attributes and relations, without touching them or seeing them. Man has made this tremendous advance thanks to language. It is customary to distinguish two aspects of the word, its meaning and the form of its existence. The first is a representation, an experience, an idea, a thought. The second is a sign or symbol. A word is a unity of meaning and symbol. What makes a word is its meaning. A word represents not only the meaning of a thing but the thing itself. A symbol is the material object, process, action that performs the role in communication of representing something else, and that is used for obtaining, storing, transforming, and conveying information. When we speak of the meaning of symbols, we have in mind the information about things, their properties and relations, which is conveyed to us by means of corresponding symbols. Meaning is the reflection of objective reality expressed in the material form of a symbol. Meaning comprises conceptual, sensuous, and emotional components, volitional motivations, and requests, in brief, the whole sphere of consciousness. The basic sign system is a normal, everyday language. Non-linguistic signs may be classified as copy signs, photographs, fingerprints, fossils of plants, animals, etc., signs as symptoms, shivering as a symptom of illness, a cloud as a sign of approaching rain, signs as signals, traffic lights, bells, applause, etc., and signs as symbols. Consciousness is woven out of innumerable threads, which form a complex web of symbols, a complete and specific world. Symbolization is a specific act of consciousness. It permeates all its levels and is expressed in generalization of that which symbolizes the object and that which is symbolized. For example, a flag is not simply a strip of cloth of a certain color but a piece of cloth with certain attributes, color, shape, etc. What is a symbol? It is a certain object, action, process, word, or outline, the meaning of which lies in the fact that they express something, that they contain, as it were, another object or phenomenon. A symbol is a phenomenon which may express a certain meaning not directly but in a formalist manner. For example, justice is symbolized by the goddess Themis. Consequently, a symbol is not just a sign. In its external form it already contains a notion, an image that it symbolizes. A symbol has an expressive function and, thanks to the embodiment of a sensuously concrete content, it indicates something that in itself it is not. The use of special symbols, and particularly the invention of artificial systems of formulae, yields huge advantages for science. Symbol systems in scientific thought perform the function of formulating conceptual images. They contribute to the progress of scientific cognition in its eternal movement towards an object and in the creation of a true picture of the world. For example, the use of signs or symbols from which formulae are made up enables us to register a connection between thoughts in abbreviated form, to carry out communication on an international scale. Artificial sign systems, including the formalist and code languages used in technology, in interpreting machines, are a supplement to the natural languages and exist only on their basis. Everything known to humanity is in some way named, given a symbol or sign. People have acquired a permanent need to know the names of things. Even when they acquire no information from the name of a certain person or object, they feel a certain satisfaction in knowing what she, he, or it is called and often show intense curiosity concerning names, for example, the name of a girl we happen to meet, or the name of a plant or a distant star, although it tells us very little. Because of the unique individuality of things and human conditions, every word in a certain context has certain shades of meaning, or even a whole range of different meanings. Its sense differentiations are as varied as the shades of color in a peacock's plumage. The meaning of a word is minimum knowledge, which probably refers only to certain attributes of the object rather than reveals its essence. For example, when we seek the meaning of the word water, we do not reveal its physico-chemical nature, we do not explain the content of the given scientific concept, that is the task of physics and chemistry, we merely indicate that this is a liquid that is transparent. Many words may be used in a figurative sense. For example, the word water is sometimes used to refer to a lack of substance in a lecture, an article, a book, and so on. Although the sense organs are directly influenced by speech, speech in itself, its material fabric, is something that cannot be consciously perceived. A person is not conscious of the word itself, just as he is not conscious of the light rays by which he perceives a thing. Speech is concentrated entirely on the object. In relation to reason, which perceives things, events in their conceivable reality, it is neutral. We are confronted with a word or sentence and in our heads there arises a whole world of things and events. A person only begins to notice words when he ceases to understand their meaning. Or he may specially fix his thoughts on the material envelope of the word for purposes of analysis, etc. It would be wrong to intellectualize speech altogether, relegating it merely to the role of a vehicle for thought exchange. Speech performs an emotional, expressive, and regulative volitional function. Its emotional content is expressed in rhythm, pause, intonation, in various kinds of interjections, in emotionally expressive vocabulary, in the whole range of lyrical and stylistic devices. As a means of expression, speech, including gesture, facial expressions, and so on, ties in with the whole complex of expressive movements. Thought is always mental activity in any language. If a rational being from another planet were to visit the Earth and describe all the languages that exist today and in the past, it could not fail to notice their astonishing resemblance in logical structure, which is determined by the structure of the unified Earth system of thinking. If a given thought is expressed in English, Russian or French, despite the differences in linguistic form, the content of all three sentences remains the same. The structure of a language is formed under the decisive influence of objective reality, through certain unified standards of thought, through the category structure of consciousness. But at the same time these unified universal standards of thought are materialized in thousands of different linguistic ways. Every national language possesses its own structural and semantic specifics. It is sometimes alleged that people speaking different languages perceive things in different ways, that language determines the character of perception. People classify things, their properties, and relations according to existing linguistic categories. Language, we are told, is responsible not only for the content but also the structure of thought. Different peoples analyze the world in different ways. The structure of the language entirely determines forms of thought and behavior, and every language possesses its own philosophy. Actually, language has only a relative independence, its own internal logic. Whereas the categories of consciousness as a whole have a universal character, otherwise contact between different groups would be impossible and translation would also be an impossible task. The basic means of expressing these categories are extremely varied. At present there are more than 3,000 languages on the globe. This shows the complexity and contradictory nature of the connections between consciousness and speech. In its structure, speech is not simply a mirror reflection of the structure of the world of things, their properties and relations, it is also a reflection of the individual's intellectual world. It cannot therefore be fitted onto thought, like a hat onto a head. Language influences consciousness in the sense that its historically evolved forms, the specific nature of its semantic structures and syntactical peculiarities endow thought with different shades. We know that the style of thinking in German philosophical culture differs from that of the French, for example. Each style took shape under the influence of the peculiar features, including language, of the two respective peoples and their national cultures as a whole. On the other hand, any absolutizing of the influence of speech on consciousness leads to the mistaken assertion that consciousness is determined not by the object, the objective world, but by the way it is represented in language. To sum up, by means of speech we communicate something to a person, we inform him of our thoughts, moods, feelings, motives. We share the content of our intellectual world. Consequently, speech carries a certain intellectual content, which must pass through language and come to terms with its structure. Otherwise this content, if not rendered meaningless, will assume an amorphous shape which we shall be unable to examine as something with a definite quality. The linguistic form is not only a condition for conveying the thought content, it is primarily a condition for the realization of that content. The relationship between consciousness and speech is not simply coexistence and mutual influence, but a unity in which consciousness plays the decisive role. As the reflection of reality, consciousness molds the forms and dictates the laws of its existence in the form of speech. Consciousness is always a verbally expressed reflection. If there is no language there can be no consciousness. And no deaf-mutes or blind deaf-mutes who have received even a little training would deny this general principle. They have their own special language. And only out of ignorance can it be maintained that these people think barely on the basis of visual images. There is no case for the view that consciousness and speech live parallel, independent lives and come together only at the moment when a thought is uttered. They are two aspects of an integral process. By carrying on speech activity a person thinks, by thinking he carries on speech activity. Think before you speak, says popular wisdom. If there is a thought in our consciousness, it is always contained in a word, although it may not be the word that best expresses that particular thought. And on the contrary, if we remember a word, a thought occurs in our consciousness together with that word. When we are inspired by an idea, when a person has a thorough grasp of a certain thought, it comes out of his head clothed in suitable words. In its search for the truth, human thought cannot bypass the barriers of language. Language is not the external vestment of thought, but the element in which thought actually lives. Naturally, the relation between language and consciousness should not be oversimplified, for example, by comparing thought to the contents of a vessel, the vessel being language. This comparison won't work, if only because the linguistic vessel is never empty, despite the not infrequent emptiness of its contents. Moreover, the individual's actual intellectual content does not exist outside the vessel of language. Language is never exhausted by the outpourings of thought, and thought is not detached from language at any stage of its existence. Thoughts are not converted into language in such a way that their intellectual uniqueness disappears. The history of science records many attempts to identify thought and language, to reduce the one to the other. These attempts are still being made today. They are expressed, for example, in such statements as reason is language or all philosophy is grammar. The notion of language as a highly abstract structure that consists of a system of universal rules, universal grammar, generating linguistic sentences, fits in very well with the universal nature of thought, and this leads some people to identify formal linguistic universals with the categorical structure of thought. Consciousness reflects reality, but speech symbolizes reality and expresses thought. Speaking is not yet thinking. This is a platitude, and it is only too frequently confirmed by life. If the mere act of speaking indicated thought, as Feuerbach once remarked, the greatest chatterers would be the greatest thinkers. Thinking means knowing, cognizing; speaking means communicating. In the process of thinking, a person uses verbal material and his thoughts are formed, molded in speech structures. The work that is needed to formulate thoughts in speech is performed more or less subconsciously. When thinking, a person works on the cognitive content and is aware of it, while the speech envelope of thought may remain outside the control of consciousness or be controlled only on the general plane. Thought should not be imagined as a kind of cloud suspended overhead, which opens and rains down words. One cannot agree with the assertion that the relationship between language and thought has formed in such a way that, on the one hand, there is thought, or ideas, i.e., that which goes on in consciousness and is observable only introspectively, while, on the other hand, there is the semantic structure, the primary filter through which thoughts must pass before they are embodied in sound. Speech serves not only to express, to convey a thought that has taken shape. Thought is both formed and formulated in speech. In the process of communication, the unity of consciousness and speech appears to be self-evident. But is it possible for mind to exist without being expressed in words? Processes of consciousness that are not externally expressed take place on the basis of so-called internal speech, which in its turn is realized in the form of internal dialogue. Speech had to arise and mature as something external in order to become something internal. When we think silently, we often unconsciously rehearse certain thoughts in our minds. Internal speech is soundless. It is a kind of inhibited and abbreviated form of external speech. Meditation, which takes place in the form of internal speech, is always a kind of dialogue with oneself. Such speech performs only an imaginatively communicative role, and its basic function is that of an instrument for forming and developing thought. Internal speech is distinguished from external speech not only by its function but also by its structure. Since internal speech is aimed at itself, it leaves out everything that can be taken as understood. Is thought possible without speech? We emphasized above that there was an indissoluble unity between consciousness and speech, and this is true as a general rule. But if it were possible to express everything in words, why should there be expressive movements, the plastic arts, painting, music? And how do matters stand in relation to scientific theoretical thought? As Einstein told us, at certain moments in the mechanism of his cogitative activity, ordinary words, as pronounced and written, played no decisive role. He was able to think in more or less clear images of physical reality, the sea in motion symbolizing electromagnetic waves that cannot be visually perceived, physical forces operating in a manner similar to the work of muscles, and so on. And how does the act of thought take place when a person is swept towards the light of truth on the wings of intuition and not by means of the rope ladder of logic? This is not only because the process of conceptual thought is constantly interspersed with imagery that does not need any verbal forms. Thinking in images may be profoundly conceptual because images may perform the role of symbols richly endowed with conceptual content. Generally speaking, no one has yet been able to prove by facts that thought takes place only by means of the natural language. This has only been stated, but experience tells us otherwise. However, thinking in images takes place only as an exception or in the form of components woven into the fabric of ordinary cogitative activity, and this does not rule out the general principle of the unity of consciousness and speech. We know that the possibilities of thought are inseparably bound up with the possibilities of the given language. A poor vocabulary is a sure sign of mental poverty. This is natural enough. A person can operate only with the accumulated knowledge that is established in the semantic aspect of language. Primitive man, whose consciousness was meager, used only a few dozen words, whereas the average person today has an active vocabulary of between 3,000 and 5,000 words, and major writers use more than 10,000. Nevertheless, poverty in the intellectual sphere does not spring from a poor vocabulary, but on the contrary, a poor vocabulary is the result of superficial thinking, due to lack of culture, social experience, and social relationships. One of the convincing arguments for the principle of the unity of thought and words is to be found in clinical facts, which tell us that mental disorders have an effect on speech. In ordinary consciousness, the process of communication appears to be very simple, something which may be taken as a matter of course. But the expression of consciousness in words is often an extremely complex problem, and not every speech formulation of thoughts is the best possible one. We often feel that what we have said does not adequately express what we are thinking. We reject one word as not fully expressing our idea and substitute another. The content of thought regulates the means of its verbal expression. A person sometimes cannot recall a word or name, although it's on the tip of my tongue. But everything that is well thought out is expressed clearly. A fine thought is devalued by being poorly expressed. There are two kinds of nonsense: one comes from a lack of thought and feeling concealed by words, the other, from an overabundance of thought and feeling lacking the necessary words to express them. Realization of the process of thought in the forms of language involves both the agony of intellectual creativity and the agony of search for adequate means to express it. Sometimes an idea that suddenly dawns on the consciousness may for a time, as Mayakovsky put it, writhe languageless. Thought must overcome certain external material, which is sometimes resistant to thought. We know that language contains the rudiments of obsolete forms of thought. In order to comprehend the world of today, we use words created by the world of yesterday. Language influences consciousness also in the sense that it exercises a kind of coercion, tyranny over thought, directs it along certain linguistic channels, forces constantly changing, individually unique, emotionally colored thoughts with their endless shades and nuances, into general linguistic patterns, thus placing a kind of fetter of universality on thought. Sometimes it throws thought to the mercy of clichés and hackneyed phrases. The more unusual our experiences, the more difficult it is to express them by socially evolved, schematized symbolic means. Platitudes are more easily expressed; they are like a standard flow of metal, which comes freely into the ready-made clichés of language. Thoughts, emotions, and speech, all have an individual character. When we speak of the language of Pushkin, Shakespeare, or Gogol, we usually have in mind the linguistic means and specific ways in which these writers used them. One may judge a person by many signs, including the nature of his speech, the way he talks. There is a close connection between the way of thinking and the way of expressing thought. If, for example, we study the creative methods of any writer, we soon come to the conclusion that persistent and painstaking work on the form in which thought is expounded is also work on perfecting and sharpening the thought itself. A basic rule for almost any writer is to rewrite, revise, insert, and generally rework his manuscripts. Dostoevsky stressed that the greatest ability of a writer is his ability to cross out. Speech is a powerful means of influencing human psychology. And this function is among its oldest. A well-turned phrase can sometimes stop soldiers in flight and snatch victory from defeat. A word may be a medicine relieving human sufferings, or a poison that causes great pain. Language therefore has much power to influence. We all believe in the power of words. They may make a person cry, weep, or laugh. Words can kill a person and also console him in his grief. In ancient times, when everything was permeated with faith in the magic of words, and even today, words have been known to exert a kind of mysteriously powerful influence and are so used by skilled psychiatrists in healing their patients. The aim of verbal communication is not only understanding and agreement but also the desire to suggest something to somebody else, to convince, to teach, to influence that person and guide his actions. There exist between people so-called volitional relations, which are expressed in the form of orders, instructions, prohibitions, permissions, obedience, disobedience, and so on. Influence on consciousness by means of speech takes place not only in the narrow framework of bilateral communication, it is also exercised on the scale of the social group and of whole countries and humanity in general. General concept of cognition. The theory of knowledge and creativity is an important department of philosophy. It arose historically with philosophy, as its core, around which everything else was built. This department of philosophy considers a wide range of problems: the relationship between knowledge and reality, its sources and driving forces, its forms and levels, the principles and laws of cognitive activity, and the trends of its development. Philosophy analyzes the criteria of the authenticity of knowledge, its veracity, and also the causes of error, the problems of the practical application of knowledge. As selective reflection of the world, cognition expresses the highest creative aspirations of human reason and constitutes the crown of human achievement. Throughout the millennia of its development, humanity has traveled a long road, from the primitive and limited, to an increasingly profound and comprehensive understanding of the essence of existence. This difficult path has led us to the discovery of innumerable facts, properties, and laws of nature, of social life and man himself, to the building of an extremely complex and almost unencompassable scientific picture of the world, to the highly sophisticated sphere of art, to the achievements of modern technology. Humanity has always striven to acquire new knowledge. The process of mastering the secrets of existence continues unceasingly, and its vector is oriented on the infinite vistas of the future. The pace and scale of cognitive activity are constantly increasing. Every day is marked by intellectual advances in a constant quest, which ever more widely and vividly illuminates the remote horizons of the as yet invisible. We are deluged with new discoveries. The path traveled by science convinces us that the possibilities of human cognition are limitless. Our reason perceives the laws of the universe in order to bring them under man's control, in order to refashion the world in the interests of man and society. Human knowledge is a highly complex system, a social memory whose wealth is passed on from generation to generation by means of social heredity. Cognition coincided with the rise of man. But it was some time before man began to think about what knowledge actually was. The conscious posing of this problem and the attempt to solve it was the beginning of philosophy in the true sense of the word. All philosophers in some way or another analyze the problem of the theory of knowledge, and some have reduced the subject of philosophy entirely to this problem. In the philosophy of the ancient world, the basic problems of epistemology were developed by defining types, such as knowledge and opinion, truth and error. Opinion was opposed to knowledge as a subjective notion of the world, while knowledge was its objective investigation. Heraclitus saw the highest goal of cognition in studying the universal, understanding what was hidden in the universe, the logos, the universal law. Discussion of the problem of dividing knowledge into types proceeded from the relationship and opposition between ordinary consciousness and standards of theoretical thought, with its techniques of proof, disproof, and so on. To sum up, knowledge is the result of the process of cognition of reality, tested by socio-historical practice and authenticated by logic, the true reflection of reality in human consciousness in the form of representations, concepts, statements, and theory. Knowledge has varying degrees of accuracy, reflecting the dialectics of relative and absolute truth. In its genesis and mode of functioning, knowledge is basically a social phenomenon. It is fixed, embodied in the form of the symbols of the natural and artificial languages. The relationship of knowledge to reality takes place on many planes and is indirect in character. It develops both phylogenetically, in the history of human culture, and ontogenetically, in the process of the development of the personality. Elementary knowledge, conditioned by biological laws, is inherent in animals, whom it serves as a necessary condition for their existence and the performance of behavior acts. Knowledge may be pre-scientific or everyday, artistic, as a specific form of aesthetic assimilation of reality, and scientific, empirical and theoretical. Ordinary everyday knowledge, based on common sense and ordinary consciousness, is an important orienting basis for people's everyday behavior. The bulk of daily practice is based upon it. This form of knowledge develops and is enriched as scientific knowledge progresses. At the same time, scientific knowledge itself absorbs the experience of everyday knowledge. Scientific knowledge may be defined as the comprehension of facts in the system of concepts of a given science, and it becomes part of theory, which forms the highest level of scientific knowledge. Since it is a generalization of authentic facts, scientific knowledge detects what is necessary and law-governed behind the accidental, what is general, behind the individual and the particular. Forecasting is carried out on this basis. Human thought constantly moves from ignorance to knowledge, from the superficial to more profound, essential, and all-embracing knowledge, which is a necessary factor in the transforming activity of human beings and the human race in general. Pre-Marxist philosophy contained no understanding of the fact that without socio-cultural factors there could not have been a human picture of the world at all. Marxism is distinguished by its socio-historical approach to cognition. The basic principle of the theory of knowledge of dialectical materialism is the principle of reflection. The knower, the cognizing subject, is not an isolated individual but an individual as part of social life, using socially evolved forms of cognitive activity, such as language, categories of logic, and so on. By developing the theory of the activity of the subject and thus overcoming the contemplativeness of metaphysical materialism, Marxism showed that objective reality can be known only to the extent that a person masters it in the forms of his practical activity and the cognitive activity that is derived therefrom. Any notion of the world always bears traces of some kind of social development. Even sensuous notions are by no means the same in all ages. They have a certain structure according to the type of social development that went on when they were acquired. Objects on which cognition is concentrated are mostly the products of previous activity. They could not be understood, considered or assimilated outside the historical context. The knowability of the world. Are there any limits to the power of human reason and hence to human power over the universe? At the dawn of its development, philosophy, in effect, proclaimed the principle of the knowability of the world. But not everyone agreed with this view. Some philosophers expressed and still express doubts as to the authenticity of human knowledge, and prefer to remain skeptical or even completely deny the possibility of knowing the world, thus adopting the position of agnosticism. Skepticism acknowledges the existence of an external world and seeks a knowledge of things. But when confronted with the universal relativity of knowledge, it is so beset by doubt that it retreats to the position of withholding judgment. Agnosticism is a philosophical theory that denies the possibility of man's achieving authentic knowledge of the objective world. Some agnostics, while recognizing the objective existence of the world, deny its knowability. Others regard the very fact of the world's objective existence as something unknowable. They maintain that knowledge is subjective by its very nature and that we are in principle unable to reach beyond the boundaries of our own consciousness and cannot know whether anything else except the phenomena of consciousness exists. From the standpoint of agnosticism, the question of how a thing is reflected by us differs fundamentally from the question of how it exists in itself. A person moved by the desire for knowledge says, "I do not know what this is, but I hope to find out." The agnostic, on the other hand, says, "I do not know what this is and I shall never know." Most consistent and conscious materialists defend and seek to prove the principle of the knowability of the world, but some fall back on agnosticism. Agnosticism is closely connected with the idealist view. Some idealists recognize the knowability of the world, which they infer from the ideal essence of things. For example, Hegel's recognition of the knowability of the world stems directly from his principle of the identity of being and thinking. In contrast to agnosticism, Hegel believes that the hidden essence of the universe cannot resist the audacity of cognition. It must reveal itself and unfold its riches and the profundity of its nature and allow knowledge to enjoy both. The classical exponent of agnosticism is Kant, who divorced the content of consciousness from its actual foundation. In his view, a phenomenon occurs as a result of the interaction between the thing in itself and the subject, the knower. The phenomenon must therefore be considered from two aspects: its relationship to the thing in itself and its relationship to the subject. Kant maintained that when we consider an object perceived by the external senses only as a phenomenon, we thereby acknowledge that it is based on the thing in itself, although we do not know its properties. We know only that which is manifest to us. And everything that is manifest to us is refracted through consciousness and emotions. We see everything through the prism of our senses and our reason, and therefore cannot know essence as it is, independent of us. An unbridgeable gap lies between the world of things in themselves and that of phenomena that can be known. According to Kant, one cannot compare what is in the consciousness with what is outside it. A person may compare only what he knows with what he knows. This implies that we move endlessly in a world of our own consciousness and never come into contact with the actual objects of the objective world. Hence the conclusion that it is impossible to discover anything that does not already exist in thought. The external world, according to the agnostics, is like a traveler. It knocks at the door of the temple of reason, awakens it to activity and then withdraws without revealing its identity, leaving reason to guess what kind of person knocked at its door. So we see that the source of agnosticism lies in the absolute opposition of reason to the external world. Most characteristic of the 20th century is the agnosticism of neopositivism, which tells us that philosophy cannot provide objective knowledge but must be confined to the analysis of language. Another source of agnosticism is relativism, that is to say, the absolutizing of the variability, the fluidity of things and consciousness. The relativists proceed from the pessimistic principle that everything in the world is transient, that scientific truth reflects our knowledge of objects only at a given moment. What was true yesterday is error today. Every new generation gives its own interpretation of the cultural heritage of the past. The process of cognition is foredoomed to a random pursuit of eternally elusive truth. Relativism works on the assumption that the content of knowledge is not determined by the object of cognition but is constantly transformed by the process of cognition, thus becoming subjective. Absolutizing the relative in knowledge, the relativists regard the history of science as movement from one error to another. But if everything is relative, then this assertion, which can have meaning only in relation to the absolute, is also relative. Treating all human knowledge as relative and void of any particle of the absolute amounts essentially to acknowledgement of complete arbitrariness in cognition, which then becomes a continuous flux, in which nothing is stable or authentic and all distinctions between truth and falsehood are erased. But if we cannot believe any of scientific propositions, we have nothing left to guide us in life and in practice. The metaphysical thinker has a tendency to reason as follows: if we speak of truth, it must be absolute truth, and if it is not absolute it is not truth. The relativists, on the other hand, usually argue that the history of science records many cases when propositions once recognized as true were later disproved and, conversely, propositions believed to be false eventually emerged as true in the course of the further development of science. Admittedly, the path of scientific cognition does not proceed in a straight line, it may often swerve in unexpected directions. But this does not prove that all our knowledge is nonsense. It is not enough to assert that scientific truths change. We must remember that this process of change moves in a certain direction, proceeding ever deeper into the essence of things. The historical transformation of the content of knowledge on the road to its maximum fullness is regarded by agnostics as proof of its independence of the object of cognition. The relativist substitutes for the true proposition knowledge contains an element of the relative, the false assertion that all human knowledge is unreliable. Dialectics recognizes the variability of the world and the flexibility of concepts, their fluidity, their transmutations. But its premises are the actually existing processes of the development of objects and their reflection in concepts. It does not absolutize the variability of things or their reflection. It does not deny their relative stability and qualitative determinacy. Variability and stability, both in things and their reflection, form a real contradiction. Whereas absolutizing the element of stability leads to metaphysics and dogmatism, absolutizing the element of variability leads to relativism. Relativism undermines belief in scientific truth, and when belief in truth in general collapses, it brings down belief in science and even in life. Dialectics embraces the elements of relativism, negation, and skepticism but cannot be reduced to relativism. It sees relativity not as negation of the objectivity of truth but as evidence of the fact that cognition is historically conditioned in its approach to objective truth. Knowledge is historically limited, but in every relative truth there is some objective content, which is intransient. The intransient elements of past knowledge form a part of new knowledge. Scientific systems collapse but they do not disappear without a trace, more perfect theories are built on top of them. One of the forms in which relativism manifests itself is conventionalism, which maintains that the concepts of science are formally accepted postulates, and that the question of whether they correspond to reality may be discarded as irrelevant to science. The history of science is the history of omnipotent cognition, which renounces both the absolutizing of achieved scientific truths and their skeptical denial. Agnostics also resort to the following arguments. One cannot know the parts without knowing the whole. The whole is infinite and, as such, unknowable. Therefore its parts are also unknowable. Pascal, for example, believed that man would understand the life of his body only when he had studied everything it needed, and for this man would have to study the whole universe. But the universe was infinite and could not be known. Empiricists have always maintained that we can know only the finite and that the infinite is unknowable. But by getting to know the finite, the transient, we in so doing begin to know the infinite. The knowability of the world does indeed imply a profound paradox. The world, the universe is boundless and inexhaustible, and our knowledge of it at every given level of the development of science is inevitably limited and always will be. Nevertheless, the universe is knowable and agnosticism evaporates in the light of more complete knowledge. This comprehensibility of the world, which some people regard as the most incomprehensible thing of all, is not a figment, but the result of the whole preceding history of science, technology, and practice, which demonstrates that as a matter of principle there is nothing classified in the universe. All knowledge is opposed by unknown but knowable reality. There is nothing hidden that cannot be revealed, nothing secret that cannot be discovered. Humanity is capable of getting to know the whole universe because there is no limit to the development of its organs of cognition or of action. But humanity is limited by the historical framework and by the abilities of each individual. These limitations are overcome by the subsequent development of science and practice. All the preceding practice of humankind, the history of the development of cognition itself convincingly show that there is no limit to knowledge. When it plunges into the waves of existence, reason will never hit the bottom of the universe. Knowledge of the world has its beginning but no end. Let us recall some of the stages in the triumphant march of human reason. For example, the mathematicians, beginning with Euclid, evolved a geometry that was perfectly true on the terrestrial scale. The physicists, beginning with Archimedes, revealed with increasing precision the laws of terrestrial mechanics. The astronomers, beginning with Hipparchus, penetrated ever deeper into the regions of the visible heavens. The biologists, beginning with Aristotle, delved ever deeper into the secrets of life. Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, and Darwin evolved great theories that led to fundamental changes in the human view of the universe and exerted a tremendous influence on all aspects of human culture and modes of thought. The greatest discovery of 19th century biology was the discovery of the living cell. In chemistry, the POM belongs to Mendeleev's periodic system of the chemical elements. On the threshold of the 20th century, X-rays and radioactivity were discovered. A turning point in the history of natural science was Einstein's theory of relativity. Recent decades of our century have been marked by the discovery of a new world of elementary particles of matter and the emergence of cybernetics. The successes of natural science and technology have made it possible to launch artificial satellites of the Earth, the Moon, and Venus, to put artificial planets in orbit, and to send man into outer space. The list of the great achievements of human reason, probing ever deeper into the secrets of nature and society, and of reason itself, could be extended still further. This undoubtedly proves the powers of human reason and science's ability to continue to multiply its discoveries and provide humanity with knowledge of new things and their properties whose existence we do not today even suspect. The advances of science are a constant reproach to agnosticism. Auguste Comte, the founder of positivism, declared that humanity would never know the chemical composition of the sun. But the ink was scarcely dry on the paper where these sceptical words had been written when spectral analysis revealed the sun's composition. Some supporters of Marxism boldly averred that the atom was a chimera, a mere figment of a sick imagination. But as most people know, atomic theory is now the basis of all contemporary natural science. The same thing has happened with the unknowability of the dark side of the moon. In the enormous world of astronomy and the tiny world of the atom, man has discovered secrets that were thought to be undiscoverable. Under the pressure of advancing science, the agnostics have been compelled to yield one position after another. We should not forget, however, that the knowability of the world does not mean that it is known. What we now know is a mere drop from the ocean of the unknown. While rejecting agnosticism, we also reject the absolutizing of the results of scientific cognition and also the absolutizing of the possibilities of cognition, an absolutizing that ignores the real conditions of cognitive activity. Science is incompatible with immoderate claims to absolute knowledge, claims which would set a limit to its development. Man has got to know a great deal. But cognition also reveals our abysmal ignorance. Reality extends beyond the frontiers of any knowledge. It is always more cunning than any theories and infinitely richer. Any tendency to categorical and final statements on all questions is bad form in philosophical thinking. There is so much mystery in the world that we are obliged to be modest and reasonably cautious in our judgments. The true scientist knows too much to share an immoderate optimism, and he regards the super-optimists with the kind of melancholy that grown-ups feel when watching children's frolics. We know for sure only comparatively simple things. Human beings are always standing on the shore. Before them lies the majestic, infinite, unencompassable ocean of what is knowable but not yet known, dotted with only a few inshore islands of the known. And we are always trying to see further through its enveloping mists. We live in a world where far more is unknown than known. And by the very logic of things we are destined to stand forever confronted by an unknown that moves further and further away from us. The volume of our knowledge is incomparable with what we have yet to discover, but in content and depth we are getting to know reality with a great degree of accuracy. Reason must more often put us under the protection of doubt. Doubt is an essential component of developing science. There can be no cognition without a problem, no problem without doubt. Human reason may be compared to a lamp. The brighter the flame, the deeper the shadow of doubt. Legend tells us that one day Zeno, when asked why he doubted everything, drew two unequal circles and, pointing first to the larger, and then to the smaller, said that this large circle was his knowledge, and the smaller that of his pupil. Everything outside those circles was the sphere of the unknown. His contact with the unknown, he went on, was therefore greater than his pupils, so he was bound to doubt more than his pupil. Subject everything to doubt is a maxim adopted by every creatively thinking scientist. Skepticism within reasonable limits is beneficial, but cheap skepticism is like blind fanaticism. They are both equally often encountered in narrow-minded people. Denial of the knowability of the world leads to pessimism about science and to repudiation of its values. And this opens the door to various forms of reaction against reason and science. When attempting to explain any phenomenon, it is absurd to assume that it is inexplicable. A person must believe that the incomprehensible can be comprehended, otherwise there is no point in thinking about it. Cognition and practice. The unity of cognition and practice. The basic form in which human life manifests itself is activity sensuously objective, practical, and intellectual, theoretical. Man is an active being, not a passive observer at the feast of life. He influences things around him, gives them the shapes and properties necessary to satisfy historically evolved social and personal needs. The human being does not merely inhabit nature, he also changes it. An immeasurable amount of human labor has been expended on its transformation. People have drained marshes, erected dams, built factories and created enormously complex implements of labor. Humanity converts the wealth of nature into the wherewithal of the cultural and historical life of society. For how many centuries did the flash of lightning in the night cause destruction and terrify the imagination of man, forcing him to prostrate himself on the ground at every thunderbolt? But man has conquered and disciplined electricity, forcing it to serve the interests of society. Lightning obediently flashes in laboratories, illuminates streets and houses, sets machines and trains in motion. As society develops, its labor has an ever greater effect in changing the environment, endowing it with new properties that take it further and further away from its virgin state. Practice is material, sensuously objective, goal-oriented activity intended to master and transform natural and social objects and constituting the universal foundation, the motive force of the development of human society and knowledge. Practice has numerous facets and different levels. By practice we mean all forms of sensuously objective human activity. But the basic forms of human practical activity are the production of material goods, labor, and also the revolutionary activity of the masses for the purpose of changing social relations, their participation in socio-political life, the class struggle, and social revolutions. Sensuously objective scientific activity involving the use of instruments and equipment in the process of observation and experiment is also a form of practice. As the basic mode of human social existence, the crucial form of man's self-fulfillment in the world, practice is a complex and integral system. It comprises, above all, such elements as need, goal, and purposeful activity in the form of separate actions and also the object upon which this activity is targeted, the means by which the target is achieved and, finally, the result of activity. Social practice forms a unity with cognitive activity, with theory. It is a source of scientific cognition, its motive force, it gives cognition the necessary factual material for generalization and theoretical processing. People began not from thinking about the world but from activities, mastering the objects of the external world by means of practice. People's power of discovery depended at first on the extent to which they acted in practice and were themselves influenced by the external world. The essence of things was revealed through the forms and ways of human practical activity. Man's very cognitive abilities have been formed and developed in the actual process of social practice, which has determined the structure, content, and direction of human thought. At the early stages of human development, the process of cognition reproduced the techniques of practical actions directly, which then served as a basis for logical operations. Cognition arose and developed because it ensured the survival of society and became a vitally significant social value. People's practical production activity was the foundation for the emergence of the natural sciences. For example, the need to cross the seas gave rise to astronomy, geometry sprang from the needs of agriculture, medicine from the needs of health, and so on. In the final analysis, it is practice that predetermines the choice of the objects of scientific research. The vital needs of society and individuals guide research activity. Production emerges as the basic consumer of the results of scientific cognition and the provider of the technical means for it, the instruments and equipment without which research is practically impossible. Consequently, practice not only stimulates cognition but also creates the conditions for it to come about. Success in science depends not only on the scientist's talent, intelligence, and imagination but on the existence of the necessary equipment. The development of technology has provided science with powerful means of experimental research up to and including computers, synchrophasotrons, and spaceships. Electromagnetic and intraatomic processes became targets of research only when society achieved the high level of production that provided science with the means for investigating these phenomena. The increasingly bold practical application of the natural and social sciences created the mechanism of feedback between science and practice, which has become a crucial factor in the choice of many basic channels of research. For instance, the development of Sputniks and spaceships as new means of astronomical observation has not only upgraded research of the solar system to a leading place among the problems of astronomy, it has also laid the foundation of a new science, experimental astronomy, which has much in common with geophysics. Astronomers have acquired the ability to touch the environs of the Sun and observe the various streams of particles that it sends out into surrounding space. Scientific knowledge has practical meaning only if it is realized in life. Practice is the arena where knowledge demonstrates its force. The ultimate aim of cognition is not knowledge in itself but the practical transformation of reality in order to satisfy society's material and spiritual needs. The practical realization of ideas, their conversion into an objective world is a process of objectification. Knowledge is objectified not only in linguistic forms, but also in material culture. This also has considerable practical meaning. Since practical activity implies awareness, the intellectual principle is one of its essential components. Any theory that separates material and spiritual activity is alien to dialectical materialism. The two form a unity. Knowledge exists only in people's heads, it is there and only there, for better or worse, that cognition takes place, whereas everything that becomes reality is practice. Practical activity is performed with the aid of material means and creates material products, whereas spiritual, intellectual activity operates with images, concepts, and generates thoughts and ideas. The process of practically influencing the world is both material and ideal. Theory and practice form a unity, in which practice has the initially decisive role. However, we know that man's practical transforming attitude to objective reality is impossible without accurate reflection of objects, their properties, and relations. Theory is by no means confined to the simple generalization of practice that has already taken place. It works creatively on the empirical material and thus opens up new prospects for the development of practice. In relation to practice, theory plays a programming, intellectually enlightening role. Practice precedes theory. This becomes particularly clear as soon as we raise the question of the origin of knowledge. It is significant that in the language of tribes who have only recently emerged from the tribal system, things are designated by the same words as human actions. At the earliest stages of the development of science, when human empirical thinking was taking its first timid steps, knowledge was indeed formed mainly on the basis of generalization of direct practical operations with objects. At the level of scientific thought, however, this way of building knowledge cannot be the basic one, although it may be applied at certain stages of research. Here there is a tremendous growth in the possibility and necessity of mental, theoretical use of ideal models of things, their properties and relations without having direct resort to practice. As thought becomes more sophisticated, as science develops, the link between cognition and practice becomes increasingly mediated, and human progress makes this mediation ever more complex and multistaged. Whereas practice used to march ahead of theory, now, on the contrary, theory tends more and more to anticipate practice and illuminate its way forward. Knowledge seems to take shape above practice and finds its embodiment and confirmation in practice. This has opened up many opportunities for theoretical thought to break out of the confines of direct experience and made possible a very long-term vision of practice in the future. The chains of mediation between theory and practice become longer and longer, and the first link may be as much as a century away from the last. The patterns of object interactions encountered in the mechanics of Archimedes, Leonardo da Vinci and Galileo were directly projected on the production situations of their time, but this certainly cannot be said of the theory of relativity or of quantum mechanics, for instance. The internal logic of the development of cognition. By this we mean the stimuli that appear in the actual process of cognition, when one discovery leads to another and the development of one science encourages vigorous growth in other spheres. It is also seen in the influence that some ideas have on others, the methods of one science on others, of some minds on others. Society has a duty to know more about the world than it can use at the given moment. Science must resemble an iceberg. Its visible peak should always be less than the part hidden under water. Utilitarian objections to pure theory may be discounted. Theory usually produces not immediate benefit but a spiritual value which sooner or later will acquire direct usefulness. When, for example, we speak of the general physical picture of the world or general field theory, or the origin of matter, science does not need to excuse itself for being too abstract. Not all the movements of theoretical thought need to be justified by immediate returns. For example, thousands of scientists in hundreds of laboratories the world over are investigating the behavior, properties, and interactions of elementary particles which have as yet not been used in practice. Experimenters and theoreticians are making unexpected discoveries, mounting ingenious experiments, advancing bold hypotheses, arguing with each other in search of the laws governing the structure and motion of matter. The cognition of the forces of nature and society is bound to be followed sooner or later by the practical mastering of these forces. There is no such thing as a useless discovery. There is nothing more practical than a true theory. When people ask about the possible practical application of any new discovery, one is reminded of Faraday's answer when questioned about the practical significance of the electromagnetic induction that he had discovered. "How can one say," he replied, "what kind of a man a baby boy will grow into? No one can predict the ultimate result of any scientific discovery. The history of science tells us there have been many cases of a discovery becoming the cornerstone of a whole branch of technology. Scientific research has various stages, some of which cater for the immediate needs of practice, solution of today's tactical problems, as it were, while others are targeted on more distant prospects. These are the upper floors of scientific research. They are oriented on solving strategic problems, revealing bigger, wider opportunities for the practice of the future, introduction of fundamental changes in existing practice. Narrow practicism may be harmful to science, particularly its fundamental theoretical departments. It restricts scientific thought, confining it to the limits of the object of research, which are important only for historically transient forms of practice, and thus scales down the range and content of research activity. Conversely, when scientific thought is not fettered by such limits, it is capable of discovering in an object properties and relations that in perspective offer the opportunity of its far more diversified practical use. After setting up its logical basis, scientific theory acquires a capacity for self-development and reproduction of properties and relations of things that are not yet within the scope of practice and sensuous cognition, or that will be there only in the future. The development of science at any given period depends on the thought material inherited from past generations, from theoretical problems that have already been stated. Scientific development has a relative independence thanks to the necessity, based on the needs of cognition itself, to systematize knowledge, to break down its branches into various interacting disciplines, thanks to need for intellectual intercourse and free exchange of opinion. Many discoveries were not directly triggered by practice and only later became the source of new practice, i.e., the discovery of X-rays, radioactivity, and so on. The general theory of relativity arose not thanks to certain hitherto unknown experiments, which threw new light on the essence of gravity, but by means of purely theoretical analysis of the system of knowledge that had already taken shape in physics. The predicted experimental proofs only appeared at a later stage. Discoveries arise partially as a result of the solution of internal contradictions in a scientific theory itself, and appear before the practical demand for them is consciously appreciated. Sometimes a new need arises under the influence of this or that discovery or invention. But quite often the opposite is the case. Despite the intense practical needs of society, science cannot come up with the answer and the need remains unsatisfied. At each stage in the development of society, practice has to make do with the level of theory that has been achieved, no matter how poor it may be. The ideal incentives to knowledge. What is it that drives people into the jungles of the unknown? The search for knowledge does not depend on practice. It is the result of the mind's inner urge to seek truth. The scientist studies nature not only because his studies yield useful results, but also because they give him satisfaction. Material incentives play a by no means inconsiderable role in the development of science, but moral stimuli, ideal incentives, play an even greater role. Such incentives include the desire to make people's work easier, to enlighten, to reorganize social relations in the public interest, to delight in the process of creativity, to win fame, and so on. The awareness of one's duty to society and the desire to serve the interests of humanity have stimulated the creative work of many scientists. The work of Marx on Capital provides an impressive example. In one of his letters he wrote, "Well, why didn't I answer you? Because I was constantly hovering at the edge of the grave. Hence I had to make use of every moment when I was able to work to complete my book, to which I have sacrificed health, happiness, and family. I trust that I need not add anything to this explanation. I laugh at the so-called practical men with their wisdom. If one chose to be an ox, one could, of course, turn one's back on the sufferings of mankind and look after one's own skin. But I should have really regarded myself as impractical, if I had pegged out without completely finishing my book, at least in manuscript." 1. A scientist may indeed be carried away by the adventure of exploring the unknown. The joy he derives from creative work, when successful, is that he sees the most deeply hidden secrets of the world unfolding before him. He sees the mysteries of the origin of the universe revealed. He sees his own reason discovering purpose and order where those before him were unable to perceive anything but chaos. This feeling may be described as philosophical delight. And these incentives to creativity do indeed play a massive role, but it would be wrong to absolutize them. Ideal incentives are not prime movers, they are derivative. They have an objective basis and express the real needs of society. Even a scientist of genius is the child of his age, whose needs ultimately determine the character of his activities. But in the course of humanity's historical development, cognition becomes a relatively independent need, an insatiable thirst for knowledge, a curiosity that amounts to a totally unselfish interest in creativity. Knowledge begins with wonder. He who is not surprised at anything discovers only the fact that he has lost the ability to think creatively. For the real researcher, discovery of something surprising is always a happy event and a fresh stimulus to work. The most wonderful thing of all is that we are able to experience the mystery of the unknown. A true scientist is irresistibly attracted by the sheer beauty of a logical scientific theory, by the amazing ingenuity of experimental techniques and solutions to the brain-teasing riddles of nature, society, and thought itself. Even the most dispassionate scientist is at the same time a human being. He would like to be right, to see his intuition confirmed, he would like to make a name for himself, to be a success. Such hopes are motives for his work, just as is the thirst for knowledge. 2. The all-absorbing urge for knowledge is one of the thinking person's deepest needs. It is like a demon, it pounces on the scientist and forces him to make desperate efforts in search of truth. Driven on by this demon, people store up knowledge and create works of art with no regard at all for practical goals and considerations. Most of us have read the biographies of such truth seekers and know what their fate usually was. In upholding truth they risked their reputation, they were persecuted, accused of charlatanism. Many died in poverty. It has been truly said that he cannot become an apostle of truth who lacks the courage to be its martyr. The history of science abounds in the spirit of selfless questing. Pioneers of science. For them the search for truth was the meaning of their whole conscious life. They made us wiser and more enlightened. They were martyrs in the name of humanity, crucified for our sake, so that we might rise a little higher. We should remember them with gratitude. What is truth? Truth, error, and faith. Any idea, no matter how far-fetched, contains some objective content. Then are mermaids, witches, and devils images of truth? The metaphysically minded materialists, who interpret reflection one-sidedly, deny that there is any reflection of reality in error. Religious consciousness, for example, is regarded as completely void of any objective content. But the history of humanity's search for knowledge shows that error does reflect, admittedly one-sidedly, objective reality, that it has its source in reality, has an earthly foundation. There is not and cannot be any absolute error which reflects absolutely nothing. Even the delirium of the insane is a reflection of something. In all the above cases there are threads of objective reality, woven into fantastic patterns by the force of imagination. Taken in their entirety, these images do not add up to something true. Far from every phenomenon of consciousness possesses the same degree of veracity. But humankind lives and progresses not because its consciousness is cluttered with error, blind faith, and falsehood, but because that consciousness also contains true knowledge. If cognition had not been, from the very beginning, a more or less accurate reflection of reality, man would never have been able to transform his environment creatively or even to adapt himself to it. The very fact of man's existence, the history of science and practice prove the truth of this assertion. This is not to say, of course, that human knowledge is not prone to error. In acquiring the ability to think abstractly and imagine productively, which has taken us far beyond the confines of what is given by the senses, people have earned the privilege of making mistakes and being carried away by all kinds of nonsense. Animals are incapable of abstract thought, but they do not make the same mistakes as man, who has evolved a whole world of fantastic, fairy tale images, unbelievably bizarre, gorgeously beautiful or hideously grotesque. Error is an idea or a combination of ideas and images that arise in the mind of the individual or society and do not correspond to reality but are regarded as true. This definition of error follows logically from that of cognition as the reflection of reality. Error is honest untruth. Unlike error, falsehood, or deception is dishonest untruth. A person knows that a certain idea is untrue, but for some reason or other he presents it as true. The person who makes a mistake leads others into error because he himself has erred. The liar, on the other hand, while deceiving others, is not himself deceived. Falsehood speaks of something that exists as non-existent and of the non-existent as existing. But truth has a force that the lie lacks. The latter is usually exposed in the long run. Someone has said that a lie is rather like spitting against the wind, the spit is bound to fly in the liar's face. Error should be distinguished from the mistake that is the result of incorrect practical or mental actiority, evoked by purely accidental, personal causes. It is commonly believed that errors are annoying accidents. But they have relentlessly pursued knowledge throughout history. They are a kind of penalty that humanity has to pay for its daring attempts to know more than is permitted by the level of practice and the scope of theoretical thought. The ancients saw the source of error either in the natural imperfection of our cognitive abilities, in the limitations of sensuous and rational knowledge, in lack of education, or a combination of all these factors. The philosophy of modern times sometimes regards error as the distorting influence of emotion or will on human reason. Error is rooted in the social conditions of man's existence and in the nature of his mind, which may be compared to a mirror with an uneven surface that mingles its own imperfection with the image of the thing reflected. Thinkers have seen the source of error in free will and insufficient knowledge. According to Kant, the source of error lies in the fundamentally unjustifiable emergence of human consciousness beyond the bounds of possible personal experience into the objective world for itself, or in violation of the logical rules of thought. Error is a historically conditioned, and therefore constantly overcome, discrepancy between knowledge and the object of knowledge. It expresses theoretically the limitedness of people's actual power over nature and their own relations, and results from the constant urge to overcome the limitations of existing knowledge and practice. Truth is a complex, contradictory process in which error is constantly overcome through the development of knowledge, while truth itself becomes increasingly complete and profound. People themselves are to blame for their errors, although the latter are by no means an inherent, immanent feature of human nature, but only a transient possibility realized on the basis of certain historical conditions. By its very nature, scientific cognition is impossible without a clash of different views, a struggle of beliefs. Without discussion, it is therefore impossible without error. Only those who do nothing or who constantly repeat platitudes make no mistakes. Numerous opinions may be advanced on a certain question and quite often not one of them is correct. Every scientific discovery usually entails numerous errors, which are stages in the development of truth, as illustrated by the common expression learning from one's mistakes. If the doors are locked to error, truth cannot enter the mind either. This is not to say, however, that one should look pessimistically on cognition as an endless groping among figments of the imagination. Errors are removed or gradually overcome, and truth, though sometimes badly wounded, fights its way through to the light. One may have the desire not to burden oneself with the negative as something false, one may demand to be brought at once to the truth. Why should one become involved with what is false? This notion is one of the biggest obstacles to truth. Truth is not a stamped coin which can be supplied ready-made. 1. How many cases have there been in science when under certain conditions error proved to be truth and truth error? Even legends and fairy tales come true in the course of time. For example, when the ancients began to describe atoms, they made a tremendous discovery and at the same time became victims of error. They called particles of matter atoms because they considered them to be indivisible. They were right and wrong at the same time. Humanity has achieved its present level of culture not because of error but despite it. Attainment of truth is the prime task of science. Truth is the true reflection of reality in the consciousness, the reflection of reality as it exists for itself, independently of the will and consciousness of people. Closely connected with truth and error is the concept of faith, which ordinary consciousness often associates with the meaning it has been given in religion. In the broad philosophical sense, faith should be understood as an individual's profound conviction of the correctness of his actions, thoughts, or ideals. And this conviction may have a generic or a derivative character. As something generic, faith may be just blind everyday superstition, or it may simply be a confidence in science, scientists, and so on. As something derivative, faith is scientifically grounded, authentic knowledge, and in this sense it is based on truth. Faith may be true, but this principle is not reversible. The concept of truth is linked with the moral concepts of honesty and sincerity. Truth is the aim of science and honesty is the ideal of moral motivation. Fruitful studies in science and philosophy are impossible where fear of the consequences of thinking is stronger than the love of truth. Truth is authenticated knowledge, and knowledge is strength, the greatest strength of all. It cannot be destroyed by prisons, penal servitude, the gallows, the guillotine, or the stake. The burning bush of truth will never burn out. Giordano Bruno died at the stake in the Campo dei Fiori in Rome as a martyr to scientific truth. His body perished in the flames, but truth remained, it was indestructible. Although the great majority, misled by all kinds of false arguments, may be against it, truth is bound sooner or later to win through. An ardent and selfless love of truth is often to be found in individuals who are richly endowed morally as well as intellectually. The objective content of true knowledge. All truth is objective, its content does not depend on the subject, his intentions or will. A correct answer to the question, what is truth? Presupposes recognition of the fact that outside our consciousness there exists an infinite world developing according to objective laws. Truth is the accurate reflection of the object in the consciousness of the subject. Authenticity is the mode of existence of truth. Since it is the correct reflection of the object, truth always has objective content. If we conceive ideas that have no correspondence in reality, it is clear that these concepts have nothing to do with truth and cannot therefore stand up to the test of practice. Any truth is objective. There is no such thing as unobjective truth. Subjective truth is merely an individual's opinion. So the definition that we have given of truth is at the same time a definition of objective truth. Truth is not reality itself but the objective content of the results of cognition. Its content does not depend on the will, desire, passion, or imagination of human beings. Only objective knowledge corresponding to the essence of things themselves allows the individual and society to control natural and social processes. One can control the forces of nature and society only by obeying their objective laws. Can there be several true statements about one and the same phenomenon in one and the same relation? There may be many opinions, but there can be only one truth. Truth as a process. The relativity of truth. The principle of correspondence. The statement that the world is knowable does not mean that an object is revealed to the subject, the knower, at once in all its attributes and relations. Our life is not a placid existence in the lap of truth but a restless and constant search for its acquisition. Science is not a stockpile of ready-made and all-embracing verities but a process of finding them, of moving from limited, approximate knowledge to knowledge that becomes ever more embracing, profound and precise. This process has no limit. The ideas of finite and immutable truth are illusions that have nothing to do with true science. The mental vision of the scientist is always an incomplete picture. Some things are well known and have become trivial, others are not quite comprehensible, others doubtful, others insufficiently proven, others contradict new facts, and others are entirely problematic. When we try to understand a certain object, we have to reckon with its inexhaustibility and tendency to change. Every object has a vast number of properties and enters into countless relations with other objects. It would take a very long time to know these properties and relations. In the history of science we find many cases when scientists agreed that all the properties of an object had been established, only to discover later that it had other properties besides. Water, for instance, was considered to have been studied inside out. But science then discovered something called heavy water, with properties hitherto unsuspected. Recent research has shown that a number of the peculiarities and states of water depend on the influence of outer space. And the problem of the distribution, role, and specific properties of water in the universe still awaits a satisfactory solution. As proven knowledge increases, the circle of probable knowledge also expands. We are still able to grasp only a little of the boundless mystery story of existence. Truth is relative inasmuch as it reflects an object not exhaustively but within certain limits, certain relations, which are constantly changing. Relative truth is limited true knowledge about something. Scientific knowledge, even the most authentic and precise, is relative in character. The relativity of knowledge lies in its inevitable incompleteness and probabilistic nature. For example, our knowledge of the atom, molecule, electron, living cell, organism, man himself, no matter how profound, is only partial, it gives an incomplete reflection of the properties and essence of these objects. Truth is historical. In this sense it is a child of the epoch. It is in the nature of truth that it breaks through when its time comes. The people of every epoch cherish the illusion that at long last, thanks to the strenuous efforts of previous generations and their contemporaries, the promised land of truth has been achieved and thought has reached a peak beyond which it can climb no further. But time passes and they find that this was not the summit but only a small hillock, which is often either trampled down or at best used as a base for further, endless ascent. The mountain of knowledge has no summit. Each subsequent theory is more complete and profound than its predecessor. Moreover, new scientific truths do not throw old truths on the scrap heap of history, but supplement them, concretize them, or embrace them as necessary elements in more general and profound verities. The whole rational content of previous theory becomes part of the new theory that succeeds it. Science throws out only the claim that it was exhaustive. Previous theory is interpreted in the new theory as relative truth and thus as a specific case of a fuller and more accurate theory, Newton's classical mechanics, for example, and Einstein's theory of relativity. Such a relationship between theories in their historical development is known in science as the correspondence principle, according to which theories whose correctness for one or another sphere of phenomena has been tested by practice, by experiment are not dismissed as false upon the appearance of new, more general theories, but retain their significance for the previous sphere, as a particular case of the new theory. This principle rests on the fact that relative truth is objective truth. When speaking of the relative character of truth, one must bear in mind that this refers to truths in the sphere of scientific theory and not to the empirical stating of facts. Our knowledge of empirical facts may be true or untrue. But it cannot be relatively true. A court of law, for example, has no right to punish a person unless the case is completely proved against him. No judge has a right to say, the accused may or may not have committed a crime, but let's punish him just in case. The absolute in truth. By absolute truth one means exhaustive, maximum knowledge of the world as a whole, full realization of all the potentials of human reason, the achievement of frontiers beyond which there is nothing worth knowing. Is this possible? In principle, yes. In reality the process of cognition is carried on by succeeding generations, who think very restrictedly and only in terms of the given level of development of their culture. Absolute knowledge is therefore only an aim for which science strives and to which the road is endless. Complete knowledge does not exist, we can only approach it, as we do to the speed of light. The development of science is a series of consecutive approximations to absolute truth, of which each is more precise than its predecessor. Absolute truths are those which, having been once stated with complete clarity and authenticity, do not encounter any further counter-arguments. In this sense an absolute truth is a reflection of a thing that remains true under all conditions of its existence. Such absolute truths are represented in science by such statements as nothing in the universe is created out of nothing and nothing disappears without a trace or the earth revolves around the sun. These are old truths and general ones, but they have not ceased to be true. Fully authenticated facts, the dates of events, of births and deaths and the like, are also ranked as absolute truth. But these truths are ordinary trivial statements. The term absolute is also used of any relative truth in the sense that if it is objective it must contain something absolute as one of its elements. Absolute truth is a piece of knowledge that is not refuted by the subsequent development of science but enriched and constantly reaffirmed by life. Humanity seeks full knowledge of the world. And although it will never attain such knowledge, it is constantly approaching it, and every step in that direction, although relative, contains something absolute. Taken as a whole, our knowledge of nature and the history of society is not complete, but it contains many grains of the absolute. The development of any truth is an accumulation of moments of the absolute. Science commands not only absolute truths but also, and to a greater degree, relative truths. The absolute is the sum total of relative moments in truth. Every stage in the development of science adds further grains of truth to this total. It may be said that any truth is both absolute and relative. In human knowledge taken as a whole, the specific gravity of the absolute in truth is constantly increasing. The concreteness of truth. One of the basic principles of the dialectical approach to knowledge is recognition of the concreteness of truth. Recognition of this principle means approaching truth not abstractly but in connection with real conditions. The concreteness of truth means that we must pinpoint the decisive concrete historical conditions in which the object of cognition exists and identify the essential properties, relations, and basic tendencies of its development. Concreteness is the real connection and interaction of all aspects of the object, knowledge of it in all the wealth of its interactions. A statement about an object is true if it exactly reflects the object in the stated conditions. Different conditions require a different statement. A true reflection of one moment of reality may become false if it is divorced from its context, from certain conditions of place, time, and its role in the composition of the whole. For example, a physical organ cannot be comprehended without an understanding of the organism, an individual cannot be comprehended without understanding of society, and a historically concrete society at that, and outside the context of his specific biography. The statement water boils at 1000 C is true if we are speaking of ordinary water at normal pressure. It is not true if we are referring to heavy water or if we change the pressure. Every object has general features and also its specific qualities, its unique context of life. So besides a general approach, one must also have a concrete approach to an object in accordance with the principle, truth is never abstract, always concrete. Are the principles of classical mechanics true, for example? Yes, they are, if applied to macrobodies and to relatively low velocities. For one and the same process truth cannot be eternal, given once and for all. The process itself develops, the conditions in which it proceeds change, and the truth that reflects it undergoes modifications. What was truth in certain conditions may become untrue in others. Since every given truth is incomplete, it is quite justifiable to ask about any theory or idea, to what degree of accuracy does it reflect the object? Because of this incompleteness, the application of any given truth is limited. And if one takes any truth too far, extends it beyond its frame of reference, it can be reduced to absurdity. The principle of the concreteness of truth means that we must approach facts not with general formulas and schemata, but with maximum consideration of the decisive conditions, and this is totally incompatible with dogmatism. The criteria of truth. What guarantee have we of any truth in our knowledge? What forms the basis for distinguishing truth from error, from lies and mistakes? In other words, what are the criteria of true knowledge? Descartes and Spinoza, for example, proposed clear and distinct apprehension as the criterion of truth. Clarity was what was perceptible by the observing reason. Only that which could be clearly apprehended and gave rise to no doubts could be considered true. Descartes' examples of such truths were mathematical statements such as a square has four sides. Such truths have a distinctness that rules out all doubts. They are the result of the natural light of reason. Just as light reveals both itself and the surrounding darkness, so is truth the measure of itself and of falsity. Leibniz defined the truth of an idea as its clarity based on the clarity of all its elements. This view of the criteria of truth was historically progressive. It gave precedence to the power of human reason. But it did not take into consideration the fact that clarity itself also requires criteria. The mere fact of obviousness does not guarantee truth. History has severely judged many clear and obvious truths. What was quite clear to science yesterday, today becomes incomprehensible. What, it once seemed, could be more clear and obvious than the immobility of the earth. And many regarded this as an obvious truth and believed in it fanatically. The conventionalists saw the foundation of truth in any fact that had been conventionally agreed upon between groups of scientists, capable of judging what should be considered true or false. Other thinkers advanced the principle of universal significance. What corresponded to the opinion of the majority was true. But long before this, Democritus had said that questions of truth could not be decided by a majority vote. History abounds in cases where only one person was in possession of true knowledge in a certain field while all the rest were mistaken. We have only to recall Copernicus and his discovery, which no one else was prepared to believe. The pragmatists maintain that truth is anything that justifies itself in practice, that helps to achieve the required aim. True ideas are those that work, that are useful. The fundamental principle of scientific thinking lies in the following: a proposition is true if one can prove that it applies in certain specific conditions, or if there is an acknowledged precedent for its having been so applied. This principle may be termed the principle of realizability. Through the realization of an idea in practical action, knowledge is measured against, compared with, its object and reveals the actual degree of its objectivity, the truth of its content. The veracity of a principle can be proved only by its successful practical application. Any proposition which is directly or indirectly confirmed in practice, or which may be effectively realized in practice, is correct. If a person compares his concept of things with other concepts that have been practically tested, he thereby indirectly, through this correct image, compares his own concept with the object itself. Correspondence between a concept and its object is fully proved only when one can find, reproduce, or create such an object, corresponding to the concept that one has formed. The truth of a theory is the necessary guarantee of its realizability. For example, the practice of launching artificial Earth satellites confirmed the correctness of the theoretical propositions and calculations on the basis of which these satellites were built. The criterion of practice cannot fully confirm or refute any notion completely. It is flexible enough to guard us against treating knowledge as an ossified truth that needs no development. At the same time, it is sound enough to allow us to argue successfully against the varieties of agnosticism. The atom is indivisible. Is this true or false? For many centuries it was considered true and practice sanctioned it. In those days the atom was indeed indivisible, just as today it is practically divisible and elementary particles are as yet indivisible. Such is the level of contemporary practice. Practice is a cunning creature. It not only confirms truth and exposes error, it also keeps quiet about what is beyond its frame of reference. Practice has many different facets and various levels of development, beginning from empirical experience and ending with rigorous scientific experiment. It is one thing to consider the practice of primitive man obtaining fire by means of friction. And quite another, the practice of the medieval alchemist trying to find the philosopher's stone that would change base metals into gold. Modern space flights, physical experiments with equipment of tremendous resolving power, computer calculations, and heart surgery, the liberation movements of peoples, these are also practice. Some theoretical propositions may be directly confirmed and put into practice, for example, the geologist's assumption that there is uranium ore in a certain place at a certain depth. Others have to be practically confirmed by extremely circuitous ways, involving long or short intermediate links, through other sciences, through the applied fields of knowledge, through the revolutionary action of the masses, whose effect may show only years later. This is how certain mathematical ideas, the propositions of theoretical physics, biology, psychology, sociology, philosophy, history, aesthetic theory, and so on, take effect. Everything that is truly scientific must inevitably, directly or indirectly, sooner or later, be realized in life. The sensuous image of the world. Sensation and perception. Traditionally, any analysis of the levels and structure of knowledge begins with sensuous knowledge, which is divided into three levels: sensation, perception, and representation. The point of departure of all intellectual life lies in sensuousness and not in thought, which both historically and ontogenetically is derived from the senses. In sense perception we experience the direct effect of the objective world, its resistance to us. In the act of contemplating an object, a person relates directly to it, he senses it and feels the authenticity, the reliability of its existence. For example, in an orange we sense the orange color, the firmness, the specific smell, the taste, the shape, and the size. Sensations arise under the influence of processes coming from the external and internal environment and acting upon our sense organs. External irritants may be sound or light waves, mechanical pressure, chemical effect, and so on. Sensation is the reflection of certain properties of objects during their immediate action on a sense organ, the conversion of excitation into a fact of consciousness. The sense organs are, as it were, channels or windows open to the external and intra-organic world, through which enormous streams of impulses are constantly flowing into the brain. The sense organs carry on their cognitive function by means of a certain system of motive acts depending on the object that they reflect. For instance, a feeling hand reproduces the shape of an object by actively touching it, while the eye, like a feeling hand, passes over an object at a distance in various directions, and observes it. The modal division of sensations is based on the specific features of the influence they reflect: touch, vision, hearing, vibration, temperature, smell, taste, and so on. Visual sensations are crucial in human sensuous cognition. They provide us with 30 times more information than we obtain through hearing. The visual is also more reliable. Visual sensations originated from the sensations of touch. Not for nothing is it said that the seeing eye is the pupil of the feeling hand. And when we doubt the reliability of the pupil's evidence, we resort to the assistance of the teacher, we feel the object with our hands. Spatial, tangible sensibility is the chief means of getting to know the world geometrically, as an assembly of material bodies. Hearing also plays an important role in sensuous reflection. Its development is mainly connected with the sound structure of language as the basic means of communication and also with the sound structure of music. Sensations are the most reliable bond between knowledge and the universe, and we should know nothing about the sensuous properties of things without them. What is perception? No matter what object we take, it possesses many diverse aspects and properties. Take a lump of sugar for example. It is hard, white, sweet, has a certain shape, mass, and weight. All these properties are combined and we perceive and comprehend them not separately but as a whole, a unity, a lump of sugar. Consequently, the objective basis of perception, as perception of a whole image, is the unity and, at the same time, the diversity of the various properties of the object in question. A perception is an integral image directly reflecting the object or objects influencing the sense organs, their properties and relations. It is a stage of knowledge higher than, and substantially different from, sensation. Perception implies a comprehension of the object, its properties and relations, based on the reception of a recently received impression into the system of knowledge already available, whereas sensations may simply flash past on the periphery of consciousness and remain out of the focus of concentrated thought. Perception, on the other hand, is thinking, living contemplation. We looked at things with our external eyes and see them with our internal vision. The depth of this comprehension depends on a person's intellectual level, his total experience. Representation. Representations come about through the perception of external stimuli and their preservation in time by the memory. A perception refers only to what is actually happening at a given moment. A representation is an image of an object that at some time influenced the sense organs and is later revived from the traces left in the brain while the object is absent. It may also be an image created by an effort of the imagination. As imaginal knowledge, a representation is the highest form of sensuous reflection. Objects that are not present before us or not accessible to our sense organs are present in our consciousness and are grasped by the mind in the form of representations, which synthesize many comparable sense impressions. A representation differs from a perception in that it rises above the immediate givenness of an object and links it with a concept by means of some general principle and in itself becomes a focal point of thought. In epistemology, a representation means something more than the act of direct contemplation in the form of an image of an absent object. It is a summing up of historically accumulated empirical material registered in books, tables, the recordings of various apparatuses, minutes, and so on. It is a synthetic intellectual form, richer in content than its previous stage. It comprises everything that people know about the object in question. It is a cache of social memory, whose contents have not yet been theoretically processed by thought. The mental process which creates representations and mental situations not directly received as entities is imagination, which creates images of the desirable or possible future, and also images of things that are not to be found in personal experience but can be put together out of the elements that are there. These images may simply reproduce something that exists or has existed, or may anticipate the future and guide practical actions to its actual, real creation. The more real the reflection in the imagination, the more productive is its regulative and stimulative activity, which possesses a great power of imaginative generalization. Thought. The general concept of thought. A person does not live in the world of direct impressions all the time, he may also be concerned with abstract concepts and live in a world of symbols. He not only accumulates visual and conceptual experience, he also assimilates the experience acquired by mankind and formulated in systems of written memory. So human beings can operate on both the visual and the conceptual planes. How does the shift from the sensuous to the conceptual level come about? Thought relates the evidence of the senses to all the other knowledge possessed by the individual. And it does this by drawing on the accumulated experience and knowledge of humanity to the extent that these are possessed by or available to any specific individual. The shift from the sensuous to the conceptual, the rational, does not mean, however, a shift from reality to the empty darkness of the supersensuous. Thought is based on the sensuous material of speech, particularly, internal speech, and on symbolized sensuous images. Thought is goal-oriented, mediated and generalist reflection of the significant properties and relations of things, the creative forming of new ideas, the posing and solving of problems. One can readily understand what is meant by goal-oriented, but what do we mean by mediated? Mediation is the movement of thought towards essence through its manifestations. For example, we cannot see directly, immediately what a person is thinking about. We know this by perceiving and understanding his words and actions. The experienced psychiatrist can tell from the appearance of his patient alone, from his facial expression, his eyes, or his behavior, what disease he is suffering from. A qualified doctor examining his patient's eyes under a lamp learns a lot about the condition of the other organs from the state of the iris. These are examples of mediated thought. What is inaccessible to sense perception is discovered through the evidence of instruments, by means of various signs, signals, symbols, etc. Another way in which thought is mediated is through the historically accumulated experience of mankind in general. In the process of thought, a person does not rely entirely on his personal experience. He weaves into the fabric of thought various threads from his brain's general store of knowledge of all kinds of things, of all accumulated historical experience. And quite often the most unexpected comparisons, analogies, and associations lead to the solution of an important practical or theoretical problem. In scientific cognition, one often has to operate with quantities that are not known, and the power of logical thought has to fill in the inevitable gaps. The distinctive feature of thought is the solving of problems. A part of thinking is, in fact, the posing of a problem. In order to state a problem, one must have a certain skill, if one does not want to be accused of asking silly questions. Thought may proceed as a process of problem solving according to strict rules, algorithms, algorithmic thought, or it may be creative, generating new ideas. Theoretical activity and curiosity is a significant attribute of the thinking mind. The concept of creative thought emphasizes the element of its original productivity, its ability to pose new problems and devise unique solutions to them. To sum up, human thought, based on sense data, is the highest form of the active reflection and intellectual conversion of objective reality, and consists in goal-oriented, indirect, and generalist cognition by the subject of the essential law-governed connections and relations of things, in the creative production of new ideas, and also in the forecasting of events. It proceeds in various forms and structures: concepts, statements, categories, inferences, hypotheses, theories, etc., which record and generalize the socio-historical experience of humankind. One of the instruments of thought is language, and also other sign systems, such as the abstract symbols of mathematics, or the concrete images of the language of art. The elements of these systems support such basic operations of thought as abstraction, generalization, and mediation. Abstraction enables us to ignore an object's inessential properties and relations and concentrate on those that are relevant to the intellectual task in question. Generalization enables us to classify large numbers of phenomena according to certain essential attributes. For example, one can classify certain symptoms as symptoms of a certain illness. As a complex socio-historical phenomenon, thought is studied by many sciences: the theory of knowledge, analysis of the relations between the subjective and the objective in thought, the sensuous and rational, the empirical and the theoretical, etc., by logic, the science of the forms, rules and operations of thinking, by cybernetics, technical modeling of thought operations in the form of the artificial brain, by aesthetics, which analyses thought in the process of the creation and perception of artistic values, by science history, the history, theory, and practice of scientific cognition, by linguistics, the relationship between thought and language, by neurophysiology, the cerebral substratum and the physiological mechanisms of thought, by psychopathology, various forms of mental disorder, by ethology, the preconditions and features of the development of thought in the animal world, by psychology, thought examined as a cognitive process connected with certain individual features of the personality, with the influence of emotion on thought, and so on. Innate intelligence, differing according to a person's natural gifts, develops into the actual ability to think in the process of ontogenesis under the influence of education and training. The question of the essential nature of thought, its relations to the material world, of the human being as the subject of thought, of the logic of thinking, and of the constructive, creative nature of thought, has always been the central problem of philosophy throughout the history of its development. The biological substratum of thought is the high level of development of the human brain, which took shape historically in the process of the development of man, of human society and culture. A human being becomes a thinker only by obtaining command of language, logic, and historically accumulated culture. By assimilating culture he learns to construct hypotheses, to test them theoretically and experimentally by means of thinking operations, and to forecast future events. Knowledge of thought as a special form of cognitive activity came into being in the framework of philosophy and led to the separation of thought as such from intellectual processes taken as a whole. At the very dawn of Oriental and ancient Greek philosophy, thought was separated from sensuous knowledge, and thought itself made distinctions between its unreliable manifestations, opinion as a manifestation of ordinary consciousness, and the discovery of universal laws that did not depend on individual, human subjectivity, Parmenides, Heraclitus. The idea that the actual atomic structure of things could be discovered only by means of thought was upheld by Democritus. The philosophy of the teachers of wisdom, the sophists, shifted the emphasis to analysis of the linguistic and logical means of thought as something derived from individual human qualities, protagoras. Considering these means without reference to the objective content of thought, the sophists arrived at relativism, which was criticized by Socrates, whose watchword, "Know thyself," required that thought be purged of all vague and indeterminate notions in the name of sound and reliable knowledge. Such knowledge, according to Socrates, could be obtained in a dialogue between people who were all seeking truth. In this way a direct link was found between thought and communication, and the dialogical nature of thought was discovered. Plato, a pupil of Socrates, decided that the main attribute of thought was its ideality, a special, non-sensuous form of reality, which constituted the essence of thought as distinct from the world of sensuous things. This form was elevated by Plato into a specific entity that could not be related to anything material and, moreover, was primary in relation to the material. Generalizing the experience of Greek philosophy, Aristotle created his theory of the forms and structures of thought, thus laying the foundation of formal logic. He also showed the dialectics of the transition from sensation to thought, thus revealing the important role in thought processes of the images of representation, imagination, as the connecting link between the sensuous and the rational. In contrast to idealism, certain materialist theories arose even in ancient times. These theories, Epicurus, Lucretius, regarded the ideal content of thought, ideas, concepts, judgments, as being derived from matter, as recording external stimuli. All further theories of thought are permeated with the struggle between these two philosophical approaches. The scientific revolution of the 17th century led to the rise of empiricism, which gave priority to experience and induction, Bacon and Locke, and also of rationalism, a doctrine which regards abstract thought as the basis of human knowledge and gives priority to the deductive method, i.e., to deduction of particular propositions from general principles, Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz. The advances of natural science in the 18th century led to a theory that thought was a function of the brain, a product of external natural stimuli and the social environment. Consideration was also accorded to the problems of the development of thought, Diderot, and of individual differences in thought capacity, Helvetius. At the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century, the systems of classical German idealism, Kant and Hegel, developed the theory that the forms and modes of thought were creative, dialectical, and that individual thought depended on its historical premises. The next period in the history of philosophical theories of thought is dominated by positivism, which denies universal laws of the development of nature, society, and thought, and restricts the function of theoretical thought to establishing facts and empirically observed connections between them. In various new versions, example neopositivism, the positivist approach to thought is typical of contemporary bourgeois philosophy. In Western philosophy, positivism is opposed by the intuitivist, Bergson, phenomenological, Husserl, and existential, Jaspers, Sartre, Heidegger, concepts of thought, which regard thought as the contemplation of spiritual essences, phenomenology, or deny all human ability to rationally comprehend the objective world, intuitivism and irrationalism. Psychological research into the nature of thought in the 19th century was based on the principles of formal logic and the doctrine of association. It did little more than identify and describe certain thought processes such as abstraction, generalization, comparison, and classification. The main element in thought was considered to be the concept, the nature of which was discussed in terms of formal logic, while thought itself was regarded as being produced by the mechanical summation of sense images or representations, the identification of their general attributes and the elimination of those which did not conform to the general. The process of thought itself was presented as the complex associative combination of representations and concepts in obedience to the laws of formal logic. The concept was equated with the representation and interpreted as a set of attributes connected by association. A judgment was regarded as the association of representations, an inference as the association of two judgments serving as premises with a third deduced from it as the conclusion, syllogism. This conception provided no explanation for the most essential features of thought, namely its goal-oriented and creative character. With the development of experimental psychology, thought became the target of empirical laboratory research. The naturalistic and mechanistic notions of thought were suggested by the behaviorists. Watson, for example, studied the reactions of animals in problematic situations and regarded thought as a form of behavior consisting of stimuli and motor responses to them. A new rational feature of this theory was the objective approach to thought in contrast to its being regarded as an incorporeal essence, but the mechanistic method prevented the development of a scientific theory of thought, which was ultimately reduced, at the level of human behavior, to speech reactions formed on the basis of trial and error. The study of thought led to the discovery that it was conditioned by the social environment and also to discovery of the important role played in its regulation by non-sensory, imageless elements. It was established that thought could not be reduced to the visual image content of the consciousness. In contrast to the pure sensuousness of the associative psychology, thought was treated as being purely a systematist activity directed at a definite object. The Gestalt psychologists understood thought as the process of transforming the structure of consciousness in its immediate givenness. They assumed that consciousness was a kind of field whose intensity was increased by any situation that had become a problem for the thinker. The process of thought itself was the relieving of this intensity by transforming the field of consciousness, by moving from one structure to another. By interpreting thought as a self-generating process, the Gestalt psychologists associated themselves with intuitivism, a theory that denies the determining significance of rational analysis in solving problems. The beginning of the 20th century saw the appearance of works, by Lévi-Bruhl and others, which generalized and systematized the accumulated data on the thinking of peoples who were at a relatively lower level of socio-economic and cultural development. These works helped to establish the principle of historism in thought research, exploded the proposition that certain structures of thought were invariable, and introduced the idea that thought could change qualitatively in the process of its development and historical advance. The new genetic approach to thought, which goes back to Charles Darwin, emerged thanks to the successes of experimental research on the behavior of animals with highly developed brains, particularly apes. This research showed that even animals have the rudiments of thought, analysis, synthesis, the ability to solve situational problems, etc. Two tendencies emerged in the interpretation of the results of these experiments. One identified intellectual operations of man and those of the higher animals, and the other showed the qualitative difference in their thinking, while admitting the continuity between them. Animal thought was characterized as immediate and active. Coupled with the investigation of immediate and active thought in children, this helped to overcome notions of thought as a process contrasted to the actual behavior of the organism. Investigation of thought activity in the form of external actions in complicated situations, and of operations with diagrams, models, and so on, destroyed the obsolete notion of thought as something purely internal, as a purely verbal and logical process, and led to recognition of the existence in the human beings of various forms and levels of highly developed thinking that were closely interwoven and could pass into one another. Genetic analysis of thought and the notion of a close relation between logical thought operations and practical actions were made more profound by the investigations of the Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget, who showed that there were definite, law-governed, successive stages in the development of thought from childhood to the age of adolescence. The peculiarities of thought connected with professional activities in science, technology, art, and other spheres of social life were subjected to specialized psychological analysis. One variety of professional thinking is the mental activity pursued in the field of politics, political thought, which presupposes certain specific forms of analysis and synthesis connected with the politician's need to relate the general picture of international and home affairs to a process he considers particularly important, and to take a quick and timely decision, proceeding from the unity of the components of his experience, both known and unknown, logical and intuitive. This raises the problem of the style of thought and its specific nature at various levels in the historical development of society. One particular style of thought is dogmatism, which operates with ossified concepts and ignores the principle of the concreteness of truth. The characteristic thing about dogmatic thought is a blind obstinacy. Disregarding all other considerations, the dogmatist, having once taken a decision or absorbed an idea, regards it as incontrovertible under any circumstances. He ignores the element of the relative in knowledge and tends to absolutize everything. Such thinking is inhibited by the very dogma on which it is based. Accepted techniques and methods of thought, old truths tend to repeat themselves and, when using them, people feel they are protected from the danger of mistakes. This kind of thinking sees nothing in the surrounding world but what it knows from the books, instructions, precepts, and statements of a real or imagined authority. Dogmatic thought suffers from a great inertia, taking cover behind platitudes, no matter how patently obsolete. In his day, Francis Bacon fought against scholasticism with its blind faith in authority and dogmatic style of thought. Soviet psychologists pay considerable attention to the problem-solving and critical capacity of thought, its creative character and the formation of mental techniques in the process of developing education, and also to the process of transforming external practical actions into internal, mental ones, particularly in reference to programmed learning. Basing themselves on the theory of Sechenov, with its genetic, reflectory, and objective approach to the structure and mechanism of thought, and also that of Pavlov on the analytico-synthetic activity of the cortex, Soviet psychologists carry detailed studies of the principle of reflection, determinacy, and the genetic approach, the inseparable connection between external objective and internal subjective manifestations of thought. The principles and problems of the theory of medicine have been further developed on the basis of these studies. The unity between theoretical principles and practical skills in the doctor's professional activity appears in the unusual form of so-called clinical thought. By this we usually mean the combination of conscious and unconscious intellectual operations by means of which the doctor recreates an integral picture of a disease and, on this basis, predicts its course and probable outcome, and arrives at a rapid decision on the measures needed to influence the patient's organism and the personality taken as a whole. Clinical thought is related to the doctor's ability to comprehend a disease not on a local basis but integrally, taking into account the unique features of its manifestation in each specific case. Clinical thought is not limited to the process of making a diagnosis and certain predictions, and it achieves success in cases when it helps the doctor to get a correct orientation among the whole diversity of separate interacting components, symptoms, in the highly complex system presented by the patient's organism. To be effective, clinical thought should be integral, i.e., be able to unite a great number of approaches: etiological, pathophysiological, therapeutic, psychological, personal, and so on. Clinical thought involves a detailed, differentiated, and comparative analysis of complex disease symptoms. Since the exponent of clinical thought is an individual doctor with a specific social and moral responsibility, the effectiveness of his thought depends in some degree on his awareness of his specific professional role. Clinical thought should be regarded as the conscious or unconscious application of the dialectical systems method to the theory and practice of medicine. Its successful application in practical activity presupposes that the doctor has certain psychological qualities, such as skill in relating theoretical knowledge to each specific clinical case, with all unique features. Clinical thought develops in a doctor in the process of his accumulation of medical practice, but also presupposes a special gift of quick orientation and an ability to combine the logical and the intuitive. By treating thought as a product of socio-historical development, as the highest form of active reflection and creativity, dialectical materialism has revealed the initial connection between thought and human practical activity. The production of ideas, of conceptions, of consciousness is at first directly interwoven with the material activity, conceiving, thinking. The mental intercourse of men at this stage still appear as the direct efflux of their material behavior. 1. The results of man's cognitive and practical activity, fixed in linguistic forms, are passed on by means of the processes of speech communication from one generation to another and become part of a system of knowledge, the subject of which is society. In the integral process of thought, its linguistic means, which acquire a certain relative independence of practical activity, create conditions for the transition from separate stages of external objective cognitive activity to the internal speech plane of consciousness. As a result, the initial sensuous data and practical actions are mediated by ever more complex sets of thought processes, which acquire the ability to separate themselves from external practical activities and emerge in the form of mental work. The social division of labor, the development of private property and the class differentiation of society separate mental work from physical work. Becoming an important factor in cultural progress, this phenomenon in the conditions of a class-divided society leads to the contrasting of theoretical thought to practical thought and to a one-sided interpretation of the relations between them in the various concepts of idealist philosophy, which elevates theoretical thought and its products to the status of a separate existence. Thought's acquisition of a certain independence in relation to sensuous object activity may pave the way for various untrue, illusory notions of reality, and this raises the problem of the criterion of the truth of thought. In practically verifiable historical experience, certain definite, relatively independent structures and principles, certain rules of thought, take shape and are studied by logic as a special discipline. In contrast to the idealist view of logical laws as being immanently inherent in thought, dialectical materialism regards them as a generalist reflection of objective relations of reality that have been assimilated by practice. It was human practical activity that was destined to stimulate man's consciousness to abstract various logical figures that have acquired the significance of axioms. From the fact that thought has its roots in human socio-historical experience, it follows that thought cannot be regarded as merely a summation of its putative operations or equated with the thinking done by logical machines, which perform only the operations that are fed into it by human beings. Machines are nothing more than auxiliary organs of the human brain created by human hands. The true subject of thought remains the person who creates and controls them as a social being. This is also true of modern computers, which can work only on the basis of programs made by human beings. In the present era of scientific and technological revolution, considerable work has been done on modeling human thought by means of computers. This has stimulated the elaboration of the problems of formal logic from new positions, particularly its mathematical apparatus, which enables us to describe and reproduce complex sets of formalist thought operations by computer techniques. Despite the importance of this trend, it does not replace philosophical theory about the general methods of thought, which is based on dialectical logic. The increasing complexity of the problems confronting contemporary science and technology has further developed the logical apparatus of thought, leading to new trends in logic and widely differentiating this discipline, which is now a theory of the self-movement, development, and contradictions of reality, as reflected in the movement of concepts, and of the unity of the semantic and logical aspects of thought. The task of logic is to generalize the achievements of contemporary science, including those sciences that study thought. To sum up, beginning with sensations and perceptions, continuing in the form of representations and imagination, and rising to the highest stages of theoretical thought, consciousness is a unified process closely connected with the will and emotions. Scientific research also demands a keen, clear, and profound intellect, breadth and depth of imagination, and a passionate devotion, without which there never has been and never can be a search for truth. Thoughts live in close unity with emotions. This is understandable, for it is not thought by itself that thinks but an individual moved by certain passions, needs and inclinations. A person begins to know, to think, when he feels the need to understand something. Under the influence of his emotions he may arrive at results that he passionately desires but that are far from reality. Wishful thinking is a well-known phenomenon. At the same time thought, sharpened and inspired by emotion, may penetrate more deeply than dispassionate contemplation. Logical thought is impossible when separated from the sensuous, from which it stems. At any level of abstraction it comprises certain sensuous components in the form of diagrams, symbols, signs and models. It is an ancient maxim that there is nothing in the mind that has not been in the sensations. While emphasizing the unity of the sensuous and rational stages of cognition, we must nevertheless remember that they possess a relative independence. Thinking is a qualitatively independent whole, which has its own specific structure differing from that of the emotional sensuous consciousness. Between the sensuous consciousness and logical thought there is not only a difference but also a contradiction. Thought, confirmed by practice, removes the illusions created by the sensations, and the evidence of the senses corrects and authenticates the veracity of the work of thought. The basic forms of thought. As the highest form of cognition, thought has a complex intrinsic structure. The basic forms in which it arose, is developing, and is realized in practice are the concept, the judgment and the inference. Built up in the course of thousands of years, these supreme intellectual values, concepts, judgments, and inferences are humanity's most priceless possession. The concept is a form of thought reflecting the essential properties, relations, and connections of objects and phenomena in their contradictions and development. It is thought that generalizes, grouping the objects of a certain class according to certain specific attributes that they have in common. Our concepts are objective in their content and universal in their logical form, inasmuch as they are related not to the individual but to the general. The human being, the animal, the plant, and so on, are examples of such concepts. To conceive means to grasp the essence of something, to understand the meaning or purpose of a certain action, of certain natural or historical events. But concepts do more than reflect the general, they also differentiate things, their properties and relations, group them together, classify them according to their actual distinctions. Thus the concept man may reflect both the essentially universal, that which is inherent in all people, and the essential difference between human beings and the rest of the world. There are simple, everyday concepts and scientific concepts. The former identify the universal, similar properties of objects and phenomena and record them in words. They erase from the rough marble of the object everything that is individual, specific, and superfluous. This is not to say that the concept is a kind of collective photograph in which images are superimposed on each other, ultimately forming something average. Scientific concepts reveal the profound properties, what is general, essential, and law-governed in an object. Just as the whole is not merely the sum of its parts, so the concept is not merely the sum total of certain general features. We move on from the sensuous stage of knowledge to logical thought when we proceed from perception and representation to reflection in the form of concepts and, on this basis, to judgments and inferences. Abstract thinking implies operating with concepts. It is thanks to concepts that thought becomes theoretical as well as practical, because the essence of things is perceived only in concepts. Concepts arise from the summing up of human experience, they are compressed travelogues, digests, of the road that has been traveled towards knowledge. A concept is both the sum and the means of cognitive activity. To think is to make a judgment about something, to discern certain connections and relations between various aspects of an object or between objects. Concepts acquire logical meaning only in a complete judgment. A concept that we cannot develop into a judgment has no logical meaning for us. The judgment is a form of thought in which something is asserted or denied about something by linking up certain concepts. For example, the sentence "the maple tree is a plant" is a judgment in which an idea is expressed about the maple tree, the idea that it is a plant. Knowledge does not lie in impressions but in judgments, because it is through them that we become aware of truth. As the solution of a certain problem, a judgment is a cognitive act, but as a means of achieving the solution it is a logical operation. Logical operations are means of establishing the essential connections and relations between ideas that make thought move cognitively from ignorance to knowledge. Thought is impossible without judgments, and judgments are impossible without definitions. A person may arrive at this or that judgment by means of direct observation of a certain fact or by indirect means, with the help of inference. An inference is a process of reasoning in the course of which from one or several judgments, called premises or assumptions, a new judgment, conclusion, is reached, which follows logically from the premises. When one infers conclusions from a general correct principle, one may arrive at quite unexpected results. Inferences develop not by arbitrary means but according to the laws of thought. The operations and modes of thought. Comparison is the mother of knowledge. One cannot know what is good unless one knows what is bad, one cannot recognize what is small without seeing something big. One cannot judge the future in any other way than by comparing it with the past and the present. Everything is known through comparison. A comparison is not an explanation, but it helps us to explain things. For example, in order to find out the weight of a certain body, one must be able to compare it with the weight of another body, which is taken as a standard, a measure. In scientific comparison one compares not attributes and relations that are selected at random, but essential attributes and relations. Analysis and synthesis. The process of cognition begins by our getting a general picture of the object without paying much attention to details, particulars. When we look at a thing in this way, its intrinsic structure and essence remain inaccessible to us. In order to study the essence we must break down the object into parts. Analysis is the breaking down of objects into their component parts or aspects, and this is done by both practical and theoretical work. By analysis we also mean mental consideration of the specific nature of the components. The essence of an object cannot be understood merely by breaking it down into the elements of which it is composed and examining these elements as such. The chemist subjects meat to various operations and then says, I have discovered that it consists of oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, and so on. But he knows as well as we do that these substances are no longer meat. In every field of knowledge there is a limit to the breaking down of an object beyond which we pass into a world of different qualities and laws. When the particulars, the elements of an object have been sufficiently studied by means of analysis, we come to the next stage of cognition synthesis, that is to say, the practical, mental integration of the elements that we broke it down into and examined. Analysis establishes the basic thing that distinguishes one part of an object from another. Synthesis reveals what is essentially universal, what links the parts into a single whole. In our thoughts we can break down something that in reality is a relatively independent whole and link up things that are connected or may be connected in the world itself. In the process of thought a person breaks down an object into its parts in order to discover what these parts are, to discover the composition of the whole, and then to examine it as something consisting of these parts, which have already been examined separately. After this, in the light of reason the whole presents itself not as it was from the look of it, but much more profoundly, meaningfully, and comprehensively. Analysis, which presupposes synthesis, is concerned primarily with identifying the essential. Abstraction and idealization. One cannot take in all the attributes of objects at one glance. Like a searchlight, human thought picks out and illuminates only a certain part of reality at any given moment, while the rest remains in darkness. At any moment in time we can be aware only of some one thing. But even this one thing may have a large number of attributes and relations. We can understand this one only if we take it in order of priority, concentrating our attention on certain qualities and connections and ignoring others. Abstraction is the mental identification, singling out of some object from its connections with other objects, the separation of some attribute of an object from its other attributes, of some relation between certain objects from the objects themselves. Abstraction is a method of mental simplification, by which we consider some one aspect of the process we are studying. The scientist looks at the colorful picture which any object presents in real life through a single color filter, and this enables him to see that object in only one, fundamentally important aspect. The picture loses many of its shades but gains in clarity. Abstraction has its limit. One cannot abstract the flame from what is burning. The sharp edge of abstraction, like the edge of a razor, can be used to whittle things down until nothing is left. Abstraction can never be absolute. The existence of content shows intrinsically in every abstraction. The question of what to abstract and what to abstract from is ultimately decided by the nature of the objects under examination and the tasks confronting the investigator. Kepler, for example, was not interested in the color of Mars or the temperature of the Sun when he sought to establish the laws of the revolution of the planets. What we get as a result of the process of abstracting is various concepts about certain objects, such as plant, animal, human being, ideas about the separate properties of objects and the relations between them, whiteness, volume, length, heat capacity, etc. Idealization as a specific form of abstraction is an important technique in scientific cognition. Abstract objects do not exist and cannot be made to exist in reality, but they have their prototypes in the real world. Pure mathematics operates with numbers, vectors, and other mathematical objects that are the result of abstraction and idealization. Geometry, for example, is concerned with exact circles, but physical object is never exactly circular. Perfect roundness is an abstraction. It cannot be found in nature. But it is an image of the real. It was brought into existence by generalization from experience. Idealization is a process of forming concepts, whose real prototypes can be indicated only to a certain degree of approximation. As a result of idealization, there comes into being a theoretical model in which the characteristics and aspects of the objects under investigation are not only abstracted from their actual empirical multiformity but also, by means of mental construction, are made to stand out in a sharper and more fully expressed form than in reality itself. As examples of concepts resulting from idealization, we may take such things as the point, an object which has neither length, nor height, nor breadth, or the straight line, the circle, and so on. The use of idealized objects in research allows us to build the abstract schemes or diagrams of real processes that we need in order to penetrate deeper into the laws of their development. Generalization and limitation. In the process of generalization, we move from individual concepts to general concepts and from less general concepts to more general ones, from individual judgments to general ones, from statements of less generality to statements of greater generality, from less general theory to more general theory, in relation to which the less general theory becomes a particular case of the more general. We should not be able to cope with the abundance of impressions that surge over us every hour, every minute, every second, if we were not constantly uniting them, generalizing them, and registering them by means of language. Scientific generalization is not simply the identification and synthesizing of comparable attributes, it is also a penetration into the essence of a thing, the perception of the individual in the multiple, of the general in the individual, of the law-governed, the uniform in the accidental. In order to discover the general, one must ignore what veils, overshadows, and sometimes even distorts it. Individualization and generalization taken in their unity are the path along which knowledge moves. As examples of generalizations, we may take the mental transition from the concept spruce to the concept conifer, from the statement mechanical energy turns into heat energy to the statement every form of energy turns into another form of energy. The mental transition from the more general to the less general is a process of limitation. Without generalization there can be no theory. Theory, on the other hand, is created so that it can be applied in practice to solve certain specific problems. For example, when measuring objects or building certain technical structures, we must always proceed from the more general to the less general and the individual. There must always be a process of limitation. The grotesque fantastic images of mythology with its gods and monsters are closer to ordinary reality than the reality of the micro-world conceived in the form of mathematical symbols. One can see that the turn towards the abstract is a very obvious trend of our time. Recourse to the abstract may also be observed in art, in abstract pictures and sculptures. The abstract and the concrete. The concept of the concrete is used in two senses. First, in the sense of something directly given, a sensuously perceived and represented whole. In this sense the concrete is the starting point of cognition. But as soon as we treat it theoretically, the concrete becomes a concept, a system of scientific definitions revealing the essential connections and relations of things and events, their unity in diversity. So the concrete appears to us first in the form of a sensuously observable image of the whole object, not yet broken down and not understood in its law-governed connections and mediations, but at the level of theoretical thought it is still a whole, but internally differentiated, understood in its various intrinsic contradictions. The sensuously concrete is a poor reflection of phenomena, but the concrete in thought is a richer, more essential cognition. In contrast to the abstract, the concrete is only one moment in the process of cognition. We understand it by comparing it with the abstract. Abstraction usually suggests to us something mental, conceptual, in contrast to the sensuously observable. The abstract is also thought of as something one-sided, poor, incomplete, separated, or as a property, a relation, a form, etc. withdrawn from its connection with the whole. And in this sense not only a concept but even an observable image, for example, a diagram, a drawing, an abstract painting, stylization, a symbol may be abstract. The category of abstraction is contradictory. It is dead, one-sided, separated from the living phenomenon, but it is also an essential step towards the knowledge of a concrete fact brimming with life. We call knowledge abstract also in the sense that it reflects a fragment of reality, as it were, stripped down, refined and thereby impoverished. Abstractions are bits of whole objects, and our thinking works with such bits. From separate abstractions thought constantly returns to the restoration of concreteness, but each time on a new, higher basis. This is the concreteness of concepts, categories, and theories reflecting unity in diversity. What do we mean by cognition as a process of ascent from the abstract to the concrete? Cognition rolls forward from content to content. Above all, this progress is characterized by the fact that it begins with simple definiteness, and that the subsequent definiteness becomes ever richer and more concrete. Because the result contains in itself its beginning and further movement of this beginning has enriched it, the beginning, with a new definiteness. The universal constitutes the base, therefore forward movement should not be understood as a flow from one thing to another. In the absolute method the concept is preserved in its other being, the universal in its particularization, in a judgment and reality. At each stage of further definition the universal elevates the whole mass of its former content and not only does not lose anything as a result of its dialectical forward movement, not only does not leave anything behind itself, but carries with itself everything that it has acquired, and becomes richer and more concentrated within itself. 2. Seen in this light, the process of abstraction is a realization of the principle. One must step back in order to get a better view. The dialectics of the cognition of reality lies in the fact that by flying away from this sensuously given reality on the wings of abstraction, one may from the heights of concrete theoretical thought better survey the essence of the object under investigation. Such is the history and logic of scientific cognition. Here we have the essence of the Marxist method of ascent from the abstract to the concrete. According to Marx, this method is the means by which thought assimilates the concrete, reproduces it by linking up concepts into an integrated scientific theory, which reproduces the objective separateness of the objects and the unity of its essential properties and relations. The concrete is concrete because it is a synthesis of many definitions, and, consequently, a unity of the diversity. The principle of concreteness means that we must approach facts of natural and social life not with general formulas and diagrams but by taking into exact account all the real conditions in which the target of our research is located and distinguish the most important, essential properties, connections, and tendencies that determine its other aspects. Analogy. In the literal sense, this word means correspondence, that is to say, an objective relationship between objects that makes it possible to apply the information gained through investigating one object to another object that is similar in certain respects. Analogy, which links the threads of the unknown with the known, lies at the very heart of our understanding of facts. The new can be understood only through the images and concepts of the old, of what is known. The first aeroplanes were invented by analogy with the behavior of other objects in flight, such as birds or kites. An analogy is a similarity, a probable conclusion about a resemblance between two objects on the basis of a resemblance established in other respects. This conclusion, moreover, is more likely to be true, more heuristic and convincing, the more similar attributes we find in the objects under comparison and the more essential these attributes are. The application of analogy may lead to erroneous conclusions. Hence the aphorism, the principle of analogy is a technique of cognition that limps on both legs. For example, when comparing the Earth and Moon, Kant found a number of attributes that were common to these celestial bodies and drew the conclusion that the Moon must be inhabited. Analogy with something that is already known helps us to understand what is not known. Analogy with that which is relatively simple helps us to understand that which is more complex. For example, by analogy with the techniques of artificial selection used to produce the best breeds of domestic animals, Charles Darwin arrived at the law of natural selection in the animal and vegetable world. Analogy with the flow of liquid in a pipe played an important role in the evolution of the theory of the electric current. Observation of the workings of the brain has provided an important heuristic technique for inventing logical machines, computers, and so on. The most developed field where the method of analogy is often used is the so-called similarity theory, which is widely used in modeling. Modeling. A characteristic feature of modern scientific cognition is the enhanced role of the method of modeling, which is used with great effect in the technical, natural, and social sciences. Modeling is the practical or theoretical replacement of the object of research by some natural or artificial analog whose investigation helps us to understand the essence of the original object. For example, by examining the properties of a model aeroplane we get a better understanding of the properties of the real thing. Modeling is based primarily on the principle of reflection, on similarity, analogy, on different objects having certain properties in common, and on the relative independence of form. One starts out to build a theory of modeling by defining the concept model, which is often identified with theory, hypothesis, image. The model is a materially realized or mentally represented system that replaces the object we wish to know or construct. The model and the original are in a relation of similarity, isomorphism, of analogy, or physical resemblance, as, for example, the model of a gas in the form of elastic balls, the model of an electric current in the form of a liquid flowing along pipes, the conductors. Any object that reproduces the required features of the original may be a model. If a model has a physical nature identical to that of the original, we are concerned with physical modeling. When a model is described by the same system of equations as the object itself, such modeling is called mathematical modeling. If certain aspects of modeled objects are represented by a formalist system of symbols, which is then studied in order to transfer the acquired information to the modeled object itself, we are concerned with logic sign modeling. Cybernetic modeling is functional in character. The model and the original may be different in their substratum, their energy processes and internal causal mechanisms, but they resemble each other in their behavior. Modeling inevitably involves a certain simplification of the object that is modeled. At the same time it plays an enormous heuristic role. Modeling is so widely used because it enables us to carry out research into processes characteristic of the original without having the original actually to hand. Formalization. The advances of modern science have brought profound changes in the methods of scientific cognition. One of the most important is the method of formalization, generalization of the forms of processes that differ in content, abstraction of these forms from their content. Here the form is regarded as a relatively independent object of research. It is sometimes thought that formalization is connected only with mathematics, with mathematical logic and cybernetics. This is incorrect. Formalization permeates all kinds of practical and theoretical activity and differs only in degree or level. Historically, it arose at the same time as language. Certain techniques of labor activity, certain skills emerged, were generalized, described, and passed on from generation to generation in a form divorced from the concrete actions, objects and means of labor. Our ordinary everyday language expresses the weakest level of formalization. Its other extreme is mathematics, and mathematical logic, which studies the form of a process of reasoning by abstracting from the content. Here formalization strips thought to the bare bones and leaves only the skeleton of its structure. Any book or article on physics, chemistry, astronomy, impresses the non-specialist by the abundance of its mathematical and other symbols and formulas, and at the same time by the amazing compactness of its descriptions of natural phenomena in ordinary language. When we formalize a line of reasoning, we abstract from the qualitative characteristics of objects and discover the logical form of the statements containing assertions about these objects. The syllogism, the line of reasoning, is then transferred from the plane of considering the connections between objects in thought to the plane of operation with statements on the basis of the formal relations between them. The use of special symbols enables us to eliminate the ambiguity of the words used in everyday language. In formalist reasoning, every symbol is strictly univalued, unambiguous. Symbols also allow us to record briefly and economically expressions which in ordinary language are clumsy and often difficult to understand. The main advantage of the language of formulas is not so much its brevity and compactness, as its freedom from ambiguity. The word water has more than one meaning, but the formula H20 has only one. The use of symbols makes it easier to draw logical conclusions from premises, to test the veracity of hypotheses, to prove scientific statements, and so on. Despite its enormous importance for modern technology, formalization has certain intrinsic limits to its sphere of application. It has been proved that there is no universal method that would allow us to replace all reasoning by computation. Only a very meager content can be completely formalist. Formalization can deal with only a little bit of ever-changing life, taken one-sidedly, within the limits of its relative stability. Formalization, as we have defined it, cannot be used for describing facts, which is an essential element in any scientific research. Scientific wisdom tells us that we should never be in a hurry to formalize when the subject matter, the essence of the case, is still not clear. With the growing influence of abstraction and symbolism in the advance of knowledge, the problem of interpretation becomes increasingly acute. Just as abstraction becomes meaningless without concretization, so formalization ultimately proves sterile without interpretation. Whereas formalization is the process of the motion of thought from the content of the object to its abstract form, interpretation is the converse, logically opposite process. A formal system is built on the basis of meaning and, once it is built, again returns to the sphere of meaningful relations. Abstraction from content is only a temporary process. The reverse process may be fairly often observed in modern science. At first, certain abstract mathematical equations are evolved and studied, a formal system is devised, and then applied concretely. Historical and logical methods. From the two main aspects of objective process of cognition we draw two methods, the historical and logical. The logical method is used to express the general line, the pattern of development of an object, the development of society from one social formation to another, for example. The historical method is used to describe a concrete manifestation of a given pattern or law in all the infinite diversity of its specific and individual manifestations. In relation to society, for example, this is the real history of all countries and peoples with all their unique, individual destinies. The logical is a generalist reflection of the historical. It reflects reality in its law-governed development and explains the necessity of this development. The logical is the historical, liberated from the principles of chronology, from its accidental and unique form. For example, when applied to the history of any science, the logical method of research presupposes a generalization of the historical process, its stripping of all the transient, accidental turns or zigzags evoked by various, often external, relative factors, such as the zigzags of thought of a particular scholar, changes in historical circumstances, and so on. The logical method of research into the actual historical process is thus a matter of abstracting from the real historical process its intrinsic necessity and analyzing that necessity in a logically purified form. The empirical and the theoretical in thought. Observation, experiment, description. The motion of cognitive thought begins with the empirical, with the observation and establishing of facts, their analysis and classification, and goes on from there to their generalization, the making of hypotheses, the testing of these hypotheses and, finally, the construction of theories. Observation is an intentional, planned process of perception, carried out in order to identify the essential properties and relations in the object of cognition. Observation may be direct or indirect, mediated by various technical devices. Molecules, for example, are now visually observed by means of electronic microscopes. Observation acquires scientific significance when it allows us on the basis of a research program to present objects with maximum precision and may be repeated several times in conditions that we deliberately vary. The important thing is to select the most representative group of facts. Hence the importance of the researcher's intention, the system of methods he adopts and his interpretation of results and their control. The success of observation depends on how well it has been prepared, on the setting of its targets, the demands that it should fulfill and the preliminary drawing up of a plan and method of observation. This indicates its close connection with thought. Observation registers what is given by nature itself. But it is in the nature of man not merely to observe but also to experiment. The experiment is a method of research by which the object is artificially reproduced or placed in certain conditions that answer the needs of the researcher. The history of scientific thought, particularly natural science, abounds in examples of brilliant experiments that have allowed us to examine, to have a glimpse into the most profound secrets of nature. By means of experiment Faraday discovered magnetic induction, Lebedev discovered the pressure of light, and so on. The method of varying the conditions in which the object of research is usually found is the basic method of experiment. This allows us to uncover the causal connection between its conditions of existence and its properties, and also the changes that take place in these properties as we change the conditions, thus revealing new properties that could not be observed in natural conditions. For example, in laboratories of artificial climate one can more or less precisely determine the influence of temperature, light, humidity, etc., on the growth and development of plants. Because certain properties of an object change, or emerge anew, as conditions change, and others do not suffer any essential changes, we can make abstractions, ignoring the latter. The characteristic features of experiment are control of conditions, measuring of processes and use of a specific instruments and apparatus. The growing sophistication of the methods and techniques of experiment, giving it greater flexibility and precision, are largely responsible for current scientific advance. An experiment may be repeated several times and produce a large number of observations to prove its conclusions. Observation and experiment are crafts which are systematically taught. Sometimes, by a genius, they are raised to the level of an art. There are rules to be observed, isolation of the system considered, restriction of the variable factors, varying of the conditions until the dependence of the effect on a single factor becomes evident. In many cases exact measurements and comparison of figures are essential. 3. In order to mount an experiment, just as when we are making observations, there must be some preliminary knowledge. The researcher must have a certain general notion of the object as something on which to hook the facts. In most cases an experiment is conducted in order to decide whether certain theoretical constructions are true or false. A scientific experiment is usually preceded by some hypothesis, by a mentally devised experimental situation and its possible results, and this predetermines the specific angle from which the object is examined. It is through the prism of these constructs and hypotheses that the scientist examines the object and dissects its structure in his experimental activity. If you look through an electronic microscope at a physical or biological object, without the right scientific qualification and a well thought out hypothesis, you will see nothing but a few blobs of light and color. For what you see to become meaningful, you must have a certain training in the given field of knowledge and certain preliminary ideas. These general notions or suppositions, working hypotheses, are drawn from previous observations and experiments and from the general human experience, and provide the guidelines for further experiment. Observation and experiment, whether practical or performed in the mind, cannot produce any effective results without a clearly conceived goal. If you have no ideas in your head, you won't see any facts either. During and as a result of observation and experiment we arrive at description. Description is done by means of generally accepted terms, visually, in the form of graphs, diagrams, photographs and films, and, symbolically, in the form of mathematical or chemical formulas and so on. The basic scientific demand in description is authenticity, precision in reproducing the data of observation and experiment. Description may be complete or incomplete. It always presupposes a certain systematization of the material, that is to say, its classification and generalization. Pure description takes place only at the very beginning of scientific work. As scientific knowledge is acquired, the scientist employs the so-called mental experiment, when he operates with certain images in his mind and puts the object of research into certain conditions which, according to his general notion, should help to achieve the desired result. This is the usual process of theoretical thought taking the form of an experiment. An experiment pursues a double purpose, the testing and confirmation of a hypothesis, and also the heuristic factor. The answer given by the experiment may sometimes be unexpected, in which case the experiment becomes the prime source of a new theory. This was how the theory of radioactivity came into being, for example, and it illustrates the heuristic importance of experiment. Experiment and its results are something that we obtain through our senses. Thought judges the nature of the object through experiment. In itself, an experiment only establishes certain facts. Thought penetrates into their essence. What the scientist sees through his microscope or observes through a telescope or a spectroscope demands a certain amount of interpretation. This means that experimental activity has a rather complex structure. The theoretical basis of experiment is scientific theory, hypothesis. The material basis of the experiment is the various instruments and measuring devices that are used. Then we have the actual conducting of the experiment, the experimental observation of phenomena and processes, the quantitative and qualitative analysis of its results, and their theoretical generalization. Consequently, an experiment comprises both practical and theoretical activity, the latter being predominant. Observation and experiment enable us to test the authenticity of a fact or a hypothesis. What is a fact? A fact is a phenomenon of the material or intellectual world which has become an authenticated part of our knowledge. It is the registering of certain phenomena, certain properties, and relations. Science begins and ends with facts, regardless of what theoretical constructs are made in between. The statement that an object exists is the first but very limited stage in cognition. The establishing of the fact of a criminal case has supreme significance for the court. A court must be certain that the fact which is being investigated did actually take place. Similarly, the surgeon cannot begin an operation, or the general practitioner has no right to prescribe a drug and certain treatment without diagnosis, i.e., without establishing the fact of a certain illness. A scientific fact is the result of reliable observation and experiment. It appears in the form of direct observation of objects, the readings of apparatus, photographs, descriptions of experiments, tables, diagrams, notes, archived documents, authenticated evidence of witnesses, and so on. But in themselves the facts are not yet science, just as building material is not yet a building. Facts are woven into the fabric of science only when they are selected, classified, generalized and explained, at least hypothetically. The task of scientific cognition is to reveal the cause of a given fact, to define its essential properties and establish a uniform link between facts. The facts that science values most are those that do not fit into any existing theories. It is from the explanation of such facts that we may hope for scientific advance. The fact contains quite a lot of accident. But science is mainly interested in what is law-governed. The basis of scientific analysis is not simply an individual fact but a large number of facts that reflect a basic tendency. There is no limit to the number of facts. From their abundance one must make a reasonable selection of those that are needed for getting at the essence of the problem. The history of cognition tells us that scientific generalization is performed on the basis of a finite number of facts. Generalization that leads to the establishing of a law may be achieved even on the basis of only one fact, as long as it is typical or characteristic. Facts acquire scientific value if there is a theory to interpret them, if there is a method to classify them, if they are studied in their relation to other facts. Only by having mutual connections and integrity can facts serve as the basis for theoretical generalization. Taken in isolation, facts can prove nothing. From a tendentious selection of facts one can build any theory, but it will have no scientific value. Hypothesis. Science begins when we enter the realm of the unknown and start making suppositions, conjectures, hypotheses. It is always much easier to make suppositions than to prove them. The conjecture is a supposition that has not yet been proved but sets out to explain certain facts. Its becoming a hypothesis involves the finding of arguments, the conversion of a miracle into something knowable. The hypothesis is a supposition based on facts, a starting point for investigation of a part of reality that has not been sufficiently studied. It is a kind of probe with which the scientist takes his first soundings in the world of the unknown, or, to use another image, the scaffolding which is erected and then taken down when the building is finished. The hypothesis has a purely auxiliary, heuristic significance. It helps us to make a discovery. If the only laws that you find are those which you have just finished observing, then you can never make any predictions. Yet the only utility of science is to go on and to try to make guesses. So what we always do is to stick our necks out. Of course, this means that science is uncertain. The moment that you make a proposition about a region of experience that you have not directly seen, then you must be uncertain. But we always must make statements about the regions that we have not seen, or the whole business is no use. So we have to make guesses in order to give any utility at all to science. 4. As a rule, the formulation of hypotheses is the most difficult part of the work of theoretical thinking. No one has yet found a method of stating a hypothesis according to certain rules. A hypothesis is a necessary precondition for the collection of facts, their sorting out and classification. A hypothesis is substantiated and proved by analysis of accumulated knowledge, its comparison with the already known empirical facts, with new facts, and also with facts that may be established in the future. In other words, the substantiation of a hypothesis presupposes its evaluation from the standpoint of the explanatory effectiveness of the available facts and the previsioning of new facts. Like a theory, a hypothesis appears as a generalization of already existing knowledge. At the same time, the knowledge contained in a hypothesis does not follow necessarily from previously existing knowledge. A hypothesis is new knowledge, stochastic knowledge that has not yet been properly proved. In this sense, one can say that the essential difference between the hypothesis and the theory is that the content, arguments, and conclusions of the former are less definite and reliable. In its further development, the hypothesis may completely or partially become authentic knowledge, or it may be utterly rejected. So an essential condition for the truly scientific hypothesis is that it should not be condemned to remain a hypothesis forever, that it should be either provable or refutable. Testing is done not only by means of facts but also by confirmation, through experiment, of the consequences of the hypothesis that is to be tested. What is theory? Theory is an internally differentiated, developing system of objectively true, practically tested scientific knowledge that explains a law concerning phenomena in a certain field. Unlike the hypothesis, the theory provides reliable knowledge, including reliable knowledge of the probability of certain events. For example, the idea of the atomic structure of matter remained for a long time only a hypothesis. When confirmed by experiment, this hypothesis became authentic knowledge, it became the theory of the atomic structure of matter. A mature theory is not only a system of knowledge that is stable or in the process of being realized. It includes a certain thought mechanism for constructing and developing knowledge, a program of research. A theory is changed by incorporating in it new facts, ideas, and principles. When a contradiction is discovered in a certain theory, a contradiction that cannot be resolved in the framework of its initial principles, the resolving of this contradiction leads to a new theory. The core of scientific theory is its laws. Theory may be said to have the following essential elements: its initial empirical basis, facts registered in the given field of knowledge, experimental data that require theoretical explanation, various assumptions, postulates, or axioms, the rules of logical inference and proof admissible within the framework of a given theory, the conclusions and their proofs which form the basic stock of theoretical knowledge, and finally the scientific laws, and some kind of prediction of future developments. The multiplicity of the forms of modern theoretical knowledge has a corresponding multiplicity of types of theory and also a wide diversity of classification. We may distinguish descriptive theories, which systematize usually very extensive and heterogeneous material, mathematist theories, which use the apparatus and models of mathematics, theories in which the main role is played by empirical interpretation, deductive theoretical systems, in which both the initial propositions and the logical rules of construction and development are strictly fixed. This kind of theory is also broken down into a number of different types. Both on the empirical and the theoretical level, thought has the power to anticipate events. Even at the elementary, everyday level, it is clear that in order to exist, people must be able to foresee at least the things that matter for their own survival. And these can only be foreseen on the basis of reliable knowledge of at least certain properties of the whole, a small part of which is the knowing subject. One can foresee or predict only in areas where there is order, an objective logic that can be understood. Knowledge of causal, law-governed connections and understanding of the essence of things enable us from time to time to break out of the confines of the present and have a glimpse into the mysterious future, to perceive the existence of things not yet known and predict the probable and necessary occurrence of events. Prevision is the crown of scientific cognition. It reveals the far horizons of natural phenomena or historical events. The prognosticating power of our thought increases with the study of historical experience. Without history there can be no theory, and without both of these there can be no true prevision. Prevision shows that scientific thought can make the forces of nature and the forces that control the life of society serve the needs of humanity. To control is to foresee, states an ancient maxim. Prevision constitutes the highest stage in the conversion of the complex into the simple, which is the aim of any gifted scientist, who through the darkness of the unknown and the infinite fluidity of individual phenomena discerns the basic significance of events and senses their main current. All advance of knowledge is connected with growth in the power and range of scientific prevision. Prevision offers the opportunity of controlling processes and guiding them. Scientific knowledge reveals the possibility not only of foreseeing future but also of consciously shaping that future. The vital importance of any science may be defined as follows: to know in order to foresee in order to act. To foresee, this is what humanity has dreamed of since the very beginning, and it has often endowed the heroes of myth and fairy tale with this gift. The history of science is in many respects the history of prevision, whose power and range are the evidence of the maturity of theoretical thought. This is quite understandable. In order to make a forecast one must know the diagnosis. Theoretical thought has always needed the guidance of certain precepts, rules, and methods. Without them our reason would surely lose its way on its long road through the unknown. The difficulty of prevision and overcoming the limits of human capacities is particularly noticeable in the sphere of social life, where we are confronted with tendency laws. Because the history of human society obeys not dynamic but statistical laws, it would be unrealistic to demand mathematical precision in forecasting the time and character of future events and, even less, the actual form they will assume. And whereas prevision may be precise in relation to events whose occurrence is determined by already existing laws, causes, and conditions, the specific features of the future, which depend on circumstances that have not yet come about, cannot be precisely envisaged. The depth of mental penetration into the future and the precision of prognostication in regard to the events of social life greatly depend on the extent to which the conditions that determine these events have been prepared. The creative power of human reason. By means of thought we not only learn the existing, we also create what should be. The very understanding of reality is a profoundly creative process. Creativity is an activity of the human mind whose result is the creation of unique values, the establishing of new facts, the discovery of hitherto unknown properties and regularities and also methods of knowing and changing reality. The originality of a discovery or invention may be considered objective, if it appears as such in the context of a whole culture, or subjective, if it is original only for the author. The process of creativity begins from the identification of a problem and goes on to the formulating of conjectures and hypotheses. It presupposes the ability not only to state but also to solve problems, to generate new ideas, which in turn presupposes thinking independently of established stereotypes and demands a moral standpoint dictated by the essence of the case and not by opportunistic considerations. Reason constructs image goals which regulate the practical creation of the new. The creative principle in the broad sense is characteristic of nature as a whole. Nature is inexhaustibly creating the new, for example, the fantastic shapes of crystals, living organisms, cosmic systems. Creativity in nature appears as a self-propelling active process of development, as the self-generation of more and more new structures of existence. Creativity is to be found also in animals, particularly the higher animals. It is expressed in their behavioral inventiveness, in their constructive solutions of problematic situations. But the creative power of reason is the privilege of man. Our remote ancestors' invention of the first cutting tool was a creative act. However primitive they may be, their paintings, sculptures, fairy tales, legends, means of healing and much else are all manifestations of the creative power of reason. This power of the mind is a vital necessity for human existence. It is the human being's essential characteristic. Discoveries in science, technical inventions, works of art, innovation in politics and in all spheres of life are facts of the creative activity of the mind. Without them there could be no social life. Thinking may not always be creative. It may also be stereotyped, moving in a rut, reproducing results that are already known, and bringing about both in method and in result only something that has been learned beforehand, programmed, at best finding only tiny grains of the new as it plods along the beaten track. The rope ladder of stereotype thinking rules out cultural progress. Such a dormant life of thought indicates an unhealthy state of the mind and even of the whole socium. The degree of stereotyped or creative thinking may vary from one person to another. The creatively thinking individual experiences inspired moments and moments of depression, while the person who thinks in stereotypes may produce something that is not merely trivial. This variation ranges from the total dogmatism of those who blindly and persistently repeat what they have learned by heart, to the eagle flight of the genius, who is always sparkling with originality. Creativity demands tremendous effort and sometimes also an ability to relax completely, so that one can give oneself up freely to the play of associative images and thus become receptive to information which may be, as it were, hovering in the atmosphere. The power of creativity is related to imaginative power, which gives man wings for high-soaring thought. By allowing him to rise above reality, imagination may indirectly bring his thought nearer to it. There is no sphere of the mind where logic alone is sufficient, and often the power of imagination brings us by the most devious roads to the temple of truth. The laws of imagination are still wrapped in mystery. It operates sometimes on the principle of analogy, which has produced quite a number of great discoveries and inventions. Creativity is not only a conscious act of the mind, it is also the unconscious spontaneity of mental phenomena, within which something unusual, something new may come into being. Only later can it be grasped by the controlling power of reason and fitted into the tabulated framework of logic. A person may arrive at the truth both by the power of reasoning and by an instantaneous leap of intuition, when he grasps the essence of the problem without argument or proof. Here previous experience and certain complex bioinformational interactions between people are both at work. Intuition and imagination play an enormous role in creative activity. To them humanity is indebted for much cultural progress, but their power is effective only in alliance with the power of the rationally thinking mind, guided by the standards of a historically formed culture. What is a human being? An ancient maxim tells us that the proper study of man is man. The problem of man is an eternal and at the same time the most urgent of all problems. It lies at the heart of the philosophical questions of man's place and destination in a world that is being discovered and transformed in the name of humanity, the highest of all values. The main goal of social development is the formation of human abilities and the creation of the most favorable conditions for human self-expression. Physicists are perfectly right in stressing the difficulties of research into elementary particles. But they should not resent being told that such research is child's play in comparison with the scientific comprehension of games played by children. The rules of any game are only a conventionally marked path. Children run along this path very capriciously, violating its borders at every turn, because they possess free will and their choice cannot be predicted. Nothing in the world is more complex or more perplexing than a human being. Many sciences study people, but each of them does so from its own particular angle. Philosophy, which studies humanity in the round, relies on the achievements of other sciences and seeks the essential knowledge that unites humankind. Idealism reduces the human essence to the spiritual principle. According to Hegel, the individual realizes not subjective, but objective aims. He is a part of the unity not only of the human race but of the whole universe because the essence of both the universe and man is the spirit. The essence of man comprises both the spiritual sphere, the sphere of the mind, and his bodily organization, but it is not confined to this. Man becomes aware of himself as a part of the social whole. Not for nothing do we say that a person is alive as long as he is living for others. Human beings act in the forms determined by the whole preceding development of history. The forms of human activity are objectively embodied in all material culture, in the implements of labor, in language, concepts, in systems of social norms. A human being is a biosocial being and represents the highest level of development of all living organisms on Earth, the subject of labor, of the social forms of life, communication, and consciousness. If we examine human existence at the organismic level, we discover the operation of laws based on the self-regulation of processes in the organism as a stable integral system. As we move upwards, we encounter the world of the mind, of personality. At the organismic level, the human being is part of the natural interconnection of phenomena and obeys its necessity, but at the personal level his orientation is social. From the world of biology through psychology we enter the sphere of social history. In ancient philosophy man was thought of as a small world in the general composition of the universe, as a reflection and symbol of the universe understood as a spiritualized organism. A human being, it was thought, possessed in himself all the basic elements of the universe. In the theory of the transmigration of souls evolved by Indian philosophers, the borderline between living creatures, plants, animals, man, and gods, is mobile. Man tries to break out of the fetters of empirical existence with its law of karma, or what we should call fate. According to the Vedanta, the specific principle of the human being is the Atman, soul, spirit, selfhood, which in essentials may be identified with the universal spiritual principle the Brahman. The ancient Greeks, Aristotle, for example, understood man as a social being endowed with a reasoning soul. In Christianity, the biblical notion of man as the image and likeness of God, internally divided owing to the fall, is combined with the theory of the unity of the divine and human natures in the personality of Christ and the consequent possibility of every individual's inner attainment of divine grace. The age of the Renaissance is totally inspired by the idea of human autonomy, of man's boundless creative abilities. Descartes worked on the principle, cogito, ergo sum, I think therefore I am. Reason was regarded as the specific feature of man. Soul and body were understood dualistically. The body being regarded as a machine, similar to that of the animals, while the soul was identified with consciousness. Proceeding from this dualistic understanding of man as a being belonging to two different worlds, the world of natural necessity and that of moral freedom, Kant divided anthropology into physiological and pragmatic aspects. The first should study what nature makes of man, while the second is concerned with what he, as a freely acting being, does, can or should make of himself. Here there is a return to the conception of man as a living whole which characterized the Renaissance. Unlike that of the animals, man's bodily organization and sense organs are less specialized, and this is an advantage. He has to form himself, by creating a culture. Thus we arrive at the idea of the historical nature of human existence. For classical German philosophy, the determining factor is the notion of man as a spiritually active being creating a world of culture, as a vehicle of reason. In criticizing these ideas, Feuerbach achieved an anthropological reorientation of philosophy centering it on man, understood primarily as a spiritually corporeal being, as a vital interlocking of the I and the you. According to Nietzsche, man is determined by the play of vital forces and attractions and not by the reason. Kierkegaard gives priority to the act of will, in which the individual, by making a choice, gives birth to himself, ceases to be merely a child of nature and becomes a conscious personality, that is to say, a spiritual being, a being that determines itself. In personalism and existentialism, the problem of personality is central. A human being cannot be reduced to any essence, biological, psychological, social, or spiritual. Existentialism and personalism contrast the concept of individuality, being a part of the natural and social whole, to that of personality, as unique spiritual self-determination, as existence. The point of departure of the Marxist understanding of man is the human being as the product and subject of labor activity. The essence of man is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality, it is the ensemble of the social relations. 1. The human as the biosocial. Contemporary science considers the human being on the basis of two different dimensions of his existence, the biological and the social. Human beings appeared on Earth as a result of a long process of development. As biological creatures, they still retain a close genetic connection with the animal world. Man's organism has many features in common with the higher animals. Man got ahead of the mammals thanks to the intensive development and differentiation of the cerebral cortex. The characteristic anatomical and physiological features of the human being are erect posture, free upper extremities, adapted for using and making tools, and advanced development of the means of communication. The need to maintain balance in the erect posture caused a certain curvature of the spinal column and a shift in the general center of gravity. Since the upper extremities were no longer used for body support and walking, the skeleton of the lower extremities became stronger and their muscles developed, the feet became arched to act as springs. All the systems of the internal organs have adapted to the erect posture, the means of delivering blood from the lower extremities to the heart and the brain have become more complex. The diaphragm has shifted from a vertical to a horizontal position, the muscles of the abdomen have come to perform a much greater role in the act of breathing. At a certain level of anthropogenesis, under the influence of labor activity and communication, biological development became what is, in effect, the historical development of social systems. The human being is also a natural being and, as such, is endowed with natural vital forces, which take the form of inherited qualities. Birth gives man existence as a natural individual. Although he comes into the world with insufficiently formed anatomical and physiological systems, they are genetically programmed as uniquely human. The newborn child is not a tabula rasa, clean slate, on which the environment draws its fanciful spiritual patterns. Heredity equips the child not only with instincts. He is from the very beginning the possessor of a special ability, the ability to imitate adults, their actions, the noises they make. He has an inherent curiosity, an ability to enjoy bright objects. He is capable of being upset, disappointed, experiencing fear and joy. His smile is innate and it can be observed even in prematurely born babies. Smiling is the privilege of man. And these purely human innate potentials are developed in the course of his whole subsequent life in society. Many specific features even of the human being's physiological makeup, the round shape of the head, the sophisticated structure of the hands, the shape of the lips and the whole facial structure, the erect posture, etc., are products of the social way of life, the result of interaction with other people. To sum up, man is an integrated unity of the biological, the organismic and the personal, the natural and the social, the inherited and what he acquires during his life. Developing both historically and in the course of his individual development as a social being, man does not opt out of the multiform biotic flow. The physiological rhythm of the blood circulation, nutrition, breathing, sex life, the rhythmical vortices of the energy and information processes in the organism, birth, maturity, and death, the phases of individual existence, childhood, adolescence, rebellious youth, young manhood, maturity, advanced life, old age, senility and complete decline, all this and much else is genetically programmed. Human beings are the towering peak of a great biological system, the latest to emerge in time, and the most complex. Three forms of determination, the biotropic, the cosmotropic, and sociotropic, operate in the human being. They embrace the whole history of humanity, regional and national traditions, the influence of a certain social group, of microconditions, the great power of biological heredity. The accuracy and purity of heredity is maintained by a specific material substratum, the apparatus of the genes, which for millions of years has carefully guarded man's racial essence as the highest biological species. If a chimpanzee were placed from birth in ideal conditions and surrounded by gifted teachers, it still would not change from an ape into a man. Heredity sets an impassable gulf between ape and man. The genetically coded abilities of the child are the product of a long process of evolution, but even such apparently simple and seemingly innate abilities as the ability to distinguish ordinary sounds of speech and musical tones are formed only in the process of its living mastery of the historically shaped forms of language and music. The ability to think as a human being does not simply appear and mature in the process of the child's individual development, it is shaped by life in society. At the moment of birth a child is only a candidate human being, it cannot become a full member of the human race if isolated. It must learn to become human through communication, through being introduced to the world of people, of society, which regulates, guides and fills his behavior with social meaning. Every human being has amazingly obedient fingers, he can take up a brush and colors and begin to paint, but this does not make him into an artist. It is the same with consciousness, which is not our natural birthright. The conscious mental phenomena inherent in man are shaped during life by education, training, the active mastery of world culture, language, and a worldview. Thus, the social principle permeates the individual and determines the essentially human structure and mechanisms of his mentality, consciousness, and mode of behavior. For various cognitive or practical purposes we may stress man's biological or social aspects, but we must always remember their essential unity. In the past decade, world science has devoted much attention to the problem of the relationship between the biological and the social in man. Paradoxically, it is the social conditions of life of modern man that have so urgently confronted us with the problem of his natural origin. The social has, as it were, highlighted the biological, sometimes to the point of vulgarization, such as the assertion that nature has endowed man with 3 brains, which despite their completely different structures have to function together and maintain contact. According to this view, the oldest of our brains is reptilian, the second was inherited from the lower mammals, and the third is the achievement of the higher mammals. This is the one that turned the living creature into man. So, figuratively speaking, when a doctor invites his patient to lie down on a couch, he is dealing simultaneously with a human being, a horse, and a crocodile. Such views stem from the notion that man's biological essence is invariable. The conception of sociobiologism has also won some recognition in Western science, due probably to the striking successes of biological research in recent decades, particularly in the sphere of genetics, neurophysiology, ethology, etc. To the question, does man rely on genes or society? We often receive the answer that it is the genes that count most. Some thinkers envisage man's biological destiny in an extremely optimistic and colorful light. They believe that the existing system of heredity fully reflects the results of his appearance as a unique biological species. Its significance is so great that it can virtually serve for an unlimited period, for the whole foreseeable future, and this precious hereditary basis of humanity must be preserved from any harmful external influences. Others maintain that the human being as a biological species is already on the way to extinction. Thanks to the creation of his own environment and the successes of medicine, man has deviated from the stern discipline of natural selection and thus burdened himself with increased pressure from accumulated mutations. A third school of thought works on the assumption that the human being, as a biologically young species, carries too many animal genes in his heredity. The social environment in which he lives is created not by the history of humanity but by the activity only of its elite. The last two of these doctrines are based on the idea that man's genetic nature as a whole requires some adjustment or correction, that the near future threatens humanity with destruction through biological factors, and that in these conditions only genetics, by taking evolution into its own hands, can avert this grave menace. On the crest of these ideas there emerges a somewhat elaborated form of eugenics, which imperatively declares that whether we want it or not, science must deliberately control the reproduction of the human race, and introduce some kind of partial selection for the benefit of humanity. Some Western scientists propose that the sperm of the finest specimens of the human race should be used for this purpose. It should be put into deep freeze for a long time to allow for objective assessment of the true value of the individuals concerned. Sperm thus preserved may then be used for mating purposes. The wife and the donor will be the biological parents while the husband, assumed to be inferior to the donor, remains only the adopting parent. Exercises in genetic engineering even go as far as to assume an adopting mother, in which case neither mother nor father is a truly biological parent. Even if one ignores the purely genetic implications of such selection, one is confronted by a host of moral and psychological questions. Who possesses the genotypes with the desirable features? Who should or could decide the question of what precisely is desirable? Who would dare, and by what right, to prevent the majority of men and women producing progeny, and limit this activity to an elite group? To whom can society entrust such a crucial decision? What are we to do about the incorrigible desire to perpetuate oneself in one's children? This hypertrophy of genetic factors and opportunities stems from the belittling of the social principle in man. Man is a natural being, but a human natural being. Nature gives the human being less than life in society requires of him. Life and the development of society may continue only through the biological form of human existence, and human biology can develop its genetic program only in the context of the social reality. In its origin, biological law is socially conditioned. Only when swaddled in the cotton wool of social care can the child, the most helpless of all young animals, realize the species program implanted in it by nature. The animal is born with fur or feathers, it is clothed by nature. But the baby is born naked and has to be clothed by society. It must learn to be human. And this it does in constant communication with adults, in its lifetime acquisition of culture. The influence of the social on the biological is demonstrated by the increase in longevity from approximately 18 years in the Stone Age to between 64 and 74 in modern times. The active period of life has also increased, particularly that of mental activity. The onset of old age has receded, the period of childhood has lengthened, and sexual maturity has accelerated. The phenomenon of acceleration is regarded as an epochal shift, one of the most significant phenomena in contemporary biology, with serious medical, pedagogical and other social implications. What regulates the relationship of the sexes? Why does one find the following stable ratio in human population, 103 boys to 100 girls? In post-war years, after the loss of so many males, the birth rate of boys increases. Life shows that on the borderline between the biological and social the pressure of conflict sometimes reaches great intensity. Quite often it causes shifts and disruption. The number of diseases is ominously increasing, particularly those of the cardiovascular, oncological, and neuropsychiatric types. Physical time flows on smoothly, but socio-biological time is constantly accelerating. Every hour and every minute of physical time is becoming more and more full of socio-psychological living content. The flow of contemporary life is like a violent mountain stream, it rushes us along at perilous speed. Man's psychophysiological powers cannot always stand the pace. Everyone is trying to live faster, so as not to lag behind the general information front, to keep up with the accelerated development of culture. In the last 10 or 15 years, the volume of scientific information, of discoveries and inventions, has outstripped everything previously achieved in human history. The sense organs and the human brain are fiercely and ceaselessly bombarded by all kinds of information. When discussing biological factors, one should not reduce them to the genetic. More attention should be given to the physiological and ontogenetic aspects of development, and particularly to those that evoke a pathological effect, for it is these that modify the biology of the human being, who is also beginning to perceive even social factors in quite a different way. Dialectics does not simply put the social and the biological factors on an equal footing and attribute the human essence to the formula of biotropic sociotropic determination favored by some scientists. It stresses the dominant role of the social factors. Nor does dialectics accept the principles of vulgar sociologism, which ignores the significance of the biological principle in man. As the highest intelligent being, man is the focal point of all forms of the motion of matter. They are represented in him hierarchically, and the highest ultimately guiding and regulative factor is the social, to which all other forms are subordinate. In other words, a human being embodies and sums up, as it were, the whole development of the universe. High though he stands in the universal hierarchy, a human being, when he becomes the target of scientific research, is dissected into small and even minute particles, each of which, the teeth, the stomach, the intestines, and so on, are investigated and treated separately. This is the result of the progressive differentiation of scientific knowledge, which enables us to penetrate deeper into the intricacies of human structural organization. Without this it would be impossible to advance science. But in the course of such differentiation, scientific thought tends to overlook the real and higher integrity of man, although he cannot be fully understood or treated without taking into account the whole. So there is a need for the opposite process of cognition, namely understanding of man as the highest unitary system. The important thing is to overcome the obvious and blatant fascination with the analytical method and achieve a synthetic, complex approach, concentrating intellectual efforts in various fields on the problem of the human being as a whole. Such a short-circuiting of the sciences could produce a flash that would illuminate and help to identify new problems. The independence of each separate science is an important fact, but it must be relative and should not develop into autonomy. The autonomy of the sciences that study man is a sign that they have lost the integrity of knowledge that is so essential to an understanding of the essence of the case, and to effective treatment or education. When discussing the disunity of man, one must first of all realize that he is divided by the scientific scalpel into two: one half is studied by the natural sciences, biology, physiology, biochemistry, biophysics, etc., while the other is the province of the social sciences, and also of medicine, which occupies an intermediary position and would appear to be all-embracing. Life demands that we combine both these methods of studying humankind. Natural scientific methods frequently ignore, or pay too little attention to the social aspects and consequently the social methods of cognition. On the other hand, the social sciences often omit the natural principle in man and consequently the natural scientific methods of cognition. The result is to the detriment of both sides and the bad effects are particularly apparent in the practice of healing and education. What we need is an integrated, complex study of human beings as a basis for the creative cooperation of natural science and the social sciences, of philosophy, and all the other fundamental and applied sciences which in some way or another study humanity. Man in the realm of nature. The unity of man and nature. Human beings live in the realm of nature, they are constantly surrounded by it and interact with it. The most intimate part of nature in relation to man is the biosphere, the thin envelope embracing the earth, its soil cover, and everything else that is alive. Our environment, although outside us, has within us not only its image, as something both actually and imaginatively reflected, but also its material energy and information channels and processes. This presence of nature in an ideal, materialist, energy and information form in man's self is so organic that when these external natural principles disappear, man himself disappears from life. If we lose nature's image, we lose our life. Everything, from each separate cell of a living organism to the organism as a whole, generates bioenergy. Just as the bioenergy of the separate cell goes beyond its boundaries, so the bioenergy of the organs and the organism as a whole extends beyond their boundaries, forming a luminous aura. As the ancient acupuncture therapists intuitively established, bioenergy and bioinformation move along special channels, meridians, forming a complex structure, in which all the components of the living whole interact both with themselves and with the external world. Energy-information interactions are a vital dimension of any living system, including that of man as the highest stage in the hierarchy of the structures of existence known to science. Man is constantly aware of the influence of nature in the form of the air he breathes, the water he drinks, the food he eats, and the flow of energy and information. And many of his troubles are a response to the natural processes and changes in the weather, intensified irradiation of cosmic energy, and the magnetic storms that rage around the earth. In short, we are connected with nature by blood ties and we cannot live outside nature. During their temporary departures from Earth, spacemen take with them a bit of the biosphere. Nowhere does nature affect humanity in exactly the same way. Its influence varies. Depending on where human beings happen to be on the Earth's surface, it assigns them varying quantities of light, warmth, water, precipitation, flora, and fauna. Human history offers any number of examples of how environmental conditions and the relief of our planet have promoted or retarded human development. At any given moment a person comes under the influence of both subterranean processes and the cosmic environment. In a very subtle way he reflects in himself, in his functions, the slightest oscillations occurring in nature. Electromagnetic radiations alone from the sun and stars may be broken down into a large number of categories, which are distinguishable from one another by their wavelength, the quantity of energy they emit, their power of penetration, and the good or harm they may do us. During the periods of peak solar activity we observe a deterioration in the health of people suffering from high blood pressure, arteriosclerosis, or infarction of the myocardium. Disturbances occur in the nervous system and the blood vessels are more liable to suffer from spasms. At such times the number of road accidents increases, and so on. It has been noted that there is a dependence between any weakening in the Earth's magnetic field and acceleration of growth, and vice versa. Growth is retarded when the magnetic field becomes stronger. The corpuscular, radioactive irradiations, cosmic dust, and gas molecules which fill all universal space are also powerful creators and regulators of human existence in biological life. The universe is in a state of dynamic balance and is constantly receiving various forms of energy. Some forms are on the increase or decrease, while others experience periodic fluctuations. Each of us is a sensitive resonator, a kind of echo of the energy flows of the universe. So it would be quite wrong to regard only the energy of the sun as the source of life on Earth and humanity as its highest manifestation. The energy of distant cosmic bodies, such as the stars and the nebulae, have a tremendous influence on the life of man as an organism. For this reason our organisms adjust their existence and development to these flows of external energy. The human organism has developed receptors that utilize this energy or protect themselves from it, if it is harmful. It may be said, if we think of human beings as a high-grade biological substance, that they are accumulators of intense energy drives of the whole universe. We are only a response to the vibrations of the elemental forces of outer space, which bring us into unity with their oscillations. Every beat of the organic pulse of our existence is coordinated with the pulse of the cosmic heart. Cosmic rhythms exert a substantial influence on the energy processes in the human organism, which also has its own rhythmic beat. Man's influence on nature. Man is not only a dweller in nature, he also transforms it. From the very beginning of his existence, and with increasing intensity, human society has adapted environing nature and made all kinds of incursions into it. An enormous amount of human labor has been spent on transforming nature. Humanity converts nature's wealth into the means of the cultural, historical life of society. Man has subdued and disciplined electricity and compelled it to serve the interests of society. Not only has man transferred various species of plants and animals to different climatic conditions, he has also changed the shape and climate of his habitation and transformed plants and animals. If we were to strip the geographical environment of the properties created by the labor of many generations, contemporary society would be unable to exist in such primeval conditions. Man and nature interact dialectically in such a way that, as society develops, man tends to become less dependent on nature directly, while indirectly his dependence grows. This is understandable. While he is getting to know more and more about nature, and on this basis transforming it, man's power over nature progressively increases, but in the same process, man comes into more and more extensive and profound contact with nature, bringing into the sphere of his activity growing quantities of matter, energy, and information. On the plane of the historical development of man-nature relations we may define certain stages. The first is that of the complete dependence of man on nature. Our distant ancestors floundered amid the immensity of natural formations and lived in fear of nature's menacing and destructive forces. Very often they were unable to obtain the merest necessities of subsistence. However, despite their imperfect tools, they worked together stubbornly, collectively, and were able to attain results. This process of struggle between man and the elements was contradictory and frequently ended in tragedy. Nature also changed its face through interaction with man. Forests were destroyed and the area of arable land increased. Nature with its elemental forces was regarded as something hostile to man. The forest, for example, was something wild and menacing and people tried to force it to retreat. This was all done in the name of civilization, which meant the places where man had made his home, where the earth was cultivated, where the forest had been cut down. But as time goes on, the interaction between man and nature is characterized by accelerated subjugation of nature, the taming of its elemental forces. The subjugating power of the implements of labor begins to approach that of natural forces. Mankind becomes increasingly concerned with the question of where and how to obtain irreplaceable natural resources for the needs of production. Science and man's practical transforming activity have made humanity aware of the enormous geological role played by the industrial transformation of Earth. At present, the interaction between man and nature is determined by the fact that in addition to the two factors of change in the biosphere that have been operating for millions of years, the biogenetic and the abiogenetic, there has been added yet another factor which is acquiring decisive significance, the technogenetic. As a result, the previous dynamic balance between man and nature and between nature and society as a whole, has shown ominous signs of breaking down. The problem of the so-called replaceable resources of the biosphere has become particularly acute. It is getting more and more difficult to satisfy the needs of human beings and society even for such a substance, for example, as fresh water. The problem of eliminating industrial waste is also becoming increasingly complex. The threat of a global ecological crisis hangs over humanity like the sword of Damocles. His keen awareness of this fact has led man to pose the question of switching from the irresponsible, destructive and polluting subjugation of nature to a reasonable, harmonious interaction in the technology-man biosphere system. Whereas nature once frightened us and made us tremble with her mysterious vastness and the uncontrollable energy of its elemental forces, it now frightens us with its limitations and a newfound fragility, the delicacy of its plastic mechanisms. We are faced quite uncompromisingly with the problem of how to stop, or at least moderate, the destructive effect of technology on nature. In socialist societies the problem is being solved on a planned basis, but under capitalism spontaneous forces still operate that despoil nature's riches. Unforeseen paradoxes have arisen in the man-nature relationship. One of them is the paradox of saturation. For millions of years the results of man's influence on nature were relatively insignificant. The biosphere loyally served man as a source of the means of subsistence and a reservoir for the products of his life activity. The contradiction between these vital principles was eliminated by the fact that the relatively modest scale of human productive activity allowed nature to assimilate the waste from labor processes. But as time went on, the growing volume of waste and its increasingly harmful properties destroyed this balance. The human feedback into nature became increasingly disharmonist. Human activity at various times has involved a good deal of irrational behavior. Labor, which started as a specifically human means of rational survival in the environment, now damages the biosphere on an increasing scale and on the boomerang principle affecting man himself, his bodily and mental organization. Under the influence of uncoordinated production processes affecting the biosphere, the chemical properties of water, air, the soil, flora, and fauna have acquired a negative shift. Experts maintain that 60% of the pollution in the atmosphere, and the most toxic, comes from motor transport, 20% from power stations, and 20% from other types of industry. It is possible that the changes in the chemical properties of the biosphere can be somehow buffered or even halted, but the changes in the basic physical parameters of the environment are even more dangerous and they may turn out to be uncontrollable. We know that man can exist only in a certain range of temperature and at a certain level of radiation and electromagnetic and sound wave intensity, that is to say, amid the physical influences that come to us from the atmosphere, from outer space and from the depths of the earth, to which we have adapted in the course of the whole history of the development of human life. From the beginning man has existed in the biosphere, a complex system whose components are the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, the phytosphere, the radiation sphere, the thermosphere, the phonosphere, and so on. All these spheres are and must remain in a natural state of balance. Any excessive upsetting of this balance must be to the detriment not only of normal existence but of any existence at all, even human vegetation. If humanity does not succeed in preventing damage to the biosphere, we run the risk of encountering the paradox of replacement, when the higher plants and animals may be ousted by the lower. As we know, many insects, bacteria, and lichens are, thanks to their relatively simple structure, extremely flexible in adapting to powerful chemical and even physical factors, such as radiation. Mutating under the influence of an unfavorable environment, they continue their modified existence. Man, on the other hand, nature's crown, because of the exceptional complexity of his bodily and mental organization and the miraculous subtlety and fragility of his genetic mechanism may, when faced with a relatively small change in the chemical and physical factors of the environment, either produce unviable progeny or even perish altogether. Another possible result of harmful influences on the environment is that the productivity of the biosphere may substantially decline. Already we observe unfavorable shifts in the great system of the universe, sun plants, animals, plants. Much more carbon dioxide is being produced on Earth than plants can assimilate. Various chemical preparations, herbicides, antibiotics, etc., affect the intensity of photosynthesis, that most subtle mechanism for the accumulation of the vital energy required by the universal torch of life. Thus, not only progress but even human life itself depends on whether humanity can resolve the paradoxes in the ecological situation that have arisen today. Modern technology is distinguished by an ever-increasing abundance of produced and used synthetic goods. Hundreds of thousands of synthetic materials are being made. People increasingly cover their bodies from head to foot in nylon, capron, and other synthetic, glittering fabrics that are obviously not good for them. Young people may hardly feel this and pay more attention to appearance than to health. But they become more aware of this harmful influence as they grow older. As time goes on, the synthetic output of production turns into waste, and then substances that in their original form were not very toxic are transformed in the cycle of natural processes into aggressive agents. One gets the impression that human beings are working harder and harder to organize bits of synthetic reality by disorganizing the systems evolved by nature. Emphasizing man's hostility to nature, a hostility armed with the vast achievements of modern technology, both natural scientists and philosophers are today asking themselves the pessimistic question: is it not the fatal mission of man to be for nature what cancer is for man himself? Perhaps man's destruction of the biosphere is inevitable? One would like to think that the limited capacities of nature do not signify a fatal limitation of civilization itself. The irrational principle, which once permeated human nature, still exists in human behavioral mechanisms, as can be seen, for instance, in the unpredictable consequences of their individual and concerted efforts. Much in human activity goes beyond the limits of the predictable, even when it is humanely oriented. The man-nature relation, the crisis of the ecological situation, is a global problem. Its solution lies in the plane of rational and humane, that is to say, wise organization, both of production itself and care for Mother Nature, not just by individuals, enterprises, or countries, but by all humanity, linked with a clear awareness of our planetary responsibility for the ecological consequences of a civilization that has reached a state of crisis. One of the ways to deal with the crisis situation in the man-nature system is to use such resources as solar energy, the power of winds, the riches of the seas and oceans, and other, as yet unknown natural forces of the universe. At one time in his evolution, man was a gatherer. He used the ready-made gifts of nature. This was how human existence began. Perhaps even today it would be wise to resort to this method, but on a quite different level, of course. The human being cannot restrict himself to gathering, any more than he could in primitive times. But such a shift in attitude could at least abate the destructive and polluting principle in civilization. As cybernetic methods and principles in the various fields of knowledge and practice develop, control theory has been widely applied in many spheres. Its aim is to ensure the optimal function of a system. A humanely oriented mind should be able to transfer the idea of optimality and harmony to ecological phenomena. In their production activity, people are mastering more and more new materials and learning to replace one with another. In the long term, this could lead, as the alchemists once believed, to production on the principle of everything out of everything. Moreover, our planet has an active balance. It loses less substance in the upper layers of the atmosphere than it receives from outer space. It would therefore appear that the amount of substance available as a whole will not place any radical limitation on material production. Life, including human life, is not only metabolism, it is also a form of energy transformation and movement developed to degrees of subtlety that are as yet beyond our comprehension. Every cell, every organ, and organism as a whole is a crucial arena of the struggle between entropic, dispersing, and anti-entropic processes, and the biosphere represents the constant victory of life, the triumph of the anti-entropic principle in the existence of the living. Losses of living energy from our organism are constantly compensated by various forms of energy flowing from the vast expanses of the universe. We need not simply energy, such as electromagnetic radiation or heat, but radiant energy of the finest quality. The struggle for the existence of living creatures, including man, is a struggle not so much for the elements that compose his organism, they are abundantly available in the air, water, and underground, not for solar energy in its direct, electromagnetic radiation, but for the energy that is captured by the mechanisms of photosynthesis and exists in the form of organic, particularly plant structures. When we consume vegetable food, we take the energy of nature, particularly that of the sun, at first hand, so to speak. But plants are also the food of herbivorous animals, and when we eat meat, we take this energy at second hand. So the biosphere is not a chaotic conglomeration of natural phenomena and formations. By a seemingly objective logic, everything is taken into account and everything mutually adapts with the same obedience to proportion and harmony that we discern in the harmonious motion of the heavenly bodies or the integral paintings of the great masters. With a sense of wonder we see revealed before us a picture of the magnificent universe, a universe whose separate parts are interconnected by the most subtle threads of kinship, forming the harmonious whole which the ancient philosophers surmised when they viewed the world with their integrating, intuitively perceptive gaze. We are part of the ecological environment and it is a part of the universe. It contains myriads of stars and the nearest of them is the sun. The sun is the master of earth. We are, in a certain sense, its children. Not for nothing did the rich imagination on whose wings mankind flies ever further and higher in the orbit of civilization portray the sun in ancient legends as the highest deity. But to return to our theme, the bitter truth is that those human actions which violate the laws of nature, the harmony of the biosphere, threaten to bring disaster, and this disaster may turn out to be universal. How apt then are the words of ancient Oriental wisdom: live closer to nature, my friends, and its eternal laws will protect you. Man and society. The human being and the group. The problem of man cannot be solved scientifically without a clear statement of the relationship between man and society, as seen in the primary collectivity, the family, the play or instruction group, the production team, and other types of formal or informal collectivity. In the family, the individual abandons some of his specific features to become a member of the whole. The life of the family is related to the division of labor according to sex and age, the carrying on of husbandry, mutual assistance in everyday life, the intimate life of man and wife, the perpetuation of the race, the upbringing of the children, and also various moral, legal, and psychological relationships. The family is a crucial instrument for the development of personality. It is here that the child first becomes involved in social life, absorbs its values and standards of behavior, its ways of thought, language, and certain value orientations. It is this primary group that bears the major responsibility to society. Its first duty is to the social group, to society and humanity. Through the group the child, as he grows older, enters society. Hence the decisive role of the group. The influence of one person on another is as a rule extremely limited, the collectivity as a whole is the main educational force. Here the psychological factors are very important. It is essential that a person should feel himself part of a group at his own wish, and that the group should voluntarily accept him, take in his personality. Everybody performs certain functions in a group. Take, for example, the production team. Here people are joined together by other interests as well as those of production, they exchange certain political, moral, aesthetic, scientific, and other values. A group generates public opinion, it sharpens and polishes the mind and shapes the character and will. Through the group a person rises to the level of a personality, a conscious subject of historical creativity. The group is the first shaper of the personality, and the group itself is shaped by society. The unity of man and society. A person's whole intellectual makeup bears the clear imprint of the life of society as a whole. All his practical activities are individual expressions of the historically formed social practice of humanity. The implements that he uses have in their form a function evolved by a society which predetermines the ways of using them. When tackling any job, we all have to take into account what has already been achieved before us. The wealth and complexity of the individual's social content are conditioned by the diversity of his links with the social whole, the degree to which the various spheres of the life of society have been assimilated and refracted in his consciousness and activity. This is why the level of individual development is an indicator of the level of development of society, and vice versa. But the individual does not dissolve into society. He retains his unique and independent individuality and makes his contribution to the social whole. Just as society itself shapes human beings, so human beings shape society. The individual is a link in the chain of the generations. His affairs are regulated not only by himself, but also by the social standards, by the collective reason or mind. The true token of individuality is the degree to which a certain individual in certain specific historical conditions has absorbed the essence of the society in which he lives. Consider, for instance, the following historical fact. Who or what would Napoleon Bonaparte have been if there had been no French Revolution? It is difficult or perhaps even impossible to reply to this question. But one thing is quite clear: he would never have become a great general and certainly not an emperor. He himself was well aware of his debt and in his declining years said, "My son cannot replace me. I could not replace myself. I am the creature of circumstances." 1. It has long been acknowledged that great epochs give birth to great men. What tribunes of the people were lifted by the tide of events of the French Revolution? Mirabeau, Marat, Robespierre, Danton. What young, sometimes even youthful talents that had remained dormant among the people were raised to the heights of revolutionary, military, and organizational activity by the great October Socialist Revolution. It is sometimes said that society carries the individual as a river carries a boat. This is a pleasant simile, but not exact. An individual does not float with the river, he is the turbulently flowing river itself. The events of social life do not come about by themselves, they are made. The great and small paths of the laws of history are blazed by human effort and often at the expense of human blood. The laws of history are not charted in advance by superhuman forces, they are made by people, who then submit to their authority as something that is above the individual. The key to the mysteries of human nature is to be found in society. Society is the human being in his social relations, and every human being is an individual embodiment of social relations, a product not only of the existing social system but of all world history. He absorbs what has been accumulated by the centuries and passed on through traditions. Modern man carries within himself all the ages of history and all his own individual ages as well. His personality is a concentration of various strata of culture. He is influenced not only by modern mass media, but also by the writings of all times and every nation. He is the living memory of history, the focus of all the wealth of knowledge, abilities, skills, and wisdom that have been amassed through the ages. Man is a kind of superdense living atom in the system of social reality. He is a concentration of the actively creative principle in this system. Through myriads of visible and invisible impulses, the fruit of people's creative thought in the past continues to nourish him and, through him, contemporary culture. Sometimes the relation between man and society is interpreted in such a way that the latter seems to be something that goes on around a person, something in which he is immersed. But this is a fundamentally wrong approach. Society does, of course, exist outside the individual as a kind of social environment in the form of a historically shaped system of relations with rich material and spiritual culture that is independent of his will and consciousness. The individual floats in this environment all his life. But society also exists in the individual himself and could not exist at all, apart from the real activity of its members. History in itself does nothing. Society possesses no wealth whatever. It fights no battles. It grows no grain. It produces no tools for making things or weapons for destroying them. It is not society as such but man who does all this, who possesses it, who creates everything and fights for everything. Society is not some impersonal being that uses the individual as a means of achieving its aims. All world history is nothing but the daily activity of individuals pursuing their aims. Here we are talking not about the actions of individuals who are isolated and concerned only with themselves, but about the actions of the masses, the deeds of historical personalities and peoples. An individual developing within the framework of a social system has both a certain dependence on the whole system of social standards and an autonomy that is an absolutely necessary precondition for the life and development of the system. The measure of this personal autonomy is historically conditioned and depends on the character of the social system itself. Exceptional rigidity in a social system, fascism, for example, makes it impossible or extremely difficult for individual innovations in the form of creative activity in various spheres of life to take place, and this inevitably leads to stagnation. The relationships between the individual and society in history. To return once again to the simile of the river. The history of humankind is like a great river bearing its waters into the ocean of the past. What is past in life does not become something that has never been. No matter how far we go from the past, it still lives to some extent in us and with us. From the very beginning, the character of the man-society relationship changed substantially in accordance with the flow of historical time. The relationship between the individual and a primitive horde was one thing. Brute force was supreme and instincts were only slightly controlled, although even then there were glimpses of moral standards of cooperation without which any survival, let alone development, would have been impossible. In tribal conditions people were closely bound by ties of blood. At that time there were no state or legal relationships. Not the individual but the tribe, the genus, was the lawgiver. The interests of the individual were syncretized with those of the commune. In the horde and in tribal society there were leaders who had come to the fore by their resourcefulness, brains, agility, strength of will, and so on. Labor functions were divided on the basis of age and sex, as were the forms of social and other activity. With the development of the socium an ever-increasing differentiation of social functions takes place. People acquire private personal rights and duties, personal names, and a constantly growing measure of personal responsibility. The individual gradually becomes a personality, and his relations with society acquire an increasingly complex character. When the society based on law and the state first arose, people were sharply divided between masters and slaves, rulers and ruled. Slave society with its private property set people against one another. Some individuals began to oppress and exploit others. Feudal society saw the emergence of the hierarchy of castes, making some people totally dependent on others. On the shoulders of the common toiler there grew up an enormous parasitic tree with kings or tsars at its summit. This pyramid of social existence determined the rights and duties of its citizens, and the rights were nearly all at the top of the social scale. This was a society of genuflection, where not only the toilers but also the rulers bowed the knee to the dogma of Holy Scripture and the image of the Almighty. The age of the Renaissance was a hymn to the free individual and to the ideal of the strong fully developed human being blazing trails of discovery into foreign lands, broadening the horizons of science, and creating masterpieces of art and technical perfection. History became the scene of activity for the enterprising and determined individual. Not for him the impediments of the feudal social pyramid, where the idle wasted their lives and money, enjoying every privilege, and the toilers were kept in a state of subjugation and oppression. At first came the struggle for freedom of thought, of creativity. This grew into the demand for civil and political freedom, freedom of private initiative and social activity in general. As a result of the bourgeois revolutions that followed, the owners of capital acquired every privilege, and also political power. The noble demand that had been inscribed on the banners of the bourgeois revolutions, liberty, equality, and fraternity, turned out to mean an abundance of privileges for some and oppression for others. Individualism blossomed forth, an individualism in which everybody considered himself the hub of the universe and his own existence and prosperity more important than anyone else's. People set themselves up in opposition to other people and to society as a whole. Such mutual alienation is a disease that corrupts the social whole. The life of another person, even one's nearest, becomes no more than a temporary show, a passing cloud. The growing bureaucracy, utilitarianism, and technologism in culture considerably narrow the opportunities for human individuality to express and develop itself. the individual becomes an insignificant cog in the gigantic machine controlled by capital. Alienation makes itself felt with particular force. What is alienation? It is the conversion of the results of physical and intellectual activity into forces that get out of human control and, having gained the whip hand, strike back at their own creators, the people. It is a kind of jinn that people summon to their aid and then find themselves unable to cope with. Thus, the state which arose in slave society, became a force that oppressed the mass of the people, an apparatus of coercion by one class over another. The science that people venerate, that brings social progress and is in itself the expression of this progress, becomes in its material embodiment a lethal force that threatens all mankind. How much has man created that exerts a terrible pressure on his health, his mind, and his willpower? These suprapersonal forces, which are the product of people's joint social activity and oppress them, are the phenomenon known as alienation. The thinkers of the past, who were truly dedicated to the idea of benefiting the working folk, pointed out the dangers of a system governed by the forces of alienation, a system in which some people live at the expense of other people's labor, where human dignity is flouted and man's physical and intellectual powers drained by exploitation. The individual is free where he not only serves as a means of achieving the goals of the ruling class and its party but is himself the chief goal of society, the object of all its plans and provisions. The main condition for the liberation of the individual is the abolition of exploitation of one individual by another, of hunger and poverty, and the reassertion of man's sense of dignity. This was the kind of society of which the utopian socialists and the founders of scientific socialism dreamed. In contrast to bourgeois individualism, socialist collectivism starts off from the interests of the individual, not just the chosen few but all genuine working people. Socialism everywhere requires striking, gifted personalities with plenty of initiative. A person with a sense of perspective is the highest ideal of the creative activity of the socialist society. Man as a personality. The concept of personality. Whereas the concept human being emphasizes man's biosocial, body-mind origin, the concept personality is connected mainly with his social and psychological aspects, such as his sense of dignity, his self-appraisal, his value orientations, beliefs, the principles by which he lives, his moral, aesthetic, socio-political and other social positions, his convictions and ideals, and also the character, the special features of his intellect, the style and independence of his thinking, the specific nature of his emotional makeup, his willpower, cast of mind and feelings, his social status. One cannot conceive of a personality as something separate from the human being, or even from his external and general physical appearance. The personality, lat persona equals mask, is the face that confronts us. When in their later years, people have plastic operations and facelifts, they change their external appearance, which, as psychological observations have shown, also changes something in their mentality. Everything in a person is interconnected and affects the personality as a whole. What a person looks like is the outward expression of his inner world. A personality is a socially developed person, one who is part of a certain specific historical and natural context, one or another social group, a person possessing a relatively stable system of socially significant personal features and performing corresponding social roles. The personality's intellectual framework is formed by his requirements, interests, frame of reference, peculiarities of temperament, emotion, willpower, motivation, value orientations, independence of thought, consciousness, and self-consciousness. The central feature of the personality is world outlook. A person cannot become a personality without evolving what is known as a world outlook or worldview, which includes his philosophical view of the world. A knowledge of philosophy is an inseparable attribute of a person's higher education and culture. Because a worldview is the privilege of modern man and its core is philosophy, one must know a person's philosophy in order to understand him. Even those who deny and make fun of philosophy possess a philosophy. Only the animal has no worldview whatever. It does not meditate upon things in the world, the meaning of life and other problems. A worldview is the privilege of the personality, that is to say, a human being uplifted by culture. Both historically and ontogenetically, man becomes a personality to the extent that he assimilates culture and contributes to its creation. Our distant ancestor, in the conditions of the primitive horde and the initial stages of the formation of society, was not yet a personality, although he was already a person, a human being. A child, particularly in his earliest years, is, of course, a human being, but not yet a personality. He has yet to become one in the course of his development, education, and upbringing. A human being may or may not become a personality. The child who is isolated from people and surrounded by animals does not. Personality may or may not take shape, and it may also disintegrate, be deformed, or broken up altogether either by pathological processes in the organism, mental disorders, alcoholism, and so on, or by certain extremely unfavorable, tragic circumstances. So, the term personality implies an integrating principle that unites the biological and social in a single whole, and also all the psychological processes, qualities and states that regulate behavior, giving it a certain consistency and stability in relation to the rest of the world, to other people and itself. The personality is a socially historical, naturally conditioned and individually expressed being. A human being is a personality inasmuch as he consciously distinguishes himself from everything that surrounds him, and his relation to the world exists in his consciousness as a certain standpoint in life. The personality is a human being who possesses self-consciousness and a worldview, and who has achieved an understanding of his social functions, his place in the world, who has comprehended himself as a subject of historical creativity, a maker of history. The essence of personality is not its physical nature but its socio-psychological properties and the mechanism of its mental life and behavior. The personality is an individual concentration or expression of social relationships and functions, a subject of cognition and transformation of the world, of rights and duties, of ethical, aesthetic and all other social standards. When we speak of a personality, we have in mind its social, moral, psychological, and aesthetic qualities crystallized in a human being's intellectual world. In each of his essential relations a person appears in an especial quality, in his specific social function, as the subject of material or spiritual production, the vehicle of certain production relations, as a member of a certain social group, of class, the representative of a certain nation, as a husband or wife, father or mother, in short, as the creator of family relations. The social functions which man has to perform in society are many and various, but personality cannot be reduced to these functions, even taken as an integral whole. The thing is that the personal is what belongs to a given person and distinguishes him from others. In a certain sense one can agree with the view of those who find it difficult to draw a line between what a person calls himself and what he calls his own. Personality is the sum total of everything that a person may call his own. How does a person describe himself as a personality when he is asked what he is? He does this by relating himself to what he does or has done, by telling us with whom he is associated. Hence the principle, tell me who your friends are and I will tell you what you are. In addition, he tells us what belongs to him, what he has mastered, what he has made his own, and in what way he has fulfilled himself, to what context of life he belongs: labor, social, age, family, education, and so on. What belongs to the personality is not only his physical and intellectual qualities, but his clothing, the roof over his head, husband and children, ancestors and friends, social status and reputation, first name and family name. The structure of the personality also includes what it has given its strength to and also the powers that have been embodied in it. It is a personal manifestation of embodied labor. Take, for example, a person's name. It is not something purely extraneous in relation to the personality. A name grows together, as it were, with the personality, becomes affixed to the face and forms something inseparable from the given personality. And only if he is playing someone else on stage, or works as an intelligence agent, or has adopted a different faith does a person change his name, and everyone knows how difficult that is both for the person himself and for others. The whole physical existence of the personality is confined to the framework of a person's life, to the limits of his complex biography. But does this account for the existence of personality in general? Of course, not. Particularly if we consider historical personalities, whose existence extends far beyond the framework of their biophysical lives. They live on through the centuries and not only live but work actively through the hands and heads of subsequent generations. Thus, the limits of the personality are far broader than those of the human body and its inner intellectual world. These limits may be compared to circles spreading over water. The nearest circles are the fruit of creative activity, then come the circles of one's family, one's personal property and friendships. The far-out circles merge with the seas and oceans of all social life, its history and prospects. The fullness of the personality is expressed in its individuality, in its uniqueness, its irrepeatability. Personality in general is an abstraction, which is concretest in real individuals, in separate, single rational beings with all the inimitable properties of their mentality and physique, the color of their skin, hair, eyes, and so on. The personality is a unique representative of the human race, always particular and unlike any other personality in the fullness of his spiritual and material, physical life. Every ego is unique. Take, for example, a striking personality like Socrates. He attracted the attention of literally everyone he met both by his outward appearance and by his way of life, his beliefs, his activities, his teachings, and everything connected with his unique individuality. Socrates was rather stocky, with thick lips, a paunchy stomach, a short neck and a large bald head with a huge bulging brow. He had a habit of going about barefoot, both winter and summer, and looking around him with prominent eyes from under lowered brows. Marveling at the individuality of Socrates, Alcibiades stressed the exceptional originality of his intellectual personality, in which something incomprehensible, mysterious, elusive seemed to be hidden. The most surprising thing was that he was quite unlike anyone else. In his manner and conversation Socrates was so original that we search in vain for anyone remotely resembling him either among the ancients or among the people of today. One could similarly describe the appearance and personalities of other great men and eminent individuals, and each of them would be unique in some way. A personality is an individual rational being. In the broader sense, the individual is not only a person but a synonym for a separate specific being. This also applies to the concept of individuality, which includes the personality's spiritual features as well as his physical peculiarities. There is nothing more individualist in the world than the human being, the person. Nothing in creation is more diverse than people. At the human level, diversity achieves its highest peak. The world contains as many individuals as there are people. This is due entirely to the complexity of human organization, whose dynamics would appear to have no limits. Human individuality is expressed in its having different opinions, in abilities, level of knowledge, experience, degree of competence, in temperament and character. Personality is individual to the extent that it has independence in its judgments, beliefs, and views, that is to say, when the brain is not stereotyped and possesses unique patterns. In every person, regardless of the general structure of his individuality, there are specific features of contemplation, observation, attention, various types of memory, of orientation, and so on. The level of individual thinking varies, for example, from the heights of genius to the worst cases of mental retardation. The principle of individualization has its limits, its proportion. Beyond this borderline we come to complete relativism, which maintains that if every person has his own soul, then every person must also have his own world, and hence there are as many worlds as there are people. But the actual dialectics of existence tells us that the uniqueness both of outward appearance and a person's spiritual world is relative. It is derived from the universal, to which it belongs and from which it has sprung. The personality has a general origin, position, culture, language, certain standards, a world view, and so on, that it shares with others. The more fully it represents, individually, the universal human principle, the more significant the personality becomes. Every person is a unique individuality in the whole complex of his physical and spiritual peculiarities, but at the same time he embodies the essence of the race and also certain general features of his class and nation. People may be divided into various types, depending on the predominance of certain elements in the structure of their personalities. A person may be inclined to practical or theoretical thinking, to rational or intuitive understanding of reality, to operating with sensuous images, or he may possess an analytical cast of mind. There are people who are largely governed by their emotions. For example, sensuous types have an exceptionally highly developed perception of reality. For them the sensation is the concrete expression of the fullness of their life. A person of the intellectual intuitive type constantly strives for new opportunities. He cannot be satisfied with a commitment to generally recognized values but is always seeking new ideas. People of this type are the driving force of culture, the initiators and inspirers of new enterprises. The types of personality may also be classified according to behavior orientation. A person may be classified as extrovert or introvert according to whether his orientation is on objective reality or his own inner world. Introverts are often reticent, and rarely, or with difficulty, open their hearts to those around them. As a rule, their temperament is melancholic and they rarely stand out or come to the fore. Outwardly calm, even indifferent, they never try to compel anyone else to do anything. Their true motives usually remain hidden. In psychology and sociology, a person is usually characterized by his individual peculiarities. Qualities connected with a certain manner of perception or judgment and also with the way a person is influenced by his environment are singled out. Attention is focused on originality, on the features that make a person stand out in society, on the functions he performs, on the degree of influence he exercises or the impression that he makes on other people, aggressive, submissive, hard, and so on. Independence, decisive judgment, willpower, determination, passion, intellect, and wisdom are regarded as highly important. Intelligence and wisdom. What do we mean when we say a person is clever? Usually someone who thinks well, with subtlety and profundity, who is able to speak convincingly and precisely, and who suits his actions to present and future circumstances. Intelligence is an adequate reaction to a situation. A clever person is capable in any circumstances of coming to grips flexibly with events, of finding his place and asserting himself. He says no more than the situation and the circumstances demand, but is not at a loss if something of importance to the matter in hand needs to be said. Intelligence should be clearly distinguished from various other gifts, for example, talent, when a person because of his resourcefulness, the vitality of his intellect or phenomenal memory, his gifts of spoken or written speech is able to brilliantly interpret or convey something that has already been achieved by humanity, that is available in the general experience and to perfect it in certain ways. However, a talented person may not be clever, astute. These are different forms of human ability and they do not always go together. A talented person may be careless, unorganized, and unmotivated. He may be carried away by some idea, forget about everything else and even appear absurd to those around him, forgetful of the world, impractical and in general have his head in the clouds. A clever or astute person has a well-ordered mind, is diplomatic in his words and actions. He may be quite untalented or possess only a small talent. But his chief advantage is his ability to make maximum use of even small gifts for the sake of achieving his aims, particularly those of a practical or organizational nature. The clever person does not suffer from the carelessness of the talented. The highest expression of the gifted personality is genius, an unusually powerful gift of nature, molded and polished by education and upbringing. History places on men of genius the tremendous and extremely responsible mission of pioneering new paths and, by the power of their mighty reason, advancing science, art, technology, and social and political life. Destiny endows the genius with strong wings for his great flights of imagination. They are capable of carrying him high in the realms of thought and in the world of public affairs. But anything that flies very high is extremely vulnerable to the lightning. And an essential feature of genius is courage. Very often these luminaries of humanity are martyrs on whose shoulders human culture rises to new heights. Both talent and genius are not only a gift of nature, not only the product of education and upbringing, they are also achieved by extraordinary diligence, which is a crucial component in the structure of talent. In analyzing talent, genius, and intelligence, I have no desire to contrast them. It would be absurd to speak of the genius being stupid. The stupidity for which humanity has as yet found no remedy is characterized by a primitive and muddled way of thinking. The judgments of the foolish person are poorly thought out, disordered and vague. He is always being diverted from the chosen direction of his thought and with the greatest difficulty struggles out of the jungles of his own vagueness and muddle. Foolishness comes from the inability to concentrate attention on anything definite and consists in a constant flitting from one object to another. Foolish people are a great burden to those around them. They are the embodiment of intellectual chaos and empty chatter. The measure of human intelligence and its effectiveness is determined by the degree to which things, events, and their transformation conform to logic. To a certain extent intelligence depends on experience, on knowledge. But an intelligent person is not merely someone who knows something. Much knowledge, as most people realize, does not necessarily make a person clever. Goethe's Faust was a person of great erudition, but he was a split personality. With horror he sees in a mask features that are not characteristic of his true self. But he can do nothing about it. The metaphor fully expresses the common destiny of his contemporaries, and this serves as some consolation to the hero. Finally, however, comes the moment of enlightenment. This is my real face, and that which I believe to be my real face is, in fact, only a mask. There the mask is the symbol of adaptation to circumstances, the symbol of alienated impersonal forces that impose their laws, their way of acting and style of thinking on the personality. All their lives people perform roles, and yet preserve the stamp of their individuality, which itself, in essence, is a variation of the socially typical. We move freely within the framework of the role we have chosen or that has been chosen for us, and this frame has both its center and its periphery. Some people may take efficiency to the point of bureaucratism or convert liberalism into anarchy, while others do their work intelligently, reasonably, and even wisely. Role-playing demands discipline. But if it fetters the creative principle in the personality, it loses its reasonable proportions and evokes a natural protest. The choice of a role in life and its performance are, in effect, the whole of our life. And it is a bitter feeling when neither role nor performance are what we would have wished, what our true self desired and needed. In later life a person may ask himself bitterly, hasn't it worked out that the whole of my conscious life has been not what it should be? So intelligence is not merely knowledge in itself, but the ability to realize that knowledge, to apply it in practice. Intelligence is not simply a characteristic of thought but a special feature of the personality that is able to behave properly according to the circumstances. When we wish to stress the highest expression of a person's intelligence we call him wise. Cleverness may be bound up with egoistic centers, with narrow personal expectations and everyday interests. Wisdom, on the other hand, has a rich moral content. Socrates associated wisdom with virtue, maintaining that one could not consider a person wise who possessed knowledge but lacked virtue. The clever person may turn out to be an adventurer, a criminal, and, as a criminal, the cleverer he is the more dangerous he may be. This cannot be the case with a wise man. The immoral and everything connected with the narrow egoistic centers of cold rationalism is incompatible with the very essence of wisdom. As a personal characteristic of perfect knowledge, wisdom presupposes the ability not only to apply one's knowledge, but to apply it skillfully and behave with dignity and consideration, in accordance with the objective logic of things and the interests of the matter in hand. The wise man has the ability to grasp the very essence of events, to solve problems that seem insoluble. The characteristic feature of wisdom is the achievement of maximum results with the least expenditure of means, the ability to grasp even the most confused situation and to find the best way out of what seems to be a hopeless situation and, while doing so, to maintain coolness and restraint. A person who has true wisdom cannot live by the purely private interests of the Philistine. This is the lot of stupidity, of self-satisfied and comfortable stagnation. A truly wise person is one who possesses knowledge of what really matters in life and behaves in accordance with the situation and the objective tendencies of its development, who would not spare even his life to have these tendencies realized. Wisdom is bound up not only with intellectual and emotional culture but also with moral culture, the ability and desire to use it in life, to bring good to others. The truly wise person lives by the principle, we are forever indebted to one another. Wisdom is often reduced to the notion of carefulness, caution, the ability to trim one's sails to the wind. But this is a great mistake. If everyone in society were that kind of wise person, progress would slow down sharply. There would be no revolutionaries, burning with the desire to transform life in the interests of humanity, of the people. As a rule, this can only be achieved at the cost of suffering or even life itself. Wisdom, of course, presupposes not only knowledge but also a reasonable way of life, which cannot however be identified with moderation, obedience, and certainly not with mere adaptability. Wisdom for a man's self is, in many branches thereof, a depraved thing. It is the wisdom of rats, that will be sure to leave a house somewhat before it fall. It is the wisdom of the fox, that thrusts out the badger, who digged and made room for him. It is the wisdom of crocodiles, that shed tears when they would devour. 1. Personal self-appraisal. The human being as a personality is a self-appraising being. Without this ability it would be very difficult or even impossible for anyone to assert his identity in life. A true self-appraisal presumes an adequate degree of self-consciousness and knowledge of one's intellectual, emotional, and volitional powers, the features of one's character and in general everything that goes to make up one's mental and spiritual world, and also one's physical abilities. Life makes extremely varied demands upon us. We are constantly obliged to relate these demands to our capabilities so that our obligations do not exceed our powers. Otherwise there are bound to be internal conflicts and breakdowns, disorders of our neuropsychological organization, which may lead to various kinds of illness. An adequate self-appraisal implies the ability to set oneself realizable goals, to rationally control the flow of one's thoughts, to guide their general direction and choose their final destination, to constantly check the suppositions one is making and to weigh up pros and cons, to reject unjustified variants and hypotheses, in other words, to be self-critical. In performing the very important function of organizing effective control of one's behavior, self-appraisal is a necessary precondition for measuring the level of one's expectations, i.e., the tasks that a person sets himself and considers himself capable of accomplishing. A true self-appraisal enables us to abandon any undertaking we may have begun if we realize that it cannot yield good results, and particularly if we see that it is a wrong or harmful course. Self-appraisal helps to establish a person's dignity and gives him moral satisfaction. A correct appraisal leads to inner harmony, ensuring a reasonable self-confidence, an incorrect one, to constant conflict. The ability to see oneself as one really is the highest degree of self-appraisal and is to be found only in wisdom. As the experience of history has shown, even some very intelligent people, not to mention mediocrities, suffer from conceit, while others, on the contrary, fall into a state of self-depreciation and acquire an inferiority complex. To make a true appraisal of oneself, a person needs to take into consideration all his personal experience, although sometimes even this is not enough. One must test and check on many levels, one's own experience in personal life, the overall experience of humanity, public opinion, particularly the opinion of those who are something, and also the power of one's own reason. The ability to assess one's own value springs initially not from the depths of the personality itself but from outside. A person begins to sum himself up more or less correctly after he has learned to adjust to other people and take in their assessments of himself. A child acquires a notion of himself on the basis of the assessment made by adults and by children of his own age. Subsequently, a great deal depends on teachers, who check both the pupil's intellectual development and behavior, pronouncing their judgment both in words and in marks. Here one has an intensive daily correlation of oneself with the behavior, words, and actions of others, particularly one's classmates. The growing child comes to know himself more and more fully and accurately and to judge himself by receiving encouragement or criticism that corrects his own self-appraisal. In short, the result is that we find ourselves in others and begin to penetrate more and more deeply into our own world. We thus look at ourselves primarily through the eyes of society, the eyes of its whole history, and then through the eyes of the future, which emerges as the supreme judge of our present, of our thoughts, actions, and our own self-appraisal. At first the individual assesses himself through others, and later he himself becomes a yardstick for assessing others. In this complex interaction of personal relationships one observes a general principle: self-appraisal and self-testing of the personality is mediated, indirect social appraisal and testing. Self-appraisal has a wide range of modalities, beginning from Narcissus-like self-adoration to pitiless self-condemnation, bordering on cruelty, or pangs of conscience so violent that they may sometimes drive a person to a tragic end. An abetted and more relaxed form of self-condemnation is constant skepticism, remorse, a painful contempt for oneself, an inferiority complex and, in general, a convoluted personality, which has no confidence in anything and believes in nothing, a personality tangled up in itself. Such self-consciousness is permeated with a feeling of constant anxiety and tragedy. But this state of mind, no matter how regrettable, is often the fate of people with a very subtle and hence vulnerable spiritual makeup. Self-admiration, overwhelming self-confidence approaching arrogance and acting on the principle that everything is permissible, is quite a different matter. Arrogance uses not the mind but the elbows and fists, bulldozing its way through. It can be put down by a sudden and vigorous rebuff or protest. Otherwise it runs riot until it is curbed by severe public censure or even by legal coercion. The mild appeal to the conscience of those who have no conscience is useless. Personal self-appraisal and also self-appraisal by a social group, a party, or nation is an exceptionally complex psychological phenomenon. People have somehow evaluated themselves from time immemorial. We find such self-portraits in diaries, autobiographies, letters, paintings, religious and other forms of confession. True self-portraits are rare. Most people are tempted to embellish themselves in the eyes of others and of history. It is rather different with one's own self. In his secret thoughts a person can be perfectly frank and trust himself with the whole truth. Yet much of what people think about themselves is pure illusion, which they nevertheless cherish because it helps them to endure the difficulties and disappointments of real life. Here not only moral but epistemological factors come into play. A person is not really so clearly visible to himself. Fear of public opinion and fear of losing prestige, lack of clarity in one's self-consciousness, all these things lead people to misjudge themselves. Here we may observe a specific tendency to compensate one or another kind of one-sidedness in the personality, a quite understandable desire to maintain psychological equilibrium, which has a valid biological purpose. This is no apology for incorrect self-appraisal but a desire to understand what brings it about. Knowing all this, everyday wisdom advises us to judge a person by his deeds rather than by what he says about himself. What is the human self? In ancient times the concept of the self was the object of much attention among the philosophers of India. The self was interpreted as individuality of spiritual existence, as the vehicle of the infinitely diverse relations of the personality both with itself and with everything around it. With great zeal and psychological detail this amazingly subtle and complex problem has been tackled, mostly at the practical intuitive level, in the various schools of yoga, which have refined their methods of self-training to an astonishing degree, making wide use of the techniques of long and systematic concentration on one thing, such as the state and functioning of the internal organs. In order to achieve complete isolation, the yogis went out into the deserts, the mountains, the forests, and plunged themselves into the contemplation of the world and themselves, and achieved amazing results in self-control, in changing their physical states and reaching the point of dissolving themselves in the natural whole and the total self-abnegation known as nirvana, a state of unequaled beatitude. By means of exercises evolved through the centuries, the yogis achieve great self-control over both body and mind. Yoga has been practiced for thousands of years and allowed its adherents to make a very subtle analysis of the gradations of the various states of the self, the levels of its regulative functions, the specific features of its structure. In ancient Greek culture, the problem of the self attracted particular attention from Socrates. He thought of it as something independent, superpersonal, as a very powerful razor-sharp conscience, the dime onion by which he was guided at the most critical moments of his life. This dictating or advising self told him how best to act. In medieval philosophy, the self was identified with the soul, whose volitional, emotional and intellectual forces were striving for communion with God. The individual is torn between constant fear of punishment and hope of salvation, of the forgiveness of sins, of the goodness of the Lord. He feels himself a helpless toy before the absolute power of the Creator, while at the same time he carries on a constant dialogue with God, appealing for his help at moments of trouble and despair and imploring forgiveness for his sins. The individual is always and everywhere watched over by a God regarded as the regulating principle in the structure of the self. This is observed with great psychological subtlety in the Confessions of Saint Augustine, who identifies the sense and knowledge of self with the sense of God in oneself. Augustine maintained that he could not even have a self if there were no God in him as the regulating principle of his personal will. Thomas Aquinas was, in effect, proceeding from the same principle when he maintained that everyone should test his actions in the light of the knowledge given to him by God. On the whole, the Christian orientation is on personal spirituality, as expressed in the maxim, "Linger not without, but enter into thyself." Beginning with the Renaissance, the orientation of the self changes sharply. Leonardo da Vinci defined man as a model of the universe. The personality sets out to reveal itself. This is the time of the triumph of individuality, the great awakening of the sense of being a person. The individual enters the arena of modern history, asserting the principle of the self-sufficient value of the self. According to Descartes, self means the same thing as my soul, thanks to which I am what I am. A thinking self knows only one incontrovertible truth, that it thinks, doubts, affirms, desires, loves and hates. Descartes stressed the rational principle in the structure of the personality. In his philosophy, the self acts, above all, as the subject of thought, its regulator and organizer. Rejecting the Cartesian interpretation of the self as a special substance, English empiricism regards the self as a totality of processes. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other, of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never can catch myself at any time without perception, and never can observe anything but the perception. So the self, it turns out, is nothing but a bundle of perceptions, which succeed each other with an inconceivable rapidity, and are in a perpetual flux and movement. These profound reflections of a subtle thinker show that our subjective pursuit of the essence of the self is constantly baffled by the actual flow of the concrete sensations of the given moment, either directed inwardly or outwardly. Nothing else is perceived. This is rather like a traveler in a wood, who literally cannot see the wood for the trees. He is in the wood and therefore cannot see it as a whole. It is just the same with ourselves. Wishing to reconcile rationalism with empiricism, Kant distinguished two types of self, the empirical and the pure. The first was the flow of intellectual processes, of various sense impressions rushing hither and thither, while the pure self was something that had a kind of supra-individual character. Its basic function was to unite the multiform by means of pure categories of reason. This was known as transcendental apperception, which meant the unity of consciousness, which was the essence of the self. According to Hegel, the self is the individual as a universal formula embracing all personalities in general. The individual self has become part of the formula as a means of giving it individual expression. Hegel loathed all preoccupation with the individual and had a great bent for raising the individual to the universal, to an all-embracing formula in which everything intimately personal dissolved. In Hegel, the self as a universal formula swallows up all the concrete egos of separate individuals. In contemporary Soviet philosophy and psychological literature, the concept of the ego or self is usually identified with that of the personality. In my view, this is not quite correct. The concept of the personality is much wider than that of the ego. It cannot be identified either with consciousness or self-consciousness because it also embraces something from the depths of the subconscious, and this something acts as a kind of irrational governor in the structure of the personality when the unconscious takes into its sinister hands the will of the individual and drives the flows of energy towards irrational behavior. This is seen particularly clearly, for example, in neuroses of obsession and paranoidal forms of schizophrenia. The person who suffers from such mental disorders becomes a prey to voices and images that command him and guide his thoughts and feelings into nightmares of illogicality and disordered conduct, void of all adaptive powers. Man's mental world, generated by the brain and depending on its biophysical condition and the state of the organism as a whole, presents a kind of relatively independent structure, with its own logic, its own specific mental mechanisms. The elements of this structure are mental states, processes and formations. Moreover, these elements may have several values and are not all of the same value. And it is this intimately profound subject of all mental phenomena in their integral wholeness that forms the ego. This ego is the spiritual nucleus in the structure of the personality. It is the very deepest and most profound part of it. In its essence it is psychosocial. When people speak of myself, they have in mind something that is not simply personal but intimately personal in the highest degree, something extremely precious and valuable and therefore vulnerable. Hence the phenomenon of hurt ego, when the personality is wounded to the quick on its tenderest spot. It is damage to our ego that causes our most painful and morbid reactions and moral suffering. The ego is the throne of conscience itself. The term ego or self also denotes the personality as seen in the light of its own self-consciousness, i.e., a personality as perceived by itself, as it is known and felt by the self. The ego is the regulative principle of mental life, the self-controlling force of the spirit. It is everything that we are essentially both for the world and for other people and, above all, for ourselves in our self-consciousness, self-appraisal, and self-knowledge. The ego presupposes knowledge of and a relationship to objective reality and a constant awareness of oneself in that reality. Sensuous and conceptual images, states, and goals are all part of the ego, but they are not the ego itself. The ego rises above all the elements that compose the spirit and commands them, regulates their life. Every personality has a large number of facets to its ego: what it is in itself, how it is mirrored by its own self-consciousness, the ego image, in general and at a given moment in time, what kind of ideal ego it conceives, what it would like to be, how it looks in the eyes of other people at a given moment, particularly the eyes of those who are something and also the eyes of the future and even, posthumously, of history, while among religious people it is important how the ego looks in the eyes of God. All these constantly interflowing aspects of the ego, glittering with their own specific colors, possess a certain stability, balance, and harmony. The ego is essentially reflexive. Its regulative and controlling power takes part in every act of the individual. It is not the separate mental processes, formations, properties and states, as was assumed by Hume and long before him by Plato, who urged his readers to think of themselves as wonderful living dolls manipulated by the gods. The internal states of the personality are controlled by very fine strings, which pull a person in various and sometimes opposite directions, some towards good and others towards the precipices of vice. But, one may ask, who pulls these strings? In Plato, it is a god who made these dolls, called human beings, either for his own divine pleasure or for some serious purpose unknown to us. If we look at the problem through the categorical apparatus of modern culture, we find that our ego is nothing but the integrity, the wholeness of our mental, intellectual world, notwithstanding its internal contradictions, which are nevertheless harmonized if, of course, the ego is in order. The healthy vector of its energy flow is vitality-oriented, life-asserting, and in general self-asserting. The means by which it asserts itself in the stream of existence depend on the level of its moral culture. To recapitulate, the ego is not just the sum total of sense impressions, it is that to which all impressions are related. It is not only the vehicle of consciousness, self-consciousness, worldview and other intellectual phenomena, but also the core of a person's character, the expression of his principles and positions. It is a living bundle not simply of experience accumulated by the individual in action, but of the active and guiding force of experience, the power of selfhood, a certain psychic mechanism regulating this experience and expressed in the fact that the individual feels himself to be the master of his desires, emotions, thoughts, efforts of will and actions. Through the prism of our ego we become aware of the difference between us and everything else, and feel the constant identity of ourselves with ourselves. The fact that the ego performs the role of master in the spiritual world of our subjectivity is aptly illustrated by the phenomena of dreams. In dreams the master is absent, or rather he is asleep, his controlling power is no longer active, and hence the meaningless kaleidoscope of images, whose origin, direction, and purpose we cannot understand any more than we can understand their connection with other equally strange guests of our soul. In a normal waking state, however, the flow of our feelings and volitions has its own logic, a certain integrity and organizing principle, and also a surprising stability of the whole amid this constant change of its elements. The ego is something united in its diversity and variability. The ego of our childhood is something quite different from the ego of puberty and adolescence. The ego of maturity differs substantially from the ego of rebellious youth with its abundant hopes, and also from the ego of old age and senility, burdened with physical disabilities and an intense awareness of the approaching and inevitable end. The differences spanned by the age ladder, particularly between its top and bottom rungs, are so great that it is hardly believable that this is one and the same person. Evidently we all experience something similar when we look at photographs taken in our childhood, from which gaze the naive, innocent, inexperienced eyes of our distant and almost dreamlike past. Our ego may also change almost instantaneously, depending on the state of our health. It is different in a state of sickness from when we are healthy. At times of joy and inspiration and high flights of the intellect the ego differs greatly from what it is when we are tired. And how enormously, sometimes beyond recognition, does the ego change under the influence of drink. As the poet says, "At every instant we are not the same. All changes, changes not the name." At the same time in all this interflow of the changing ego, in all conditions, something invariable, stable, integral is preserved which, like the thread of Ariadne guides a person through life, saving the something that is his ego, the something that distinguishes it from any other ego. Throughout his life a person carries in himself all his ages, recorded on the tape of memory. Without this thread that leads us along all the roads of life, our ego would fall apart into separate, disintegrated acts of existence and feeling. The ego is impossible without concrete sensations, thoughts, feelings, and motivations, principles, positions and value orientations. But sensations, thoughts, and feelings constantly change, moving from one qualitative state to another. They may also be controlled, programmed, for example, as in the change of personality achieved by an actor. If the ego were nothing more than these separate acts of consciousness, it would change together with them and there would be no unity in this diversity of constantly changing states. There are situational personalities who drift with life and become so malleable that they adapt to any situation, become mere playthings of circumstance. And there are also natures that are quite the opposite, integrated, stable, confidently and firmly following their chosen path in life. The fact that the ego remains relatively stable and can resist external influence is based on the brain's ability to record, store and reproduce information. A person regards even his childish pranks as his own, although they were performed by a different body and a different, child's, mind. Between our ego of today and our ego of yesterday lies a night full of dreams, the triumph of the unconscious, in which the chain of conscious acts is broken. There would be no continuity between these egos but for the bridge of memory that spans the gap. The plasticity and variability of our ego reveals itself also in its changes of role. At work as a manager, a person is different, for example, from what he is in the role of father of the family. When he finds himself in an official atmosphere, a person cannot permit himself all that he does in the family circle. Constantly moving with the flow of life, every person changes his ego on entering an office, his home, a railway carriage, an aeroplane, theater, hospital, and so on. Every day of our lives we are in motion, crossing various thresholds, entering this or that place, which has its own specific psychological atmosphere, requiring a certain readiness, a certain tuning of thought and feeling, a certain attitude and state of mind. Any change of situation influences our state in some way. This is particularly apparent when a person is in critical situations, taking an examination, consulting his doctor, meeting somebody he loves, and so on. In order to cope with such situations, a person must reckon with what lies beyond each threshold of existence. But despite the amazing plasticity of our ego, it possesses, when healthy, an internal connectedness, integrity, and relative stability. That this is so can be seen in cases of mental illness. Highly relevant to our understanding of the human ego is the well-known syndrome of depersonalization, which sometimes assumes the strangest forms of deformation of the personality, ranging from a diffused awareness of self to the complete disappearance of self-awareness, when a person loses the sense of controlling his own feelings, thoughts, and actions. I am no longer I. The initial stage of this mental disorder is derealization, when reality is removed, alienated from the person, objects, events, and people, without losing their empirical existence, become psychologically insignificant, unreal in the sense that the patient is incapable of establishing any meaningful contact with them. A wall rises between him and the world in general. He is alienated from his surroundings. He sees and understands but feels everything in a different way from what he did before. He loses his intelligent, comprehending sense of existence. The perception of things becomes a sensationless, dead fixation of only their outward appearance. In more serious cases, when depersonalization in the full sense of the word takes place, the patient loses all sense of the reality of his own body. The body is alienated and seen as something extraneous. The patient ceases to be aware of any form of life activity. He suffers from complete apathy. His feelings are blunted, he no longer experiences any joy in life. All its emotional colors fade. Out of sheer necessity he tries to appear cheerful. But inwardly he is drained and empty and consumed by hopeless misery. At times of temporary depression, overfatigue, a bad mood, apathy evoked by certain unfavorable circumstances, such a state can, of course, overcome people who are mentally quite healthy. In such cases the zest for life is sometimes lost, everything seems gray, dull and uninteresting. But when the condition becomes permanent, it may cloud the reason, destroying the unity of the ego, splitting or even causing pluralism. Psychiatry has described cases of the so-called alternating ego, when a person somehow has within himself two coexisting autonomous egos, which take possession of him for periods of a few hours or even years. In such cases, when dominated by one ego, a person is unaware of the existence of the other. Everything he does under the sway of his other ego is ousted from his consciousness. The two egos may be quite different from one another and even opposites. If the first ego is shy, timid, indecisive, and oversensitive, the second ego may be very resolute, unceremonious, outgoing, free, and even impudent. The second ego may know nothing at all about the life of the first. Sometimes one ego is more grown up than the other. Such is the tragedy of mental disorders. When a person is in a healthy state, he carries through the whole of his life, through all its transformations, transmutations, and states, the stable nucleus of his ego, conditioned both by the unity of his bodily organization, particularly the nervous system, and by the sturdy framework of character, temperament, and manner of feeling, thinking and acting. When remembering any stage of the path traveled, some surrender of principle or taste, a person tends to identify his present self with the past, his childhood and youth, with mature age. Not everything in us flows away irredeemably with the river of oblivion. Thus, the human ego, while substantially changing under the influence of social conditions and together with growing knowledge, cultivated emotions, and training of the will, and also with changes in physical states, health, and so on, nonetheless preserves its intrinsic integrity and relative stability. Thanks to the existence of certain essential invariable characteristics of the structure of his mental world, a person remains himself. We move from one stage in life to another, carrying with us all the baggage of our intellectual gains, and change as this wealth increases and our physical organization develops. To sum up, at the point when the ego comes into being, there is a self-identification of the personality. It knows itself. The ego is a unity, an entity of spiritual and physical existence. It is given as the vehicle of infinite relationships both with the surrounding world and with ourselves. These connections, while infinitely diverse, are possible only thanks to this unity and wholeness of mind as the system of the highest organization of everything we know. Man the doer. The concept of human activity. A human being lives in a material and spiritual world. He is connected with nature and the events of social life by innumerable material and spiritual threads. In this constant interaction between the individual and the world there is a meaning which is denoted by the comprehensive term life. The social effect of the individual's activity is determined to a great extent by his position in the structure of the social whole. The individual world forms around the things, institutions, and relationships created by human beings, and around other people and their activity. Human activity is motivated by needs which are the objectively determined forms of a person's dependence on the external world, his subjective expectations of that world, his lack of certain objects and conditions that are necessary for his normal activity, self-fulfillment, and development. A person's life is not simply vegetation in the world, but a purposeful, historically shaped form of creative social activity. A person achieves maximum growth when he expresses this active essence to the fullest extent. According to Saint-Exupéry, the inner life of Louis Pasteur when he bent excitedly over his microscope was self-fulfilling. Pasteur became a person in the fullest sense of the term when he was observing. This was when he was in a hurry. This was when he was moving forward with huge strides, although physically he was completely still, and yet here he saw infinity revealed before him. Or, to take another example, Cézanne, standing motionless before his easel, was also living an invaluable inner life. The painter was at his most human when he was silent, observing and judging. It was then that his canvas was as infinite to him as the ocean. Action is the clearest and most expressive revelation of the personality, the revelation of a person's state of mind and his goals. What is activity? In the broad sense it is behavior regulated by the mind, by consciousness, a process of interaction of living beings as integral systems with the environment. Only man is capable of the highest forms of activity. Activity, as the basic mode of social and personal existence and the decisive form of man's self-fulfillment in the world, is a complex integral system. It comprises such elements as need, goal, motive, and purposeful activity itself as a process consisting of separate acts and movements. Activity is always directed at a certain object. Without this objective orientation it is not activity. Moreover, the influencing of an object presupposes the application of certain means. The concept of the means of activity is very broad, comprising not only the ordinary tools, beginning with the stick, the chisel, and ending with modern machinery and logical robots, but also goal-achieving means that have a moral content. Activity, in realizing its goal, culminates in a certain result, which is also a part of its structure. In short, in performing any activity a person always proceeds from a certain need and out of something, by means of something and for the sake of something, creates something. The ultimate cause of activity lies not in the subject himself and his will. The real basis of will, which manifests itself as a fusion of thought and feeling, is need. It is through the objects that satisfy them that needs acquire their objective quality. A person constantly experiences dissatisfaction, the upsetting of the balance in his organism and the world of his mind, his consciousness. He is constantly deprived of something that is necessary for the restoration of this equilibrium. He constantly desires something and strives for something. Need is constantly reproduced and modified through changes in the character of the objects and the modes of their satisfaction. In the course of history, all people's needs have undergone substantial transformation. In our activity we are both subordinated to our needs and constantly free ourselves from them. We have a highly intricate hierarchy of needs, from the simplest biological, physiological, and material needs to the most subtle demands of the intellect, demands of a moral, aesthetic, and generally spiritual nature. Needs may also be classified as objective, that is to say, needs for certain objects, and functional, needs for certain forms of activity. As a certain state of the organism and the mind, need prompts the individual to mobilize his biological, psychological, and social activity to restore equilibrium. There is no escape from need. It demands satisfaction, which can be achieved only through activity designed to bring satisfaction. Conscious need, having discovered the object of its satisfaction, becomes a goal. It is the goal that provides the model for that part of the content of our thought that must become action. A goal is the intended result of activity, an ideal model of a desired future. Through his anticipatory thinking a person creates a certain plan of the expected results of his activity. If the activity coincides with this plan, it is culminated and ceases. If it does not coincide, the information again circulates and the search for a solution continues. Every action presupposes two closely interconnected processes: anticipation, foreseeing of the future, and programming, planning of the ways of its achievement. Thus activity obeys a force moving from the individual's past experience towards the future, and the goal-setting force that moves from the future to the present. From being the ideal form of the goal, the future is transformed into the reality of the present. A goal determines the means for changing a thing, and an effort of will makes it possible to achieve the goal through action. While thought takes the world as it is, will, on the contrary, aims at making the world into something that it should be. It is the will that enables us to objectify the force of knowledge. The effectiveness of activity depends to a great extent on our ability to see the connection between the goal and the means of its achievement. The term means implies everything that exists for the achievement of a goal. It may be a hand, the surgeon's scalpel, the bandit's knife, the axe of the savage, modern machinery, an animal, or another person. A thing is not a means unless it has a goal, and a goal is merely an abstract and empty desire if there is no means to achieve it. In a certain sense, a means is something higher than a goal. Possession of means gives a person great power over nature, whereas when formulating his goals he tends to be subordinate to nature. Human reason constantly, persistently, and inventively creates increasingly powerful and sophisticated means, and puts them to work for the achievement of its countless and constantly proliferating goals. We have been analyzing human activity as the highest form of activity, but activity also exists in animals, which also proceed from needs, from the goals and means available, but the determining factor in animal behavior is only biological need. Activity in general is a property of the animate form of the organization of matter, when its animate structural formations acquire the ability to perceive, store and transform information, using it for purposes of survival and adaptation to the conditions of existence, or at the human level their active rational modification. So one can speak of the behavior of non-organic objects, for example, the behavior of the electron, the planet, a machine, and so on, only in the metaphorical sense. The term behavior is applicable both to individuals and to groups of individuals: the behavior of the biological species, the behavior of the social group. Of fundamental importance in activity is a person's worldview, which determines the orientation of activity and its social value. Human activity is inseparably connected with the system of speech signals which a person assimilates in the process of communication with other people. This provides the preconditions for the transference of external activities to the internal plane. This is what enables us to create the image of the desired future in our consciousness, to evaluate ourselves and maintain self-control. In social life, a person's activity depends on the character of his relations with the groups of which he is a member. The group itself acts as a special kind of subject of activity, with collective goals and motivations. In group behavior, one observes such unique phenomena as imitation, emotional infection, empathy, the subordination of individual activity to group standards and role requirements, and the appearance of a leader, a person exerting the most influence over the group. The evaluative, axiological aspects of activity appear most clearly when activity acquires the character of an act, an action that has a sharply expressed personal significance and is related to a special social responsibility both in its accomplishment and in its possible consequences. Heroic acts have a special place in all human activity. In the social consciousness, only an individual, guided by the highest moral ideals, who fearlessly, at the risk of his own well-being or even life itself, undertakes an action for the sake of these ideals, deserves the evaluation of heroic. This is what raises the heroic act above the level of ordinary human activity. Any real behavior is affected by the complex relationship between its conscious and unconscious components. Although, at bottom, human activity is rational and follows a certain logic, which actively reflects the objective logic of real events, human activity also comprises unconscious psychological factors, whose influence is most apparent in the emotional sphere, in likes and dislikes, in the affective manifestations of behavior and so on, when it obeys the logic of the emotions. The most significant symptoms of pathological behavior are the individual's failure to respond to the demands of the objective situation and his own principles, a discrepancy between the objective stimulus and the behavioral act, between motive and action. The integrity of behavior is destroyed by any breakdown of the connection between its verbal and actual planes. An action is begun but not completed according to the individual's intention, the critical faculty controlling the realization of the program of action is weakened, and obsessive activities take place, compelling the individual to act independently, as it were, of his own will. Because it is socially conditioned, human behavior changes its character in different societies. The characteristic feature of human behavior in a socialist society is its orientation on realization of the highest moral and social ideals, its adherence to the principles of the scientific worldview. Motivation. Activity is not just the spontaneous reactions of the individual. It is stimulated by external and internal forces which are called motives. Motivation is a crucial factor in the spiritual, mental regulation of life activity, a factor which stimulates such activity and gives it its selective, stable orientation. As an expression of human activity, motivation tells us why, for what purpose and in what way a person's actual activities are carried out. The concept of motivation embraces a broad range of intellectual phenomena constituting the personality and its activity needs, attractions, intentions, interests, precepts, stance, value orientations and ideals. Nobody does anything or can do anything without doing it for the direct or indirect satisfaction of his needs and interests. But motivation as such cannot be reduced to one of these mental factors. Because it is closely connected with need and interest, motivation may in certain circumstances come into contradiction with them. Actions imposed on the individual from outside, particularly those that are imposed forcibly, against his will and interests, and thus sometimes setting up a very sharp motivational conflict, fall into a special category. To understand the meaning of any action or deed, one must discover why it was performed, i.e., what its motivation was. Unmotivated actions often bespeak pathological disorders in the individual. Objectively, motivation may not coincide with its subjective reflection in the consciousness, with the way the individual himself explains the causes and purpose of his actions, not only in cases when he deliberately hides them, but also when he is puzzled as to the true motivation of his actions. Identification and comprehension of human motives help to restore mental health in cases of neurotic behavior. Motivation is a crucial factor not only in the realization of actions but in their inhibition, which plays an important part in shaping the personality with a stable will, capable of resisting undesirable impulses and attractions. Motivation may come into conflict with the organism's direct biological needs, regulating behavior in contradiction to these needs or impelling a person to perform actions that compensate for their absence. For example, in a sick man who feels no need for food, the absence of this need is compensated by the motivation created by his understanding of the importance of food for the function of his organism. A motivation comprises not only certain goals but also the ways of achieving them. Even man's most elementary organic needs are conditioned by the history of society and culture. Hunger is always hunger. But hunger which is satisfied by roast meat with various flavorings or spices, and eaten with a knife and fork, is not the same as the hunger satisfied by tearing at the bloody flesh of the prey. In the development of the theory of the personality, the category of motivation has always been treated as one of the most fundamental. It comprises all the motivating forces of human behavior, defined by such terms as instinct, passion, emotion, affect, and so on. Up to the time of modern psychology, which now has a developed apparatus of categories, the phenomena related to motivation were attributed either to the effect of organismic needs, hunger, thirst, self-preservation, or to the activity of the consciousness and will, understood as special immaterial forces. The specific feature of motivation as a psychological factor that could not be reduced either to physiological mechanisms or to projections in the individual's consciousness was not investigated. The first psychological theories of motivation were proposed by Sigmund Freud and his school, by the German psychologist Kurt Lewin and the American behaviorists. All these theories share the notion that motivation intervenes in the system of tensions between the individual and his environment as a way of releasing this tension. The general biological principle of homeostasis was thus extended to the psychological regulation of behavior. Freud believed that tension, originating from unconscious psychic impulses, sexual or aggressive, and striving to break through the censorship of the consciousness, was released in various symbolic forms, both intellectual and behavioral. This idea gained a particularly wide following in the psychoanalytical schools of Western psychiatry. A large number of experimental researches on motivation were carried out on the basis of Lewin's dynamic theory of personality, field theory, which maintained that when the individual interacts with his environment, the objects of this environment themselves acquire a stimulating force, that is to say, become motives of behavior. It was established that in the case of interrupted, incomplete action, the motive, being unreleased, retained its urgency. For this reason, uncompleted actions make a deeper impression on the memory than the completed, whose motivation potential has been exhausted, incomplete action phenomenon. It was also discovered that constant repetition of one and the same action resulted in the phenomena of satiation and oversatiation, due to the drop in pressure in the system of motivation, which had been exhausted. Exhaustion was less in cases of activity that was of great importance to the individual and affected the stable nucleus and not the peripheral aims and values. In contrast to Freud, who reduced motivation to infantile impulses, Lewin believed that the origin of motivation in human beings was to be found in the contact between the immediate concrete environment and the individual at a given micro-interval of time. He also studied the dynamics of motivation as a process depending on success or failure in solving various kinds of problems, both practical and theoretical, and showed the dependence of motivation on the level of expectation, that is to say, the degree of difficulty that might be encountered in achieving the chosen goal. Much importance is also attached to the problem of motivation in the theories of the behaviorists, who understand a motive as a stimulus, external or internal, influencing behavior, and activating certain responses in the organism. The behaviorist position, which stresses the determining role of biological motivation, contrasts with conceptions that give priority to high intellectual values, aims, and ideals as having a unique human character, humanistic or existentialist psychology. The individual's desire to fortify and expand his internal phenomenal world, to unfold his creative potentials and strengthen his own ego is regarded as a most important aspect of motivation. The basic motivation of human behavior lies in the desire originally implanted in the subject for self-realization, self-actualization. The structure of the personality has various levels of motivation, the lower levels being connected with homeostatic needs, desire to relieve tension, and the higher, with the development of such human qualities as initiative, sense of responsibility, quest for new situations, demanding effort, and the accomplishment of increasingly complex tasks in life. In man, such higher motivations dominate and are functionally autonomous in relation to elementary biological motivation. Man's basic motivations include the need to communicate, to feel that one belongs to other people, the need for love, creativity, in which the personality finds self-fulfillment. Failure to satisfy these needs can cause neuroses. However, these theories tend to ignore the socio-historical nature of human motivation. Motives are shaped in the system of a person's vital relations with the real world, and for this reason, while having biological preconditions in the form of the corresponding needs of the organism, they are concretized, transformed, and realized according to the conditions of a person's social existence. Since they are an objectively operating factor, motives are refracted at the level of consciousness in various intellectual forms: the image, the concept, the idea, the dream, and the ideal, which expresses global motives determining the behavior of individuals and the social group in the long term. The degree to which a motive is understood by a specific individual may differ and depends both on the individual's experience of life and on his individual qualities and peculiarities. Acute forms of inadequate reflection of real motives in consciousness are to be observed in pathological behavior. Psychology has evolved theories of the dynamics of motivation as a conflict of motives, which is one of the important phases of volitional action. In pathological cases, the individual finds himself unable to take a decision that adequately answers the situation. A prolonged conflict of motives may paralyze the individual's abilities to act and induce acute suggestibility. Motivation is closely connected with the individual's emotional makeup, which reflects the nature and degree of satisfaction of his needs. Emotional experiences in their various forms are enriched through the development of motives, which draw into the sphere of human activity an increasing range of objects, evoking positive and negative emotions. The individual's need to assert his own value and dignity in the process of real activity, in socially significant actions and creative achievements, plays a special role in motivation. Satisfaction of this need is closely connected with positive assessments of the individual's achievements by other people, particularly those whose opinion he values. When such an assessment is not forthcoming or is seen by the individual as inadequate, he experiences emotional discomfort, which may, in extreme cases, have a negative effect on his mental health. A person's mental health may also be unfavorably affected by excessive pretensions, making satisfaction of his own high self-appraisal impossible. This leads to emotional stress, breakdown, and conflicts with other people. The building of a sound self-appraisal as a factor of motivation plays an important part in medical pedagogics and psychiatric therapy. Obviously, the study of the decision-making mechanisms, particularly in crisis situations, when alternative situations require that an individual take the optimal decision in the shortest period of time in accordance with changing circumstances, is of great importance. The absence of such an ability may cause disorientation and have disastrous results for the personality. In the process of activity, human motives range in importance. Recent studies have thrown light on the complex relationship, depending on upbringing, between such personal motivations as orientation on oneself, on one's cause, on the group to which one belongs. In socialist society, upbringing tends to orient a person in a socially valuable direction. Motives differ not only in their orientation but also in their intensity. A person's eagerness or reluctance to act depends on the force of his motivation. A strong motivation provides the psychological basis for an individual's belief in the importance of the goals he is pursuing and the rightness of his cause. In the process of historical development, the range of objects on which human activity may be centered changes, as does the character of the needs that are objectified thanks to the creation of new cultural values. The needs of modern man which motivate his behavior are immeasurably enriched by scientific, technological, and social progress. A specifically human form of motivation is linked with the individual's historically formed need to create, i.e., to transform reality in the sphere of material and intellectual production. Characteristically, the creative personality is guided by motives conditioned by human culture, a deep sense of being involved in its development, something called internal motivation, i.e., motivation created by activity in transforming and creating objects of culture and emerging in the form of the play of vital human forces. This internal motivation has a complex relationship with the external motivation towards the object of creativity itself, the desire for fame, ambition, material enrichment, and so on. As an individual develops, his motivational sphere expands through the strengthening of cognitive, moral, aesthetic, civic, and philosophical motives. The personality and its social roles. Human activity is sometimes understood as the playing of roles. Plato saw life as a kind of drama, both tragedy and comedy, in which people play the parts assigned to them by fate or the gods. In world literature, human life has often been portrayed as a stage on which people play their appointed roles, changing them according to age, social status, and circumstances. Shakespeare vividly and aptly described the life of man in its role-playing aspects. When we want to know something about a stranger, we ask the question, "What is he?" In reply we receive a description of his social roles or functions, his status at work, his profession, his family position, father of a family, bachelor, and so on. This is all easily understandable. The individual is characterized primarily through the various forms of his activity. These forms reveal the essence of his personality, his intellectual, emotional, and volitional qualities, features of character, temperament, morality, aesthetic taste, socio-political and other positions. When a theater producer is considering the staging of a play or a film, he selects certain actors for the parts emperor, fool, lover, and so on. To perform any role, an actor must be able to transform himself. This is the essence of his profession. This involves one ego becoming another, one self leaving itself and entering another self. The actor tries to get away from the sense of being himself in a certain role to the sense of that role becoming his self. By putting himself in the place of another self, the actor acts in the name of that person, as though by proxy. This ability implies living a second life or even quite a different life and, in doing so, manifesting one's true artistic life, one's artistic ego. Much though he may desire it, however, even if he loves another person immeasurably, no one can, in principle, become wholly fused with another. He may only temporarily assume his role, assimilate and reproduce his manner of behavior, his gestures and manners, the unique features of his makeup, way of life, thinking, feeling, the way his will acts, and so on. In order to play a role skillfully, an actor impersonates the character of another man and expresses his inner world by his acting. But to be able to assume the role of another man, whether on the stage or in life, is not the same as merging with him completely. This is not only impossible but entirely unnecessary. As a reflective being, the actor is always clearly aware of himself in a certain role. And by this fact alone he performs not only as an actor but also in a certain sense as a director, and even as a viewer of his own performance. Along with the spectators, he views himself from the side and can adopt a critical attitude to the image he has created and also towards himself in this image. The concept of role is complex. At the level of ordinary consciousness, role is often understood as behavior that is unnatural to the individual, does not reveal his true self and is assumed as something unreal, programmed not by the deepest motivation of the ego but by external forces. The expression getting into a role suggests simulation, acting. Philosophy and psychology, however, following a profound literary and sociological tradition, use this concept for defining historically shaped, generalized, and socially fixed modes of behavior, which are constantly reproduced in human life. And in this scientific sense, one can say that all our lives we do nothing but play certain roles, and each of us does this to the extent of his gifts, inclinations, moral culture, aesthetic taste, view of the world, and his understanding of social duty and mission in life. Even children in their play activity enter into a situation of role-playing with accepted rules of the game. The child begins by playing the role of pupil and various other school roles, then goes on to the roles he adopts at college. When he later enters the full sweep of life, the young man feels the need to choose a certain role or a system of roles for himself, which is mainly a matter of choosing a profession. History has prepared and perfected for us its scenario, containing all the various roles that society needs at a given stage of its development. And the logic of life offers every person who enters it a kind of list of roles, mainly in the form of certain professions. It goes without saying that to play one or another role there must be a vacancy for that role. With different people this comes about in different ways. Some persistently and purposefully choose and carefully assume their role, while others adopt quite a different approach and allow themselves to be drawn into a certain role by the spontaneous forces of life. Yet others are placed or even pushed in various ways into a certain role. In offering people its specific roles, society makes specific demands on the performers. In slave society, for instance, certain roles were allotted to the masters and to free citizens in general, while quite different roles were assigned to the slaves, who were deprived of almost every opportunity of displaying social activity. Feudalism substantially changed the roles and the demands on the performers. The new roles were those of kings, tsars, feudal lords, stewards, serfs, servants. Capitalism introduced more new roles and requirements for those who were to perform them. Here there were businessmen, entrepreneurs, merchants, manufacturers, workers. Qualitatively different roles and demands on the performers were brought into being by the world of socialism with its principles of equality, the abolition of exploitation, the new moral content of labor and of other social functions. Role-playing in society is not what it is on stage. While an actor plays the part of another person, the human being in real life is not an actor, he is playing himself and remains himself in all the forms of his life activity. Here we have the true essence of the human being as a non-actor. Exceptions are to be found in the work of the intelligence agent, and so on. But even in ordinary life people may resort to acting when they find themselves in a difficult situation that requires cunning or even hypocrisy. This is pretense and it is by no means harmful for the individual's integrity. When he has played his role, the actor discards the mask and returns to his own self, he becomes himself again. Admittedly, there have been cases of an actor entering his role so completely, particularly when playing a pathological type, that for some time afterwards he feels the scratches left on him by the sick personality he impersonated. In life a human being may receive not just scratches on his ego, but deep and sometimes dangerous wounds, when he plays a role to the point of inner discord between his true self and the mask. On the moral plane, the splitting of one's own conduct into that of ego and mask, no matter how we may try to justify it, signifies an attempt to avoid responsibility for certain aspects of one's activity. The victory of the mask over the ego, for which the individual very often blames circumstances such as life, sometimes signifies the triumph of the mask over the true face. It is impossible without serious harm to the subtle mechanism of one's mentality to live for a long time in an atmosphere of psychological division, of constant bargaining with oneself. Sooner or later a person must make his choice. And what at first seemed to be an adaptive mechanism, with the passage of time is reinforced and assimilated and becomes one's own. The mask becomes the face. If the person publicly, time and again says something that he does not believe, this gradually, without his realizing it, may cause a change in his beliefs and his motivations. It is difficult for him to justify his lack of principle, so what is he to do? His only resort is to adapt his views to his publicly expressed time-serving position. The inner conflict is thus reduced and then removed, and the ego recovers its integrity, but in a different quality. Sometimes a person does not identify himself with a certain act, if it remains anonymous or if the action is forced upon him, or in the case of collectively taken decisions, where the measure of personal responsibility is not defined, and here there may be no conflict. The human ego is sometimes compared to a rubber ball. It can be compressed, squeezed out of shape, even trodden on, and yet is still capable of recovering its previous inflated state. But sometimes we encounter the powerfully protected ego, hard as a diamond, invulnerable to ridicule, proud, free of any servility, and not easily influenced. These are whole, compact personalities, and their structure differs from the looseness and flabbiness of some other egos. Besides physiological protective mechanisms, there are also psychological mechanisms. Some people protect their egos by attacking, others are less aggressive and more skillful in defense, and others rely on a real or assumed indifference to everything. A childish helplessness may also serve as a kind of armor for the ego. Some people are astonishingly vulnerable. They protect themselves with the gleaming shield of unlimited kindness, the shield of moral holiness. It must be stressed that the individual himself and not someone else is the initiator of all the aspects of his behavior. We may stress the impersonality of social roles when we want to awaken a critical attitude to the inherited modes of life. But when this impersonality is absolutized, this may serve as a justification for passivity and moral irresponsibility, for becoming a tool in somebody else's hands. The wry joke that the respectable person is one who feels disgusted by the dirty tricks he plays only emphasizes the fact that the truly respectable, decent person would not play a dirty trick for anything in the world. This is the inspiring integrity of the morally cultivated personality who truly understands his noble purpose in life. The integrity that humanity so deeply needs has nothing in common with the rock-like hardness of the unfeeling monolith, which is only eroded by time. Every sensible person shows the necessary flexibility in fulfilling the role dictated by the nature of the specific situation. There can be no set roles or rules, instructions, or orders, for all the infinitely varied situations in life. People's characters are different, and this shows itself in literally everything. According to our knowledge of people, we expect from those around us certain actions characteristic of a given person in a given concrete situation. All the time we are in a state of expectation. From one person we expect help, kindness, sympathy, humor; from another stubbornness, ambition; from another, silent thoughtfulness or vigorous action. Sometimes, however, the response may not be quite what we expected. The person concerned suffers from a conflict of roles. This may happen for many reasons. For example, the performer lacks the intellect required for the role he has to play. The role may demand exceptional wisdom while the performer is a primitive, undeveloped person. Conflicts may also arise on moral grounds. A person thinks one thing but acts differently, or holds one view but expresses another. In one situation a person may say one thing, in another the opposite. Unfortunately, this is common enough in life. Fiction has often portrayed such situations and roles. Role-playing activity is noted for its polarity. Where a trusting simpleton appears, we also find an arrogant trickster. The humble person is often associated with a dominating personality, and where somebody is holier than the Pope, we also find heretics. In other words, where there is an anvil we may expect to see a hammer. Is a person responsible for his social role? Or is he rather the victim than the responsible agent of his actions? This is the problem of the conflict of the mask and the ego. The mask is not the ego but something quite separate from it. It is put on to hide the true face, to free oneself from convention and obtain anonymity, and at the same time a personal freedom amounting to irresponsibility. This happens, for example, in the masquerade. The shy person no longer has to play the role of shyness, and the servile person need no longer be servile. A character in one of Marcel Marceau's pantomimes changes his masks before the public. He is happy, merry, and entertains his audience. But suddenly everything takes on a tragic note, the mask sticks to his face. He struggles and tries to tear it off with both hands, but it is no use. It won't come off and becomes his new face. Similar situations are often portrayed by contemporary Western writers. The idea of the insincerity of life one has lived, of the need to fight to preserve one's own self, to guard its integrity is found in various forms in the work of Albert Camus, Kobo Abe, Heinrich Boll, and Graham Greene, and in the tragic films of Antonioni and Bergman, which deal with the profound spiritual conflicts in contemporary bourgeois society, constantly stressing the fragility of human existence. How difficult it is to live without pretense. How impossible to be oneself. Writers who think profoundly and honestly have graphically described the tragic situation of the person who gazes sadly at the face of the unknown. Hence such pessimistic statements as, "Life is but the melting smoke of a cigarette," or "Living only means deepening the squalor we live in." Quite often, particularly at turning points in his life, a person has to reappraise all his previous values and ask himself burning questions that he places before the judgment of his own conscience. Have I played my roles on the stage of life properly, and have I played the right roles? Or perhaps I have cancelled out the real side of life. Perhaps I have played roles that were not in the character of my true self. Perhaps I never found myself in life and was merely a pawn in the hands of circumstances. Then what is my true calling? Has it gone past me? Social status does not, of course, rigidly determine the whole diversity of personal qualities. But every society, social group, class, or social institution does have a ramified system of filters, of selective devices by means of which certain types of people who are most suited to play this or that role come to the top. It is naive to moralize on the cruelty of the fascist executioners and all other dictatorial regimes. No person with a fine spiritual organization could, in principle, succeed in such systems. He would be either sifted out or perish, or perhaps he might win through as a hero. To sum up, in human behavior there is always something preconditioned by society, by its standards, taboos, traditions, and experience. This is what makes the human being an actor on the great stage of life. At the same time, human behavior cannot be equated with mere obedience to this precondition. In the very character of the performance of his social role, the individual brings something uniquely individual, something actively creative. When we speak of the social function of the individual worker, student, scientist, writer, artist, athlete, politician, we have in mind the personal features of the individual that are essential to him precisely in this social function. But in studying any individual, one cannot confine oneself to his social function. The psychological aspect is no less essential to a definition of his personality. So, the concept of personality embraces not only the person's social function but primarily his inner essence, which determines how a person performs his social function. Destiny, freedom, and responsibility. The idea of destiny and necessity. Everything in the world is conditioned and takes place according to necessity. When we consider not merely objective events that occur in the world but also conscious human activity, the problem of necessity reveals itself in a new aspect. By becoming aware of it, we turn necessity into freedom. The thinkers of the ancient world pondered the question of who governed the universe, the gods or destiny. Was the world ruled by reason or by blind necessity? According to Heraclitus, everything depended on destiny, and destiny meant necessity. The essence of destiny was reason, which guided everything. At first, destiny was regarded not as a universal abstract necessity but as the fate of individual mortals. Everyone had his own particular fate. Necessity was thus broken down into a large number of fatal forces, sometimes embodied in various creatures such as the oracle, the sorceress, the magician, and so on. Sometimes these forces of destiny came into conflict with each other. Fatalism is based on the assumption that everything in the world and in people's lives is predetermined by natural or supernatural forces, that there is a rational being which sets the goal for everything that happens in nature, and that this being is called God. Everything in the world is predestined and no one is responsible for what happens. Fatalism has a crushing effect on the individual. In human nature he sees a repulsive sameness, in human relations an irresistible force that belongs to everything in general and to no one in particular. The individual is merely driftwood on the waves. It is ridiculous to fight against the relentless law of fate. At best one may discover what it is, but even then one can only obey. Destiny leads the person who follows voluntarily, and those who resist are dragged by force. Freedom, according to the fatalist, is no more than the will of the horse, whose harness allows it to move only in one direction and in the framework of the shafts. Fatalism links up with religion, which asserts divine predestination. Both fatalism and religion grant human beings only a predestined role along with the illusion that they are acting independently. In any event, the fatalist sees only a manifestation of necessity. Absolute surrender is what is expected of every individual in the face of imminent death. Not only the religious idealist philosophers and superstitious people generally, proceeding from the idea that we can't get away from fate, adopt the standpoint of fatalism. It is also held by some philosophers who, as materialists, are opposed to religion and idealism, but believe that everything that happens in the world is predetermined by the iron chain of cause and effect. Spinoza, for instance, maintained that people were mistaken in believing themselves free because they were only aware of their actions but did not know what causes determined them. In contrast to religious fatalism, Holbach developed the conception of materialistic fatalism. All events were predetermined, not by the divine will but by the relentless sequence of cause and effect, a chain from which not a single link could be eliminated. Necessity commanded not only the physical world but also the world of the mind, wherein consequently everything was also subordinate to fate. Although this mechanistic conception differs from the religious in that it makes its appeal to the natural and not to the supernatural, the two coincide in their general principle. In both philosophies man is doomed to obedience, in one case, to the will of God, in the other, to the immutable laws of nature. Primitive society presupposes the complete identity of freedom and non-freedom for its members, none of whom are yet capable of separating their inner being from that of the tribe. Human actions are thought of as the expression of the will of supernatural forces, as the inevitable blind and capricious power of destiny, which man must obey just as he obeys the life cycle of his organism, blood circulation, breathing, etc., and the compelling force of instinct. As classes and states arise, the concept of freedom gradually becomes contrasted to necessity. In ancient Greece, for instance, a person's inner and outward life was determined by his status in the social system which he inherited in the same way as his natural gifts. Fate did not come to a person from outside but unfolded like a scroll out of his very essence. It was the expression of his character. No matter how tragic their fate, people could not, in principle, desire another because this would mean becoming someone else. The characters in Greek tragedy are carved out of marble, as it were. For example, in the works of Aeschylus all the actions of Oedipus are programmed by fate long before his birth. Even the gods themselves obey fate. According to legend, the Pythian of Delphi proclaimed that even the gods could not avoid what was preordained by fate. No one knew the intentions of fate except the three fateful sisters, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. Clotho held the distaff of inevitability on which the thread of life was spun. Lachesis turned the spindle and decided the actions and events of life. Atropos held the scissors to cut the thread of life. Although fate was thought of as something unknowable and absolutely mysterious, people sought to discern its intentions by turning to the oracles. It was believed that fate could not be understood by means of causal explanation and could reveal its secrets only to the unconscious. The divinity, according to Plato, made prophecy the province of the irrational principle in human nature. The voice of fate could be heard in thunder and lightning, in the flight of birds and the rustle of leaves. Later fate came to be identified with coincidence, chance, something that could not be controlled. A person expected to receive not what was assigned to him by the objective logic of events, but what came his way in the course of the game. Circumstances could make a beggar into a king, or a king into a beggar. The destiny of whole nations was sometimes dependent on petty court intrigues. The only consolation and hope lay in the fact that fate could be regarded as lucky chance, as a goddess who could be prevailed upon to act in one's favor. Later fate came to be seen as an all-embracing and inevitable determinacy, alienated from human life and assuming its own continuity and necessity destiny. Man was thus divided, as it were, into what he was in himself and what he was fated to be. On the one hand, duty as the expression of a person's social mission and, on the other, his personal feelings and interests acted as forces operating in different directions and fighting to control the behavior of the individual. Now one side, now the other was victorious, depending on a person's inner nature and on external circumstances. The resulting conflict permeated the whole history of humankind. The Christian worldview condemns fatalism. It presupposes faith in divine providence, which leaves room for free expression of the individual will. Confronted by divine omnipotence, fate has to retreat from the sphere of mythology and philosophical disputes to the world of ordinary everyday notions. The religiously oriented conscience, dominated by fear of divine retribution, is opposed to the concept of fate. Everything of importance in human life must therefore proceed outside its influence. However, the idea of fate does not disappear. It is kept alive by the prestige of astrology, the principle of man's being part of the picture of the universe, whose forces determine the logic of human life. This form of belief in fate assumes that a person is born under a certain star and thus receives a certain program in life, including even his personal qualities. With the spread of the idea of historical progress and hope of the revolutionary transformation of social life, the concept of fate was defeated in its main citadel, a defeat that is expressed in both philosophical writings and belles lettres. Shakespeare's Hamlet fights to determine his line of conduct amid the slings and arrows of misfortune. But the principles of the largely irrational life of bourgeois society continue to foster the idea of fate, particularly in social relations. Many bourgeois political leaders, including Napoleon, the man of destiny, believed that politics were pure fate, understood as the play of chance defying reason. Goethe referred to a mysterious force that everyone felt but which no philosopher had the power to explain. By studying the symbols of astrology, Goethe tried to get back to the ancient conception of fate as something immanent in all living things, the irrational life program. According to Nietzsche, man's selfhood is, in fact, fate. Spengler thought the idea of fate implied active rejection of individual conscience and goodwill and scorned all belief in human free will. Fate was the equivalent of such concepts as life, development, and time. The idea of fate thus became symbolic of the pessimistic demand for activity at all costs. Though such activity was bound to be futile, people had to do something all the same. By one-sidedly stressing the role of heredity, the fatalist can maintain that everything we are is predetermined in the inseminated ovum from which the organism develops, that the conditions of our life play hardly any role or perhaps none at all. From this fatalistic principle several practical conclusions are drawn. One can do nothing about inherited proclivities and diseases, because no one can change his ancestors. This gloomy view of the world found its ultimate expression in the ideology of fascism, which exploited the idea of fate as a weapon of arch-reactionary propaganda. In recent years numerous works interpreting the problem of fate in various ways have appeared in the West. The Neo-Thomists combine the idea of fate with that of God. Interpreting fate as a manifestation of an infinitely remote and mystically frightening divine will, the Neo-Thomists urge us to submit to fate. In their view, a person is in the power of supernatural forces that render him helpless. At times of happiness and strength, hope or inward contentment, he feels he is achieving success, but this is really an illusion. Basically, the essence of life lies in obedience, awareness of the futility and hopelessness of existence. In scientific, realistically oriented thinking, the idea of fate has no categorical meaning. The word is often used to denote an unfavorable or favorable set of circumstances beyond human control and planning. The word fate is also used among people who have no faith in any kind of destiny. In the ordinary consciousness it serves to express the idea of necessity, chance, or a combination of the two. It is used, for example, when we are talking of the law-governed result of development of certain events which are truly inevitable, although there is nothing mystical about this outcome. For example, we speak of a certain person's fate being decided in advance. The concept of fate is sometimes used to denote a person's path in life, not necessarily determined by any one person or thing but the outcome of a combination of the necessary, the accidental, the spontaneous, and the conscious in human life. By fate we may also mean a certain program of behavior determined by heredity, and by the features of temperament and character, wisdom or stupidity, restraint or hot-headedness, acquired during life. In folk wisdom this is expressed in the saying, sow a deed and reap a habit, sow a habit and reap a character, sow a character and reap a fate. The problem of freedom. Stressing the complexity of the problem of freedom, Hegel wrote, of no idea can it be stated with such complete justification that it is vague, ambiguous, and capable of generating the greatest misunderstanding, and therefore liable to be misunderstood, as the idea of freedom, and no idea is discussed with so little understanding of its nature. 1. Freedom is the key philosophical problem, the crown of all the efforts of theoretical thinking, the culminating moment of any mature philosophical system. There is nothing higher or more significant in any system of philosophical worldview or in the actual stream of human life. It encompasses the meaning of history and stands as the true criterion of social progress. The sacred word freedom has resounded throughout the centuries on the lips of the oppressed and is the guiding star of their social endeavors. For the sake of the triumph of freedom in the life of society, for the sake of the individual's right to self-expression and creativity, revolutionaries at all times and among all peoples have been ready to face deportation, the stake, the gallows, the guillotine. Guided by a profound social awareness, their hearts yearn for freedom in the name of the happiness of the poor and oppressed. The entire system of connections between the individual, nature and society, all the demands that society makes on the individual and the individual's dependence on the world are in constant contradiction with the idea of free will. But this contradiction takes place in the framework of a unity, the unity of will and the real conditions for the manifestation of its freedom. The actively creative nature of the human consciousness refuses to accept the purely mechanistic interpretation of people's dependence on external circumstances characteristic of the metaphysical materialism of the 18th century, which maintained that our life was a line that we were bound to follow across the face of the earth guided by external forces from whose control no man could deviate by a single step. If a person acted only under the influence of external forces, he would suffer the fate of Buridan's ass, which was unable to choose between two equidistant stacks of hay and therefore died of starvation. Is a human being free in his choice of action, or are his actions preordained by forces beyond his control and opposed to his will? If we say that man is free, how can we reconcile our answer with our acknowledgement of objective necessity? If we say he is not free, does this mean that people are only a means of realizing the laws of social development? According to Kant, if human acts of will are empirically conditioned and necessary, no human being can be held responsible for them. That is why Kant maintains that there may be contradictions between freedom and necessity in one and the same human action. In pronouncing his final verdict on the human being, Kant states that although you, as a human being, acted thus because you could not act otherwise, your actions being conditioned by circumstances and, consequently, you are not to blame, it does not matter whether, after all, you could or could not have acted otherwise, you are still guilty, since you should not have acted as you did. Where, then, is personal initiative, the constructive, creative and transforming role that human beings are able to perform? The doctrine of non-freedom of the will, which belittles the dignity of man as a self-determinant active personality, absolves man of all responsibility for any crime or action and disentitles him of any reward for heroism. If everything is preordained, Where is the fault of the criminal or the merit of the good man and the hero? The thinkers who built the Christian worldview had to face up to this problem at an early stage. The problem of the relation between freedom and necessity was understood as a relation between freedom and grace, that is to say the freedom of man and the freedom of God. Here an antinomy arises that Christian theology since the days of Augustine has wrestled with. If we assume freedom of the human will, what are we to do about freedom of the divine will and vice versa? Unlimited freedom for man must limit the freedom of God, while assumption of the latter deprives man of free will. Augustine solved the contradiction by acknowledging only the human right to do evil, the idea of the fall, while only God had the freedom to do good. Here we have the basis of Augustine's theory of predestination, which is, in effect, a theory of the freedom of a personal God. Man's good actions are performed by the grace of God, he is free only to commit sin. According to Kant, the ability to initiate events independently, i.e., without compulsion, is freedom. Man has many roads before him and he can choose any one of them. But they all lie in the zone of activity of knowable natural and social laws. The problem of freedom cannot be solved, although many attempt to do so, by discussing free will, understood as a mental phenomenon that is not determined in any way. Such a psychological statement of the problem of human freedom reveals a tendency to contrast metaphysically two independent kinds of phenomena, the material, which are causally conditioned, and the ideal, the mental, which are not objectively determined. Thus, freedom and necessity are not seen as being intrinsically related but are referred to different spheres of existence, that is to say, mental and material phenomena are dualistically counterposed and an impassable gap is set between them. Free will is associated with indeterminism and thus, in effect, identified with arbitrariness, with license. Psychologists define free will as the possibility of performing alternative actions in one and the same situation, as the ability to choose one of them and to rule out all the other possibilities. This is related to the struggle of motives, and the domination and victory of one particular motive. In other words, human freedom amounts to the possibility of deciding which line of conduct to take and which to reject. In this sense freedom assumes a meaning full of vital importance. According to Spinoza, we are in bondage to the extent that what happens to us is conditioned by external causes, and free to the extent that we act upon our own judgment. Free will takes the form of purposeful and selective action based on conscious necessity. Thus, every free action is a unity of necessity and freedom. The concept of freedom is ambiguous. For example, an individual becomes free in the positive sense of the word when he acquires the opportunity to fulfill himself, to realize his essential powers. In the words of Marx, man is free not through the negative power to avoid this or that but through the positive power to assert his true individuality. 2. Freedom is sometimes defined only in a negative sense, as personal independence, as the ability to say no. However, every denial has to be made from certain, perhaps not fully conscious positions, implying a positive principle, which justifies a person's rejection of something and expresses the meaning and value of his rejection. Any rejection of one thing must imply an assertion of something else. Every struggle against one thing ultimately amounts to a struggle for something else. The significance of this struggle is determined by the goals it sets and the positions from which it is conducted. In this sense freedom is in direct contrast not to necessity, understood as determinacy, but to compulsion, to coercion, the use of force. But no coercion, even of the most violent nature, rules out the possibility of freedom, although it may severely restrict that possibility. The determinacy of freedom should not be confused and certainly not be identified with coercion. On the other hand, one should not separate intrinsic freedom as a psychological, personal phenomenon from external freedom, the moral from the political. The degree to which personal freedom is restricted by compulsion on the part of the ruling classes in a state based on exploitation has varied historically. Freedom is a specifically human mode of existence and only that which is the realization of freedom can be good in the human sense. One cannot live in society and be free of society. Freedom, as understood by the Greek philosopher Diogenes, who lived in a tub to show his independence of society, denotes the breaking of all human and social ties with the world and thus implies only an abstract symbol of freedom. Such freedom indicates either a withdrawal from life or a complete opposing of oneself to social standards on the principle everything is permissible. However, there is no action that does not in some way affect another person. There are no completely isolated human beings. The person who alienates himself from the community does harm to that community. The individual is not free always to act as he sees fit. He must coordinate his actions with those of the people around him. It is his responsibility to correlate his behavior with their interests and activities. He is compelled to suppress some of his feelings and impulses and channel them in different directions from what he may have wished. These channels are determined by historically formed social standards, which in relation to the individual have objective reality. When speaking of freedom, one should not think of it as doing anything one likes. Such freedom simply does not exist. Human actions are restricted by various factors, legal, moral, aesthetic, and by various traits of character, natural abilities, and so on. According to Sartre, freedom is autonomy of choice. It is realized where a person initiates his own desires, chooses on his own behalf, on behalf of himself. A girl wishing to become a singer discovers that she lacks the necessary gifts, so she becomes a teacher instead, and her choice turns out to be a good one. Her personality, her character played a part in this choice. A person's decisions are also determined by external factors, and to an even greater degree by the whole makeup of his personality. For example, an honest person acts on principle and we say that he could not act otherwise. Remember Giordano Bruno, who stood for the truth and could not do otherwise. If circumstances condition human life, and a human being himself changes the circumstances of this life, if a person is the product of social relations, the social relations are themselves a product of the activity of living individuals. Man's free fulfillment of goals which he, as a rational being, sets himself, can be based only on utilization of the laws of nature and social reality, not on contempt for them. Consequently, freedom presupposes, above all, a knowledge of laws that are not dependent on human beings, and it is this knowledge that makes people intrinsically free. Thus free will emerges as a concept closely related to the concepts of consciousness and knowledge. Knowledge is not only power, it is also freedom. The only path to freedom is the path to knowledge. Ignorance is bondage. The degree of knowledge determines the degree of freedom. One cannot desire what one does not know. The core of freedom is conscious necessity and action, governed by the extent to which we are aware of that necessity, of the possibility of its realization. Knowledge in itself is not yet freedom, but there can be no freedom without it. Freedom implies not only knowledge of the conditions and laws of development in the present but also preparation of the future results of conscious activity, their prevision. Both personal and social freedom consist not in some imagined independence of objective laws, but in the ability to actively choose and take decisions with a knowledge of the case and, above all, to think and act in conditions that make it possible to realize one's intentions. The conception of freedom as conscious necessity is an essential, but only the first, step on the road to an understanding of the nature of freedom. It allows us to distinguish freedom from arbitrariness and stresses the priority of objective conditions. Idealism, which maintains the positions of indeterminism, regards the will as an immanent, autonomous, self-contained spiritual force, supposedly generating certain actions from its depths. For example, the existential notion of absolute freedom has no objective roots. According to Nietzsche, the will to power has more need of lucky errors than the truth for which we strive. Why, he asks, is falsehood, the unknown, even ignorance not better than truth? Jaspers's statement that not truth but ignorance is the guarantee of freedom strikes us as a meaningless paradox. According to Jaspers, the freest people of all are the insane, because they have no logic. Existentialism interprets the human being as a force standing in opposition to the world and hostile to it. Its system of philosophy thus transforms will into what is, essentially, mere self-will. This is an apology not for freedom but for arbitrariness. There is a counterblast to this notion in Feuerbach, who believed that freedom was not the right of any man to be a fool in his own way. If we think that freedom is something absolute, independent of all objective necessity, we resemble the imaginary pigeon who believed that it would have flown much faster had it not been for the resistance of the air. It forgot one little thing: without air it could not live, let alone fly. The framework of human freedom, its reality, is objective necessity. Freedom is a river that flows within the banks of the laws of life. The law-governed course of historical events in which people take part is realized not despite but through the human will, through people's conscious actions. A correct understanding of determinacy rules out any one-sided dependence of human actions on external influences. This dependence is mediated both by the nature of the person, his total experience, interests, character, value orientations, and so on. The effect of external influences on a person depends on how that person reacts to these influences, to what extent they affect the vital chords of his being. Depending on his personal beliefs and conscience, a human being is free to desire both good and evil. The content of a person's beliefs manifests itself in decisive actions. This is what makes a person responsible for them. When he chooses one action from a number of possible actions and rules out the others, the chosen action is also determined. But it was not predetermined before it took place. Until the action is completed, not all the determining factors are present. To assume that it was completely determined before it took place would be to substitute predestination for determinacy and thus exclude freedom altogether. In human actions everything is determined but there is nothing predestined in them. Man is not ruled by the power of fate. What is more, the apparent incompatibility of freedom and necessity, in the sense of determinacy of events, arises because along with acknowledgement of the determinacy of human actions these actions themselves, and also the decisions involved, are thought of as being outside this determinacy. A person defends his freedom not from being determined by everything that exists but from the blind irrational forces, which impose the fetters of taboo and compulsion on his thoughts, his feelings, and his will. Consequently the measure of freedom is part of the concept of man. Man is free not from nature, not from society and their laws, but within the framework provided by the operation of both the laws of nature and society. When they are known, they make a person's will relatively free. But they also determine its limits, the limits to the realization of goals that man sets himself. Free will is not self-will, arbitrariness. Spinoza in his day thought that freedom should be understood as free necessity and not as arbitrariness. The will is the most active part of the human consciousness. It shows itself in the desire to act, in choice of the direction of action, in the decision to act in a certain way and realize a certain goal. A human being is not a piece of driftwood on the waves of cause-effect connections. He is active. Free will manifests itself precisely in purposeful activity. To sum up, freedom is the ability, based on knowledge of necessity, to choose and to act in accordance with this necessity. It consists not only in knowledge of natural and social laws but also in the practical realization of this knowledge. Realization of freedom presupposes the overcoming of certain obstacles, and the more difficult the obstacles, the stronger and more freedom-loving the will must be. Freedom is not a reward or a badge of distinction that is celebrated with champagne. It is not some nice present, such as a box of chocolates. Oh, no. Quite the contrary, it is an imposition, a grueling race that one must run alone. No champagne, no friends to raise a toast and give you their friendly encouraging glances. You are alone in a dim hall, alone in the dock before your judges, and alone you must answer to yourself and to the court of humanity. At the end of every freedom there awaits retribution, and that is why freedom is too hard to bear. 3. A human being realizes his essence in material and intellectual activity, in its results, which appear as his objectified human abilities, skills, ideas, feelings, and will. Consequently, the whole history of material and spiritual culture emerges as the external existence of man's inner world. Free will is the mode of realization of one of the possibilities of action, the creative drawing up of an ideal plan of action, the process of goal setting, which presupposes the choice of only one reference point from a whole hierarchy of possible directions and motives. Every choice means ruling out what is not chosen and emphasizes the vital significance of what is. Thus in its very essence action presupposes a relative freedom of will, the possibility of choice. Some people believe that choice is made not so much by the individual as by circumstances, which choose for him. This also happens. But it is not characteristic of strong-willed people. Freedom lies not only in the choice of a certain aim from a number of possibilities, but also in creativity, in the setting of new goals. Freedom is not only conscious necessity, but also the existence created by human beings themselves, the social relations, the world of material and intellectual culture. Historical necessity arises as the natural outcome of the subjective orientation of human actions and their objective result, which takes shape independently of will and consciousness. In this case dialectics means that the freedom of the individual acting in history becomes through the results of his actions his necessity. The idea of freedom is wholly human and social. It differs in every concrete historical set of circumstances. In itself freedom is an abstraction. As a reality it is always full of concrete historical meaning. Freedom is a historically developing thing, a process of development that is never fully realized. Nature knows no freedom. The first men who separated themselves from the animal kingdom were in all essentials as unfree as the animals themselves, but each step forward in the field of culture was a step towards freedom. 4. Because it is social, the idea of freedom is historical and reflects the metamorphoses of the idea of fate and necessity. By no means everything in human life and relations is the result of the realization of freedom. They also contain much that is irrational and inevitable, they are bound by a framework that sets the limits of the permissible for every historical epoch. The degree to which the individual's personal freedom is curtailed by his duty to the state varies greatly, and is both concrete and historical. All nations, the best minds of humanity have from time immemorial longed passionately for a just social system, for democracy, for freedom. When voiced by the people, this word makes dictators and tyrants shudder. Under the banner of freedom the rising people have toppled the thrones of monarchs and the power of capital. The whole history of mankind may be pictured as a stubborn ascent to the cherished peaks of liberty. The call for freedom has always had popular appeal. Despite all contradictions, freedom has blazed a road for itself even in the face of antagonistically contradictory social development. The feudal lord possessed great freedom and arbitrary power because his subjects were deprived of freedom. In slave society this contradiction was even more striking. Through contradictions, including antagonistic ones, the history of mankind moves along the path of development of freedom for the individual, both in relation to the spontaneous forces of nature and to social conditions. To achieve social freedom one must first kill the slave in one's own self. What kind of freedom? Asks Dostoevsky. Equal freedom to do anything one likes within the limits of the law. When can one do that? When one has 1,000,000. Does freedom give everyone 1,000,000? No. What then is a person without 1,000,000? A person without 1,000,000 is not one who does anything he likes but one who has everything that other people like done to him. 5. Reflecting on the exploiting society of his day, Schiller wrote, "Into the bosom's holy, silent cells thou needs must fly from life's tumultuous throng. Freedom but in the realm of vision dwells, and beauty bears no blossoms but in song." 6. The true freedom of the working man in an exploiting society shows itself in revolutionary action aimed at realizing the objective laws of history. The desire for freedom is an essential feature of the revolutionary character. The objective conditions for true freedom come about only with the abolition of the society based on relations of domination and obedience, on various forms of oppression. Marx and Engels defined personal freedom as the positive strength to manifest true individuality. They believed that to secure freedom each man must be given social scope for the vital manifestation of his being. 7. In communist society, Marx observed, beyond the realm of necessity there would begin the development of the human personality as a goal in itself. Responsibility. Human behavior is regulated by many factors, including moral standards, the sense of shame, of conscience, of duty, and so on. The basic manifestations of the ethical life are the sense of social and personal responsibility and the awareness of guilt that this implies. Responsibility is not only a moral category, but also a psychological, legal, and socio-political one. Great controversy has raged around this problem for centuries. The idealists believe the sources of responsibility to be in the immanent principles of the human personality, even in the depths of its psychophysiology. For example, according to one conception of psychoanalysis, an individual is essentially helpless in the face of the forces that influence him from within. The responsibility placed upon him by society is merely an illusion. According to this conception, a person has got to realize that he is not the master of his own fate. Officially he is conscious. But although he himself is not aware of the forces that are at work within him, his choice is determined for him. His conscious will is only an instrument, a slave in the hands of the deep subconscious urge which determines his action. The existentialists absolutist the individual's responsibility to society, believing that every person is responsible for everything that happens in the world. This thesis is based on the premise that the individual will is independent of the flow of historical events, and that these events are the product of the individual will. Every separate person is responsible for everything because this everything is consciously created by him. But this is subjective idealism. It is vividly expressed, for example, in Sartre, who maintains that man, being condemned to freedom, assumes the weight of the whole world on his shoulders. He is responsible for the world and for himself. There is no point in complaining because nothing external has determined what we feel, how we live or what we are. This absolute responsibility, however, is not mere submission. It is simply the logically necessary condition for awareness of our freedom. Such is the position taken by Sartre. But would it not be more correct to assume that the objective foundation for the individual's responsibility to society and himself is the real relation between society and the individual, which is always contradictory? Responsibility expresses society's specific demand on the individual in the form of duty. There are certain social standards, but there is also freedom of choice, including the possibility of violating these standards. So in all societies a certain responsibility is laid down for such violations. Where there is no choice, there is no responsibility. It is impossible to discuss morality and law without touching upon the question of free will, of liability, of the relationship between freedom and necessity. The individual becomes aware of his personal responsibility when he knows what other people expect of him. Responsibility may appear in two forms, retrospective and actual, i.e., responsibility for previously performed actions and for actions that are being performed at the given moment. Responsibility is a state of consciousness, a feeling of duty towards society and oneself, an awareness of the purpose of the actions performed, their consequences for a certain social group, class, party, collective and oneself. Responsibility is society's necessary means of controlling the behavior of the individual through his consciousness. As an integral attribute of the socially developed personality, responsibility takes the form of the spiritual aspect of all forms of the individual's activity in the moral, political, civic, legal, and other spheres. There are no forms of non-responsible activity inasmuch as there is no activity whose consequences do not affect the interests of the individual himself, the social group or society as a whole. Historically, individual responsibility to society shows a tendency to increase in the wake of social progress. In contemporary society, the importance of every individual's civil, political, and moral responsibility to society, his responsibility for the fate of nations and of all humanity, has sharply increased. The individual is responsible to the extent that he is free in his actions. The individual is generally free only in doing or achieving something that is the realization of his own intention. It is for this kind of action and achievement that the individual is responsible. He is not responsible and cannot be held responsible for what is done by others against his will. The blame for such actions cannot be laid at his door. Responsibility and liability have meaning only insofar as they induce positive change in the individual in relation to his future behavior. Responsibility means much more than accountability. Inward responsibility for one's behavior and intentions, that is to say, self-control, self-appraisal, and the general regulation of one's life, is also of great importance. An important form of responsibility is responsibility for the future, both near and distant, which is built on the sense of responsibility for the present and the past. The character of responsibility and its forms have changed in the course of history. The tribal system knew no personal responsibility. There was responsibility only to the community, which imposed a certain course of action on its members and controlled these actions. The slave society revealed the beginnings of a tendency towards individuality. While the commune fettered the actions of the individual, the slave society allowed him to act at his own risk, with a certain degree of independence. During the slave-owning period, the individual was responsible not to the community, nor yet to himself, but to the polity and to the gods. With the rise of the state, the concept of individual responsibility to the state, the monarch, and to God began to take shape. As the idea of state developed and with it culture, there arose the idea of personal responsibility, which was to be further developed in feudal society. On the historical philosophical plane, the idea of responsibility to oneself begins with Socrates, with his persistent listening to his own inner voice, the voice of conscience. It was Socrates who sought in the individual certain eternal standards that could not be violated. The Middle Ages saw a deepening of the subjective world and the formation of a complex hierarchy of personalities: the divinity, the Tsar, or king as God's deputy on earth, the servant of God, the feudal lord, the steward, and so on. The whole gigantic pyramid took possession of man's consciousness and dictated certain modes of action. Under capitalism, the degree of individual responsibility to society further increases. The working class, all working people of both hand and brain, led by parties that truly represent their interests, take responsibility for the future of society as the general crisis of capitalism develops. Individuals in large numbers, the masses, strive to judge whether their actions are correct or not. This inner judge is what we call conscience. Historically, the prick of conscience was most vividly expressed in the immortal image of Hamlet, in whom this dawning self-consciousness became tremendously important as a spiritual motivator and controller of all his actions. Evidently, it was at that time that the idea of conscience was making its way into social consciousness. Today, the role of conscience is greatly enhanced by, among other things, the manufacture of the means of mass extermination. When atom bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, causing monstrous destruction and suffering, many scientists, technologists who took part in the making of these deadly weapons, and the men who had used them, experienced agonizing pangs of conscience, and one of the pilots went mad. The usual argument is that they were only executors of the will of the politicians and the military, who in their turn excuse themselves on the ground of historical necessity, the interests of the nation, and so on. The argument thus becomes a vicious circle. How are we to regard the idea of personal and social responsibility, the inner judge of socially significant human actions, the social conscience of the individual? Any scientific solution of this problem rests on the practical solution of the problem of the individual's right to real freedom. The idea of man's responsibility for his actions has with great difficulty and suffering penetrated the consciousness of society. It has made its way as the individual has won the right to independent decision-making and freedom of personal behavior. The early capitalist period placed a gigantic responsibility on the individual and helped to develop individuality. Individuals made discoveries and inventions, traveled to new lands, created masterpieces of literature, painting, sculpture, and so on. To say that a person is responsible is to say that he is capable of correctly answering the question of what is right in the moral, legal, political, and other respects. Any responsibility is based on knowledge of what is necessary in the interests of the group and society as a whole. A human being cannot be regarded as a cybernetic machine processing information fed into it. It is responsibility that expresses the individual's appraisal of his ability to be a personality, to control his actions, to combine word and deed, to be able to use his freedom rationally. If we want to decide whether the given individual could or could not have acted differently, our criterion is primarily the objective circumstances and possibilities, while the measure of responsibility is decided by the degree to which the individual made intentional use of the available opportunities. The main difficulty of the problem of responsibility lies in establishing not so much responsibility as its degree, i.e., the individual's voluntary, conscious participation in determining reprehensible or criminal action. A closer inspection of the motivation of every individual act shows that independently taken decisions and actions are determined to some extent by such factors as the objective coincidence of circumstances, a person's habits and character, weakness or strength of will, and so on. All this and much else influence the direction of his thoughts, his choice of goals, his motivation. Added to which, the sphere of possible choice is sometimes so narrow that the choice itself is merely a formality. So the problem of the compulsory and the voluntary becomes extremely complicated and confusing. The real measure of responsibility that a person bears for his actions depends on the real conditions that life has granted him for consciously evaluating the consequences of his actions and taking a corresponding personal stand. Responsibility is the concern not of fists, but of the will. A person may bear responsibility only for intentional activity. Without intention there is no responsibility. When a crime is committed without intent, there is no complete unity between the external and internal aspects of the action. Guilt due to negligence lacks awareness of the possibility of the consequences that actually occurred. Oedipus, who killed his father without knowing it, cannot be held responsible for patricide despite the views held on this point by the ancient world. Depending on the conditions, people have to answer in different ways for their actions and they do answer for them in different ways. Every human action, when it becomes part of the independent course of events, leads to results that do not coincide with its immediate aim. What is more, the aim that the person sets himself does not always coincide with his motive, i.e., with the goal that he seeks to achieve by his action. The question then arises as to what actually is a person responsible for: only for his aim, his inward intention and motive, or for the result of his action. In life there are cases when an action prompted by good intentions has disastrous or even tragic consequences. And on the other hand, a person may for discreditable reasons perform an action which produces good results. Such cases are used sometimes to contrast subjective intentions and objective results, so that the subjective can be distinguished from the objective on the practical plane. But this purely superficial contrasting cannot be accepted as logic. In fact, every intention of an individual performing some action stems and must inevitably stem from the foreseeable, desirable result of the action. When a person, guided only by good intentions, fails to foresee the results of his actions, this merely means that he has not fully considered certain consequences which do not form a part of his intention. A person's action, which he willed to become part of external circumstances, develops in various directions according to a chain of cause-effect connections. Any separate action may have a large number of consequences. When they acquire an independent life, these consequences may run very far and lead to effects that were never intended by the person concerned. Thus the question is transferred to the practical plane and may now be reduced to a discussion of precisely what consequences should in fact be taken into account, and to what extent. Obviously all the consequences that could be foreseen must be considered. Any failure to take into account the consequences of one's action constitutes an irresponsible or not fully responsible attitude to what one is doing. At the same time, when appraising an action, the right approach is to consider not everything that might have followed but only what could have been foreseen out of everything that actually did follow. This is what a person is responsible for, and this is where his guilt may lie. In contrast to such conscious responsibility, a group of physically involved people whose individual wills have been suppressed and who have lost conscious control of their actions and their sense of social responsibility, are nothing but a mob. Freedom manifests itself not only in practical action, but also in thought. Something new can be created only by a person who is thinking freely, who has shaken off the fetters of obsolete orthodox doctrines, as was the case, for example, with the thinkers of the New Age, who broke down the spiritual prison of medieval scholasticism. Human freedom is manifest not only in the choice of a line of conduct, not only in control over the forces of nature and conscious reform of social relations. It is vividly expressed also in the individual's power over himself, over his instincts, inclinations, and feelings. He is responsible both to society and his own conscience, for the forms in which these are expressed. Man becomes more perfect when he learns, under the influence of education, of moral, social and state demands, to consistently restrain impulses that are forbidden by social standards. And conversely, we see that the person who has lost the power of self-restraint speaks and acts in a way in which he would not allow himself to do in an ordinary frame of mind, and which he bitterly regrets when he returns to normal. The cosmonaut who ventures into outer space is moved by his sense of duty to his people, and this inhibits the innate defensive biological reaction which generates a sense of fear. Such actions reflect man's long battle with his emotions and biological instincts in the name of rational forms of behavior. They crown man's centuries of struggle for the right to call himself a personality. Man's development has been not so much a matter of suppressing his various biological instincts as of their noble expression, based on the demands of the social mode of his existence. Man and culture. Never has so much been written about man and culture as in recent years. The problem is so relevant to the present day that it comes up constantly for discussion at national, regional, and international levels. In the West, some people predict a tragic future for both man and culture, others are inclined to optimism, though their optimism is often tempered with anxiety. The backcloth for these speculations is an outward well-being and even an unprecedented flow of material goods. Nevertheless, the gloomy predictions prevail. They present a marked contrast to the philosophy of man and culture in Marxism, which radiates a bright view of the future. Any discussion of the phenomenon of culture calls for an analysis of the related concept of civilization. Neither can be understood outside their contradictory unity. The concept of civilization. Society and its history constitute the most complex and multidimensional process. And if we are to make any sense of this highly developed piece of reality, we shall need a wide range of concepts. Human reason, which for centuries has been nurtured by the seething polyglot reality, has evolved numerous concepts and categories to explain the world historical process. For a long time idealist views prevailed, but dialectical materialism, with its materialist understanding of world history, has evolved a new and comprehensive system of concepts, categories, and principles that enable us to reveal the essence, sources, mechanisms and driving forces in the development of society. Historically, the idea of civilization was formulated during the period of the rise of capitalism in order to substantiate the principle of historical progress, the necessity for the replacement of the feudal system, when the claim that it was God-given no longer satisfied social and philosophical thought. Instead, it was maintained that history was motivated by man's vital interests, his desire to realize the principles of social justice and legal equality. Thinkers became concerned with the future of world civilization as a whole, and this prompted them to create a different paradigm of philosophical thought, particularly when the victory of the socialist revolution in Russia in 1917 launched a new stage in the development of civilization development with a humanist orientation on the national and social emancipation of mankind, on distribution of the wealth of society according to work, and on freedom of the popular will in managing the affairs of state and society. On the other hand, the sharpening of social contradictions in capitalist society led some philosophers to believe that the sun of social progress was about to set. This idea was most fully expressed in Oswald Spengler's well-known book The Decline of the West, which stimulated such thinkers as Pitirim Sorokin and Arnold Toynbee to produce their own socio-philosophical patterns of the global historical process. Sorokin attempted to reduce recurrence in the historical process to recurrence in the spiritual sphere by generalizing the corresponding spiritual phenomena into a concept of types of culture, culture being treated as synonymous with civilization, while treating the historical process as their fluctuation. According to Sorokin, the sensate society that we know today is moving towards inevitable collapse, and this is connected with the successes of science and materialism. He sees the salvation of humanity in the victory of the religious and altruistic principles, which should be active and creative. According to Arnold Toynbee, there is no single unified history of humankind. We are concerned with a score or so of unique and self-contained civilizations, and all of them are equally valuable in their own peculiar way. In its development, every civilization passes through the stages of emergence, growth, breakdown, and disintegration, after which it is replaced by another. At present, according to Toynbee, only 5 main civilizations have survived: the Chinese, the Indian, the Islamic, the Russian, and the Western. Civilization's driving force is the creative minority, which leads the passive majority. In the stage of disintegration, the minority imposes its will on the majority not by authority but by force. The doctrines of Toynbee and Sorokin are both idealist, in the sense that they tend to ignore the development of the material life of society as the basis of the historical process and to absolutize the spiritual element. On the other hand, these doctrines do attempt to revise the mechanistic doctrine of the purely linear progress of society, to evolve an alternative to the conception of Eurocentrism. Marxism went to the root of the problem by showing that the development of society proceeds in successive stages, pinpointing the distinctive features of each stage, and thus evolving the category of the socio-economic formation. This placed our understanding of history on a scientific, dialectical materialist basis, which is the only feasible one. The category of the socio-economic formation is crucial for interpreting both the history of mankind and its specific phenomena, such as culture and its interconnections with society and the individual. However, this category does not account for the whole categorical apparatus of socio-philosophical thought. The infinitely rich texture of history cannot be reduced to various types of formation, and the histories of many nations do not fit into any formational typology. Some nations never passed through the slave-owning formation, others bypassed capitalism, others are a mixture of tribal, feudal, capitalist and even socialist relations, while yet others exist in a state so indefinite as to defeat even the most subtle socio-philosophical typology. In view of this complexity of the historical process, Engels noted that no one specific formation had ever exactly corresponded to its definition. History is constantly moving forward, but not in a straight line, it zigzags, it turns back, and all these different directions are taken in an extremely unsteady rhythm. The arrangement of the socio-economic formations in a straight line is a scientific idealization, which the ideological critics of Marxism misinterpret as a desire to provide a theoretical basis for the idea that all the roads of history lead to one goal, and that all the past has been merely an exhaustingly long preparation for the ascent to the sunlit peak of universal happiness. But mankind's desire for social equality is indeed a recurring phenomenon. From time immemorial it has provided inspiration to the best minds of humanity, but this does not make the vector of history a straight line. Each people takes its own road. Some civilizations achieve a great and brilliant efflorescence and then, for some strange or even known reason, perish, as was the case with the Mayas. Other civilizations soar like a firework into the heavens, shedding their brilliant light on everything around them, then fall back in a shower of historically insignificant sparks. Yet others move slowly, retaining their uniqueness, protected from change as if by embalmment. In Marxist literature there is no unanimity about the meaning of civilization. Some thinkers are inclined to dismiss the concept altogether, holding that it adds nothing to the broad concept of society. Others identify civilization with the socio-economic formation, which is also a way of denying the necessity for the concept of civilization. I believe that the correct standpoint is to regard civilization as a special and very important category, as something which coincides with the category of the socio-economic formation in some respects but also differs from it essentially in others. The concept of civilization works particularly well when world history is thought of in global terms, as something integral, and the future of mankind is regarded from the standpoint of unity and diversity. Historically, civilization defines not the early dawn of humanity, not its childhood or even adolescence, but its youth and maturity, the established forms of society. Basing himself on Lewis Henry Morgan's book Ancient Society, Frederick Engels followed him in observing that society began with the stages of savagery and barbarity. These were the first gleams of sociality. And they were superseded by civilization, the centers of which arose in various continents, some in Africa, others in Asia, others in Europe, and yet others in America. From this point we can begin to discuss the stages of civilization and its corresponding forms. The concept of civilization has more than one meaning. Generically, it denotes the historical alternative to the savagery and barbarity, which we mentioned above. Secondly, civilization may be taken to mean a relatively high stage in society's mastery of the forces of nature, a relatively high level of organization of social relations and, in general, all aspects of social existence and culture, and also a uniqueness of material and spiritual life of society in the framework of the nation, the state unit or the region. In this sense it embraces the overall motion of human history, the global achievements of society, the world standards evolved in the development of culture, society, technology, and the productivity of labor, and also, of course, all the specific features of regional, national, and ethnic forms of social existence. Thirdly, civilization may be thought of as a limitless universal phenomenon embracing not only terrestrial but also extraterrestrial forms in their assumed endless diversity, denial of which would be tantamount to acknowledging the greatest of all divine miracles. The universe is eternal and infinite. It cannot, in principle, contain only one terrestrial civilization. If it did, civilization would not be something natural and functioning according to certain laws, but a unique, unnatural, entirely fortuitous exception to the logic of the life of the universe, and would thus have to be regarded as something miraculous. This was intuitively perceived by many ancient thinkers, who acknowledged a countless number of worlds inhabited by rational beings. It would be only natural if human civilization, having penetrated outer space, sooner or later came into contact with extraterrestrial forms of civilization. The present age is characterized by a growth of integrating trends and the acceleration of development. Uniqueness preserves itself by overcoming its own hypertrophy. Even the least developed countries are being drawn increasingly into the orbit of modern civilization. Interrelations are becoming closer and there is greater exchange of historical experience between one nation and another. All this goes to show that an unprecedented world historic community of mankind is in the process of formation and requires a joint coordinating reason, not centrifugal forces that generate trouble spots all over the world and bring grief and suffering upon millions of innocent people. More intensely than ever before, humankind expects enmity and strife to be replaced by order and harmony. As yet, however, everything is in a state of contradiction. The victories of technology are often won at the cost of human health. Even the pure light of science with its radiant truths may also contain destructive rays. Discoveries and inventions, all the brilliant fireworks of the human intelligence, may burn up the very torch of reason. While acquiring boundless wealth, although in extremely unevenly distributed forms, mankind has also created the real possibility of its own destruction. The imperialist threat of an annihilating nuclear, laser, chemical and bacteriological war has as its scientific and technological premise the achievements of modern civilization. How is it that the great forces of civilization imply not only benefits for humanity but also the possibility of a completely opposite effect? Where can we find a realistic solution to this seemingly hopeless contradiction? This predicament has been ideologically expressed in various philosophical, sociological, artistic, and religious works whose conceptions tend to be more and more often of an apocalyptic nature. The scientific answer to these problems is given by Marxism, and the real solution to them is to be found in the achievements of the countries of socialism. The wise statesman is one who understands the overall tendency of the historical process, the law-governed tendency of society to organize itself in such a way as to eliminate the very possibility of some people building their happiness on the unhappiness of others, to liberate everyone from social inequality, from the unjust distribution of wealth, which results in some people smothering themselves in luxury while others are deprived of the merest necessities. Civilization is characterized not only by the level of production of material and spiritual goods that has been achieved, by a certain stage in the development of social relations, by freedom of the individual and of the nation as a whole, but also by the possibility, the potential for progress that is inherent in the social system it has evolved. The higher the civilization, the richer and more energetic its potentials, the more rational and viable its orientation on the future. But not, of course, on the pie-in-the-sky principle. A society that has been doomed by history lacks these vital potentials, and its line of development declines, like that of the Roman Empire, for instance. Empires in general tend to resemble the dinosaur. With its gigantic body and disproportionately small head, it became less and less capable of rationally organizing its own life activity, and therefore was unable to compete in the grim struggle for existence. In the extinction of this clumsy giant among animals we may justifiably perceive a symbol of the inevitable end of imperialism in general. Imperialist expansion, the desire for world domination in all its forms, the growing menace of war, the accelerating pace of scientific and technological progress, and the accompanying ecological disturbance, threaten civilization with a serious crisis. A vicious circle has arisen from which only the responsible forces of the collective wisdom of humanity can save us. It is not enough now for statesmen to think on the scale of the interests of one state. What humanity now needs are minds that think in terms of the planet as a whole. The paramount consideration today is the preservation of peace, which has become the cause not of just one nation but of all nations, and responsibility for peace rests on the shoulders of every rationally thinking person and all social groups and classes of society. The defense of peace is the highest aim of the peoples of the socialist countries, and this fact is enshrined in their constitutions. The philosophy of culture. Civilization depends on culture for its development and existence, and, in its turn, provides the conditions for the existence and development of culture. Historically, culture precedes civilization. Usually culture is understood as the accumulation of material and spiritual values. This is a broad and largely correct interpretation, but it leaves out one main fact, and that is the human being as the maker of culture. Culture is quite often identified with works of art, with enlightenment in general. This definition is too narrow. Nor can one agree with the notion that culture embraces only the sphere of intellectual production, even if we take this sphere to include the whole of science. Such an interpretation leaves out a great deal. For example, the culture of physical labor, administration, of personal relationships, and so on. Reducing culture to the intellectual sphere results in an elitist approach, depriving culture of its nationwide significance. But any person may make a contribution to culture, and not only artists, writers, or scientists. The concept of culture is an integral and all-embracing concept which includes various phenomena, ranging from the cultivated blackcurrant bush to La Gioconda, and methods of administrating the state. Culture defines everything that man does, and how he does it, in the process of self-fulfillment. Culture is the method of the self-realization of the individual and society, the measure of the development of both. Various fields in knowledge, ethnography, archaeology, history, literary criticism, and so on, study the various spheres of culture. What we are interested in here is not the numerous spheres in which cultural activity of various peoples, nations, ethnic groups, social groups, and individuals have manifested themselves, but the essence of culture, i.e., culture as a philosophical category. We may gain some idea of the meaning of culture by turning to the etymology of the word, which can be traced back to the Latin cultura, deriving from the word cholera, meaning both to cultivate and to worship. It is a curious fact that the very origin of the word culture contains the wisdom of the people's understanding of culture as the worshipful cultivation of something, particularly the land. The word culture was thus from the beginning related to good action. And action usually means assimilation of our world in some form or another. It may therefore be said that culture is a kind of prism, through which everything essential to us is refracted. Every nation, every level and form of civilization, and every individual attains knowledge of the world and a mastery of its principles and laws to the extent that it masters culture. The forms of culture are a kind of mirror that reflects the essence of every enterprise, its techniques and methods, and the contribution which it makes to the development of culture itself. In this sense, man himself is a phenomenon of culture, and not only of nature. If we may attempt an analogy, it may be said that culture is the opened, read, and understood pages of the book of life, pages which when assimilated by the individual become his selfhood. Culture is not merely a matter of skill raised to the level of art, but also a morally sanctioned goal. Culture manifests itself in ordinary consciousness and everyday behavior, in labor activity and the attitude that one adopts to such activity, in scientific thought and artistic creation and the vision of their results, in self-control, in one's smile and manner of laughing, in love and other intimate relationships, which the individual may elevate to unexpected heights of tenderness and spiritual beauty. The truly cultured person shows all these facets in every manifestation of his selfhood. Culture is characterized by the vital ideals of humankind, of the individual, the social group, the class, and society as a whole. The more significant these ideals, the higher the level of culture. In what forms does culture exist? First of all, in the form of human activity, which is generalized into certain modes or methods of its realization, in the sign or symbolic forms of the existence of the spirit, and finally in palpable material forms, objects, in which the individual's purposeful activity finds its embodiment. As something created by human beings, culture is at the same time a necessary condition for humanity's cultural existence and development. Outside culture, the individual cannot exist as a human being. As water permeates soil, culture permeates every pore of social and individual life. When studying one or another culture, we usually think of it as something relatively independent. In reality, culture exists as a historically evolved system comprising its objects, its symbolism, traditions, ideals, precepts, value orientations and, finally, its way of thought and life, the integrating force, the living soul of culture. In this sense, culture exists supra-individually, while at the same time remaining the profoundly personal experience of the individual. Culture is created by mankind, by the nation, the class, the social group and the individual. The objective forms in which culture exists are the fruit of the creative activity of the people as a whole, the masterpieces of geniuses and other great talents. But in themselves, the objective and symbolic forms of culture have only a relatively independent character, they are lifeless without man himself and his creative activity. All the treasures of culture in their palpable material form come to life only in the hands of a person who is capable of revealing them as cultural values. In defining civilization, we stress that it arose historically after culture and on its basis. The two form what is to a great extent a unified social formation, but their unity is internally contradictory and may in some respects become diametrically so. For example, nature accepts everything from culture but by no means everything from civilization. A generally cultured attitude to nature presupposes the rational use of its forces without violating their natural harmony. Such forms of the spiritual life of society as science, literature, and art are facts of culture. They organize and ennoble human feelings and serve as the plastic means that connects the reason and the heart in a single whole, thus eliminating the disharmony that often arises between them. The general cultural significance of science is enormous. It raises society and human beings to a higher level of spiritual development, thus increasing the power of reason. In science, however, a fact of culture is, above all, what is directly or indirectly aimed at improving the higher intellectual principles in man and society. and one certainly cannot describe as culture or the making of culture any activity which is deliberately aimed at destroying the achievements of reason and of human hands. Science is a beneficial phenomenon of the mind. But how much evil it brings and may yet bring in unscrupulous hands. Civilization is organically linked with the advance of technology. But the main thing in technological progress is, or should be, its humane orientation. It is important to know what a certain technology gives to man and what it takes away from him. The face of culture bears the imprint of humanity, and anything that is against humanity is not culture but anti-culture. For example, such highly technical sophisticated means of murder and violence as war, torture, and imprisonment, have nothing in common with culture, although they occur in civilized societies. Can the brutalities of despotic regimes be described as a phenomenon of culture? Can the means of mass annihilation be called a material reality of culture? It would be a great sacrilege to recognize such things as cultural realities, even when acknowledging the inevitability of their existence. All this is a creation of civilization, but not of culture. This contradiction between culture and civilization may also be found in the individual, the self. The adjective cultured presupposes something more than the acquisition of the ability to solve complex intellectual problems or to behave properly in society. Culture in the true sense presumes the observation of all the formal elements of socially accepted standards not as something external but as an integral part of the personality, of consciousness and even subconsciousness, of its habits. These standards then acquire a true and lofty spirituality, which is something more than obedience to certain rules. The culture of both the individual and society has various degrees of sophistication. Every educated person may at times have a good opinion of himself. He may feel that he is cultured, and even intellectually advanced. But true culture and intellect are something very elevated and also very profound. They imply not only a subtle, sophisticated cast of mind developed through education but also a restless conscience, a bitter sense of discomfort when one is pursued by doubts as to the truth or falsehood of a situation. They imply concern and compassion for the fate of the people. An intellectual person knows that intellect is not an aim in itself but the dedication of one's life to others, the altruistic service of truth, goodness, and beauty. All this is what we mean when we say a person is cultured. And we also mean the ability and courage to take responsibility for things that may have no direct bearing on ourselves but affect other people, and not only our near ones, but the people in general, the whole of humanity. People are not born cultured, they become so through education and upbringing. Every individual learns to be cultured. The objective and symbolic forms of culture are not implanted in man, they are merely given to him as the subject for study. In order to master them, to make them his own, to incorporate them in the structure of his personality and thus cultivate that personality, a person must enter into special relations with them through other people and subject himself to what is called upbringing, an active process that involves both the educator and the educated in culture making, without which the life of contemporary or any other society would be inconceivable. Upbringing or education is itself historical. At first, in the earliest stages of human society, as with small children, education was simply imitative of the elementary actions of others. But this process becomes educative inasmuch as it takes place under the control of educators. With the passage of time it becomes more and more complex. Until, finally, such forms arise as school and college education and training on scientifically evolved principles. At the same time the boundlessly rich school of life as well as self-education also play the part of educator. Without education and self-education there could be no culture, and certainly no cultural progress. It is education that relays cultural values from one generation to another and helps to multiply them. The constant accumulation of cultural values places increasingly complex demands on education as a most essential form of the creation of culture. Culture is a social phenomenon that embraces not only the past and the present, but also the future. Like everything else in life, culture is historical. The primitive horde and the tribal society and all the subsequent forms of organization, all the stages of civilization are characterized by their own peculiar way of life, perception of the world, and levels of consciousness. The culture of all peoples throughout history is permeated to some extent by religion. This is expressed in various rituals, forms of worship, in deities, in art, in philosophy, and even in science. It is hidden in the very fabric of language. Even an atheist, for example, may say several times a day goodbye, which originally meant God be with you. Without some fundamental knowledge of the history of religion, it is impossible to understand our human biography, the biography of the human race, and to become a cultured person generally. For example, primitive society was full of animist, magic and mythological beliefs, and this left its imprint on the whole system of the life, thought, emotions and interrelations of people and their relationship with nature. The ancient Orient is characterized by an urge to achieve complete union between man and nature, the extinction of the self in nirvana, understood as the highest level of the existence of energy. An intuitive integral knowledge of the world and of human nature permeates the whole of human existence and the spiritual life of human beings. This is a kind of knowledge in which philosophy, art, religion, science, and social psychology are all intrinsically merged. The philosophy of the ancients was steeped in an awareness of the cosmic element, and its exponents thought in terms of images which were plastic and almost geometrically integrated, and this was expressed in science, philosophy, art, and everything else. The Middle Ages had a special type of culture related to the desire to achieve a personal absolute God. Medieval culture is a culture of religious spirituality and the mortification of the flesh in the name of this spirituality, with its orientation on the heavenly kingdom as the highest ideal of earthly existence, to which all the spheres of the life of society are subordinate. When capitalism came into being, everybody began to claim the right of free manifestation of his creative ego. The whole mode of human existence changed. The standards of culture also changed. Everything was subjected to the judgment of human reason, and everything that failed this test was rejected. Society was rife with individualism, calculation, and pragmatism. Socialism has brought different ideals and standards of culture that are permeated with a profound and comprehensive humanism, as expressed in the maxim, everything for the benefit of man and everything in the name of man. The freedom of every person is seen as an indispensable condition for the freedom of all. This is the truly humane principle of life and standard of cultural development that permeates the whole world outlook of socialist society. These are very general outlines of the historical types of culture and are not intended to draw strict dividing lines between them. It should also be stressed that to this day in many parts of the world huge masses of people on our planet adhere, in varying degrees, to some kind of religious belief, and this is true not only of simple folk but also of highly educated people. At the same time, growing numbers of people are estranged from this form of culture. The striking thing is the vitality and social power of religious culture, which provides a kind of spiritual integrating principle for whole nations and also for various social groups within one or another nation. This extremely complex social and psychological phenomenon needs investigation in the context both of world history and the present day. The dominating role of certain forms in relation to others is characteristic of culture. In the Middle Ages, religion clearly played the dominating role, its values were placed higher than anything else. The religious philosophical consciousness is the dominant form of culture in the Orient. Literature and music were the prime factors in all Russian culture of the 19th century, just as, a little earlier, philosophy and music played the dominant role in Germany. The development of culture does not follow a straight ascending line. It is beset with contradictions, that can be both beneficial and harmful, and signal decline as well as achievement. The wisdom of the people, folk wisdom, for example, has amassed a great wealth of empirical discovery connected with healing. But how much has been lost or passed unnoticed or deliberately ignored through the ignorance of the wise? The rediscovery and rehabilitation of what is reasonable in folk culture but has been tarnished is also a contribution to culture, and a very important one. The contradictory nature of culture finds expression also in the fact that every culture has progressive, democratic, and anti-democratic, reactionary, regressive tendencies and elements. This is expressed in Lenin's idea that there are two cultures in the national culture of every class-divided society. The expression mass culture is today extremely popular in the West. It is mostly used with a tinge of scorn, meaning something watered down for the majority. But the concept of mass culture may also be understood positively. Socialism has made culture accessible to the masses, to millions of ordinary people, who previously vegetated in a state of ignorance and illiteracy. Today the peoples who have shaken off colonial oppression are vigorously and with all their strength striving towards the heights of modern culture. What is imposed or implanted under the guise of mass culture in the capitalist countries has a political and ideological implication: the reinforcement of the power of the bourgeoisie. The term mass culture becomes negative when the masses are not raised to the level of real culture, when culture itself is refabricated to suit the primitive tastes of the backward sections of the population and itself declines, degenerates to a level so low as to be an affront to all real cultivation of the senses. The mass of the people with its great fund of folk wisdom is presented with stupidity in the guise of culture, and the sacred majesty of true culture's historical mission is insulted in the process. If cultural progress may be defined as the growth of spirituality both in individuals and society as a whole, its regress is expressed in a lack or decline of such spirituality. And this is not compensated by material well-being. In the developed capitalist countries the ordinary person is surrounded by an abundance of consumer goods, but society as a whole is in the midst of a moral crisis. Crime, drug addiction, mental sickness, and even suicide are on the increase. In the bourgeois world the further progress of civilization goes hand in hand with a decline in its spiritual values. This was pointed out and expressed long ago in a morbidly acute form by Nietzsche and Spengler. According to Nietzsche, the whole of European culture had for long been in a state of mounting torment and tension, which was carrying it to its destruction. European culture, he thought, was thrashing about, violently, convulsively like a flood seeking an outlet, with no thought of its own actions and even fearing to consider them. While acknowledging the multiplicity of local cultures, each of which was passing through its life cycle and dying, Spengler maintained that civilization was the dusky end of culture, its ossified body. Why were two such positive concepts, expressed in such fine words, so sharply contrasted? Both thinkers, horrified by the crisis they observed in the world of capital, were painfully aware that certain destructive principles had arisen and were gaining momentum in civilization, which both produced cultural values and put them at risk of total destruction. What Nietzsche and Spengler failed to see, however, was that the destructive principles were not inherent either in civilization or culture, but in the character of the socio-political relations of the society they were studying. In many respects politics determines the vector of the forces of both civilization and culture. It is generally known that a disproportion very often arises between the level of civilization, particularly its technico-economic reality, and the level of culture that has been achieved, and that this disproportion may become paradoxical. The times of the oil lamp and the wooden plough were graced with brilliant achievements in art, literature, and philosophy. We have only to think of the great cultures of ancient Greece and even more the ancient Orient, the age of the Renaissance, and of Russian culture, which in conditions of serfdom astonished the world. This does not mean, of course, that beneficial urges of the mind require difficult circumstances, although there is a modicum of truth in this notion. Great works of art have indeed often been created in very hard conditions, as though they required some kind of resistance, a kind of purgatory in order to test the strength of their all-conquering power. But this in no way suggests that the difficulties themselves give rise to greatness. Difficulties are not its parents but merely its stern examiners. By no means all nations who are known for their backwardness in the technical and economic spheres have created masterpieces of world cultural significance. Here there is a mystery which demands a solution. At one time cultures tended to be extremely self-contained, closed. In the course of their comprehensive historical development they became more open to all kinds of influences and a process of interaction of cultures took place. Life evolves increasingly flexible mechanisms for this interaction, which helps to raise the whole culture to a higher level. Despite their uniqueness, the originality of the subtle fabric of any given culture, whose threads go back into the distant past, the various types of culture are in principle comparable, and a dialogue of mutual understanding can, and does, take place between them. Culture in its individual and socio-psychological expression is also characterized by the means with which it assimilates other cultures and its relation to them. Indifference or even hostility to the unique aroma of alien cultural values indicate a low level of development of one's own culture. Today one may observe a tendency towards the flowering of national cultures, one feels the great potential of ethnos. One may assume that further human progress will take place in the form of a mounting rational mutual enrichment of the cultures of West and East in the historical sense of the term. The overall unity of the general principles of human thought does not preclude a certain historical specific in the philosophies and other forms of culture. The predominantly analytical Western mind, which dissects everything into parts with its scientific scalpel, will be enriched by the intuitive integrating spirit of the Orient, by borrowing its subtle truths and perceptions and in its turn enriching them. World culture can only gain from this beneficial and probably indispensable synthesis which can be achieved without dimming the unique and rich colors of the local cultures. The world of values. The highest of all existing values is man himself, his sense of dignity, his honor, his rights, his free thought, the self-realization of his capabilities. Man has at his disposal the ocean of cultural values created by world history, and also the boundless treasures of virgin nature, which he is constantly using and enjoying as far as his own talent, education, and upbringing permit him. The value perception of the world is a special dimension of reality in its application to man and society. An unquenchable need to know the meaning of life is a part of the very structure of the human ego, and this impels us to build and accept a certain system of values, by which we must be guided in our thoughts, feelings, and actions, in our relation to the world and to other people. In order to know what kind of a person we are dealing with, the nature of this or that society, we must examine it very closely and try to see what it is ruled by, what it worships, what it admires and what it hates, what it is striving for and what it avoids by all possible means. A system of values is something that is deeply rooted in the structure of our ego. Everyone knows how painful, even agonizing any reappraisal of values can be. Things and processes, events, people, culture, all this exists objectively, independently of us, but it may also exist for us. We get to know the world, to admire it, we enjoy something or use it for some purpose or other. A human being cannot limit himself merely to stating the fact that something has happened, is happening or will happen, i.e., to mere knowledge of the fact as such. He always tries to understand, or sense what meaning this fact has for him, for his life, and also for the life of others, his own family, the life of society, whether it bodes well or ill. How is one to define the concept of value in philosophy? Value is a fact of culture, and it is social in its very essence. It is a functional and at the same time an objective subjective phenomenon. In themselves, things, events, outside their relation to man, to the life of society, do not exist as categories of value. But as soon as a given reality comes into the focus of human consciousness and is made, transformed, or modified by it, it also acquires a value aspect of its existence, a meaning. For example, instruments of labor, like everything else made by man, are a value which both determines the mode of their production and demands that they be used in a certain way. Life gives things certain functions, ways of serving man with their natural and man-made properties. This refers not only to humanist nature, that is to say, to the whole massif of civilization, but even to the celestial bodies. They are in themselves significant in the context of the universe, as is everything in nature. But man's perception of them, the way he sees and comprehends them, and his relation to them are already a phenomenon of culture. The stars, for example, speak in various ways to man. In various periods of his history, at different levels of culture and even depending on his state of mind and mood, man has had different attitude to the stars. The concept of value is correlative with such concepts as meaning, use or harmfulness. Use may be of a purely utilitarian character. There may be material or spiritual values, clothes, home, implements of labor, knowledge, skills, and so on. We speak of the truth as a cognitive value, which brings enormous benefit to human beings and may also be used for evil purposes, as scientific truths often are. People may be burned at the stake or condemned to penal servitude for the sake of truth. History abounds in the exploits of people who have done good for others. These are moral values. Cultural values are expressed in all kinds of symbols and systems of symbols, which constitute a huge layer of our value consciousness. An important place in this system belongs to the names of famous people, of heroes, various kinds of rituals, memorials, and so on. A person is born with symbols. His whole conscious life is surrounded by them. He dies with them. They accompany him on his last road. Symbols pursue us even into the other world. Historians are known to have long disputes about the place of burial of some historical personalities. What is the secret of the beauty of virgin nature, of the marvelous colors of the ever-rolling sea waves, of the purple sunset, the enchanting northern lights, the majestic silence of mountains or the sounds of the forest? Is the delight that a human being experiences when he perceives all this confined simply to physical reality? Of course, not. And what kind of a reality is this delight anyway? Here we need not everyday language, but the language of music and art, the world of images used by the poet and writer. In other words, here we are speaking of aesthetic value. When a person describes beauty, he characterizes the aesthetic reality through his sensations and emotions in inseparable unity with the source that evoked them, or, on the contrary, he describes the objective source in its unity with the emotions it has evoked in his soul. Nature speaks to us in our human language. Any attempt to think of beauty by itself, outside the objective-subjective unity, is senseless. And this is true of everything that concerns the world of values. When discussing the objective content of value, we also encounter a certain degree of convention. For example, conformity to the rules of decency is a phenomenon of cultural value. But what is considered decent depends on historically shaped standards and customs. Such are the logic and psychology of the value relationship that an object discovered by our need may become an interest while the opportunities for satisfying that need remain extremely indefinite, problematic. This increases the attraction of the object, thus raising its value. What do people think of as valuable? And what is really valuable at bottom? The measure of value is decided by the degree of significance that a given object has for man and the possibility of acquiring that object. Value is historical. Take, for example, time. In the distant past, time was treated carelessly, people scarcely bothered to count it. But now time is becoming increasingly compact and costly. People value it more and more, it has even acquired a commercial significance. In the age of the scientific and technological revolution, nearly every human action is timed down to the last minute. The value that human beings attach to time characterizes in some degree the level of their culture. When making an evaluation, particularly when facing a choice, it is important to know how strong and lasting is the pleasure or usefulness, the significance, including the negative significance, connected with the attainment of what is chosen. Whether it is easily or repeatedly attainable. As most people know, there is what we call the phenomenon of the effort spent. The more effort we have put into something, the more valuable it is for us. We attach less value to what was easily obtained. An act of heroism, involving self-sacrifice, is highly valued precisely because it is significant for society and there was a possibility of action of a quite different order. The beautiful is beautiful only against the background of the ugly. This applies equally to both moral and aesthetic values. The evaluating consciousness has its yardstick which it constantly applies to things, events, and actions, to everything that concerns people. The ideal is the eternal criterion in moral, aesthetic, political, and other assessments of events, things and people. One cannot, consequently, speak of values outside their specific historical content, out of the context of the type of civilization, formation, or culture that is involved. The phenomenon of value is linked not only with the intellectual, the cognitive sphere, but also with the rich sphere of human emotions. After all, it is our emotional state that constitutes the decisive psychological condition of happiness. Wisdom tells us that happiness, one of the supreme values, does not depend on high social status, power, and riches, or even intellectual ability. Value is a capricious thing. An object of value may be admired, it may repel, it may arouse delight in some and contempt in others, while others remain entirely indifferent. Much depends on taste, and taste is fickle and subject to the winds of mood, of time, and space. Taste may be traced to the depths of the human soul, which is molded by the forms of culture which the individual has absorbed. Although values are concretely historical, there are some which, like diamonds, are treasured at all times. These are the values of wisdom, kindness, heroism, love of one's parents, the love of a mother for her children, and respect for one's ancestors, for one's country, for freedom. To sum up, then, the concept of value expresses the properties of things, phenomena, events, material and spiritual objects satisfying, or capable of satisfying, certain needs and interests of human beings and society. Value is that which has meaning for man and society. All objects that are of interest to human beings, and thus possess value, have only a conditional value. Were it not for human inclinations, liking, and interest, and the needs on which they are based, these objects would not have any value. Consequently, everything that brings or may bring satisfaction of human needs, beginning from the most elementary, instinctive biological and material needs, to the sophisticated demands of intellectual taste, composes a world of values. This world also includes social standards, which prohibit or permit, which tell us what is allowable, desirable, obligatory, or otherwise. From the standpoint of its significance for the intellectual life of a given person or even a nation, it would be wrong to contrast, for example, some scientific discovery or invention to Christian or Buddhist ethics. These are different voices in the single chorus of the spiritual life of humanity. And any belittling of one or another voice is unworthy of a truly cultured person, just as any discrimination against one nation is in itself a belittling of human dignity as a whole, and exposes the discriminator as a chauvinist and lacking in respect not only for himself as an individual but for his own nation. It is equally wrong to insist on any single standard of value judgment for the cultural features of different peoples. But it is not enough merely to acknowledge the legitimate right of every people to live in its own specific way. One must also understand what this originality stands for. One culture may raise its voice about something on which another has nothing to say. And when even one voice is suppressed, the harmony of the chorus of the world culture cannot be complete. Endless contradictions arise in the system of socio-psychological stereotypes. The very concept of values in their full sense presupposes a creative attitude to life and is incompatible with standardization of thought or behavior. As the highest degree of spirituality, in the sense of high-value orientations, culture consequently presupposes the breaking down of stereotypes. And it is those who break them that are the innovators. They create new values and, in so doing, generate new stereotypes, a new style of thought and behavior. Hence there is a struggle, and this struggle involves losses. Immortality may sometimes be won through premature death. Such has been the fate of the revolutionaries of thought and action at all times and among all peoples. Man in the system of culture. Culture is the living process of the functioning of values in the context of the existence of the individual and society. It is the process of their creation, reproduction, and use in historically changing ways. Culture arose and is developing together with society, creating an enormous tradition. The history of culture is full of stagnant phenomena, rigid dogmatic systems and conservatism, and also of revolutionary innovations. The previous achievements of culture are not parted from us. Their finest examples continue to live and work. No child can become a developed personality without absorbing some of the treasures of culture. Culture always survives those who have created it and that which it originally served. The first stages of a child's growth pass in the family, where the elementary notions of what is good and bad in the moral and aesthetic senses, of what is beneficial or harmful, are acquired. This is where the foundation is laid of sensory experience, the power of imagination and thought, and the elements of emotional culture. Admittedly, the educational effect of the kindergarten or the creche or the school, which carry out a planned educational program on the emerging personality, are added to the experience of the family and thus bring with them the experience of centuries, developing in the child such qualities as curiosity, love of country, and so on. Modern civilization has enormously expanded the opportunities not only of human knowledge, of physical, biochemical, physiological and intellectual forms of activity, but also the various ways of developing them. Here an important role has been played by such disciplines as psychology, neurobiology, and medicine, which have long made humanity their study. They are constantly perfecting their research techniques in order to penetrate the mechanisms of life. Great efforts are being made to find hitherto unknown human reserves in the hope of discovering more effective ways by which the nerve centers and other body centers can generate and transform bioenergy and information, of scientifically explaining the human ability to receive various radiations from living and other objects and the information effects connected with these radiations, which people have for long observed but which have not yet been properly researched. The advances that science has already made in penetrating the secrets of the living organism with the help of instruments of great resolving power give us hope and confidence that we shall be able to understand many mysterious phenomena, and that this knowledge may transform the very style of man's philosophical and scientific thought, his idea of himself and his place in the universe, of the factors that control his vital functions. The sages of ancient India discovered astonishingly subtle and profound psychobiophysical connections between the human organism and cosmic and subterranean processes. They knew much that even today is beyond the ken of European scientific thought, or that it ignores, often trying to conceal its helplessness by asserting that Oriental wisdom is mere mysticism, and thus showing its inability to distinguish the rational but not yet fully understandable essence from various figments of the imagination. It is sometimes difficult for us to penetrate the profound language of symbolic forms in which this wisdom is couched, to get at the essence of that wisdom. A full understanding of these complex problems can be achieved only in the broad context of history and culture. Historical experience offers us some instructive lessons for the present day. If we look around thoughtfully at the path humanity has traveled, it is not difficult to see that the minds of the makers of culture have been guided by the desire to achieve an understanding and a rational transformation of the human being himself, his bodily and spiritual organization, the preservation and strengthening of his health. Socio-political, philosophical, religious, moral, aesthetic, and all cultural efforts in general have tended towards this goal. The culture of the ancient Orient affirmed not only ideas of man's dependence on the supernatural forces that were external to him, there was also a tendency to cultivate certain rules of behavior in relation to these forces, including techniques of training the body in order to regulate and perfect bodily and spiritual processes. Various systems of exercises linked with religious beliefs were evolved to change the state of the mind, the consciousness, to achieve complete unity with the universe, to become one with the energy of nature. These techniques for influencing one's own organism through the mechanisms of psychophysiological self-regulation and control techniques that are much in fashion today could not have survived for centuries and have penetrated other cultures with a different ethnos, if they had not contained some real knowledge of the most subtle and hidden structural, energo-informational, neuropsychical, and humoral potentials, which even now sometimes seem fantastic to the analytical European mind, particularly when it is fettered by stereotypes. Oriental culture is full of beliefs about the role of the way of life and its various components: breathing techniques, diet, self-training, cultivation of the skin, physical mobility, the ability to commune very subtly with nature, acupuncture, cauterizing, and other ways of influencing the biologically active centers of the organism, herbomedicine, diagnostics by means of the iris of the eye, pulse, and olfactory diagnostics, consideration of the position of the earth in relation to the celestial bodies in medicine, the time of year and day, and of the properties of water in relation to the state of the earth strata and the character of its flow in connection with geomagnetic phenomena. All this and much else has contributed to the great wisdom of the Eastern peoples, the wealth of their culture and man's place therein, their understanding of the mechanisms of regulation of his life activity and vital potentials. Thus already in the distant past, in the mists of mythological worldviews, the precious crystals of knowledge, tested by the experience of centuries, of skills in beneficially influencing man's body, gradually accumulated. Flow could people in those far-off times know so much without any experiments or apparatus about the conditions and factors that regulate the course of the vital processes and the character of the interaction between man and nature, particularly the influence of the celestial bodies, the sun and moon, and various radiations proceeding from outer space and the bowels of the earth. And all this was taken into consideration both in diagnosing and in treatment. Does this not go to show an astonishingly high level of culture that should arouse our admiration, gratitude, and desire to study? This knowledge could not have retained its vitality if it had not again and again been confirmed by practice. With the liberation of cognitive thought from the fetters of dogma, knowledge about man controlled by experiment and logical analysis made substantial advance. We can see this in the ancient schools of medicine, Hippocrates, and the work of the Arabic Middle Ages, Avicenna, where the art of medicine acquired such firm foundations that what was achieved in this period has become part of the fund of present-day prophylactic, hygienic, dietetic, and other rules, not to speak of physical culture. Behind all this lay many centuries of popular wisdom about healing that was sometimes astonishingly effective. Despite the barriers and profound skepticism of blinkered thought, scientists are now taking a much more sophisticated interest in this age-old wisdom because they see that it offers clues to the hidden processes in the human organism, and ways of changing the internal and external forms of human behavior. On the basis of these clues, one can say that man's whole moral psychological makeup is shaped by the direct and indirect influence of the conditions of his information evaluative perception of the countless diversity of the environment, not only natural and specifically climatic but above all that of the unique world of culture, which he drinks in even with his mother's milk. In this information evaluative perception a great significance attaches not only to the boundless wealth of the concepts, notions, feelings, and ideals evolved by human experience but also, and to a deeper extent, the values that have engraved themselves in the memory and that are imparted to the individual in childhood by his native culture, his native language, music, songs, fairy tales, paintings, sculpture, and architecture, in a word, all the mental wealth of his own people. The ethnic climate of the home culture forms certain value orientations in the individual which make him a representative of precisely that culture. Every patriot experiences a feeling of pride in the depth and inexhaustible wealth of his own culture. I am far from admiring that which I see around myself. As a writer I am irritated, as a person with prejudices, I am insulted, but I swear on my honor that not for anything in the world would I change my country or have a different history than that of our ancestors, that which God gave us. 1. Pushkin had an intense feeling of being organically linked with his own land, with the aroma of its history, with the charm of its memorials, the creation of the minds and hands of his fathers and forefathers. The sense of pride in the culture of one's ancestors, one's people, plays an active role in forming the dignity of the individual and reinforces his civic maturity, his sense of responsibility for the future of his country. The memory of one's gifted ancestors, who created the works of art and literature and contributed to science, to social relations, is a sign of a person's rich spiritual endowment, of his respect for all the work of human hands, in which one can feel the soul of their creator, his labor, his amazing skill and perceptive observation. Literature has portrayed splendid characters with a complete mastery of their trade, characters who embody the talent of the nation, the sensitivity to beauty and the urge for free creative work and inspired labor that is inherent in any people. This wonder at the people's creative gifts helps a person to become a personality. Beauty is a source of moral health and strength. Just as a tree growing in a certain soil puts down deep roots and drinks its juices, so a person from the moment of his birth until he departs from this life is deeply and in every respect rooted in the system of his culture and nourished by the spirit of his own people, their customs and morals, their sensory, emotional, intellectual and speech system of their culture. A person is also nourished by the specific type of natural landscape in which he lives and the memory of the people, its symbols and specific genetics. And if by force of circumstances a person is uprooted from the soil of his own culture and all its unique integrity, this is always a painful experience which may result in agonizing forms of nostalgia. Such experience has been vividly and fully reflected in literature and music, particularly by those artists who felt such pangs themselves. The innate relationship with the native culture can be traced even to certain genetic mechanisms, which carry a powerful lifelong program, which is not only racial, national, but also family and even individual. The gap between Western and Oriental cultures and the ignorance that exists on both sides often results in a representative of one culture becoming over-enthusiastic about the other and forgetting his roots. For example, he may become dedicated to yoga or karate without taking into account the specific features of his own culture or the genetic and other natural factors of his psychosomatic structure. This may have a result that is directly opposite to what he desires. Resorting to the East in search of exotic variants of cultural values merely for the sake of the current fashion usually indicates a low level of culture. It is like a person chasing in the darkness of the unknown for something that he does not know. Any culture, especially its very deep personal stratum, has full significance only for its own conditions and within its own limits. The ways of behavior pertaining to one system of culture cannot be thoughtlessly implanted in another. This cannot always be done even with plants. The culture of one's personal life, for example, with regard to health lies not so much in the stubborn desire to prolong one's genetically programmed life expectancy as in trying not to shorten it by all the means, which unfortunately are only too readily available in one's particular system of civilization, for example, in the form of alcoholism, drug addiction, overindulgence in food, lack of exercise, and so on. Culture is closely akin to wisdom, or that part of it which is acquired by education. It involves the ability to observe the rule of moderation in everything, and if this moderation must be violated in the name of a new culture, it should also be done in accordance with reason and objective necessity. The thinking mind of culture is philosophy. Philosophy is its focus and, without it, no real culture of the mind or heart, no true intellectual achievement is possible. We have considered all the basic propositions of philosophy, its principles, categories, and laws, its cognitive, creative and evaluative aspects. The author has sought to show how through the conceptual apparatus of philosophy the whole system of worldview, the methodology of cognition and the transformation of the world and man himself is organized. In concluding this book I have concentrated attention on the most essential problem of all, that of man and his existence in the world. We began with a definition of philosophy as a fact of culture, as its nucleus, as its self-consciousness. Our concluding chapter has been an examination of culture as the human factor, the highest of all values known to man.